Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Brawlhalla Winter Championship 2020. And what a great time this is. Joined here with me is Taza, of course, Foda, you guys know.
We're always casting together, and we're so excited to be casting the first tournament of 2020. And we have got a lot of stuff to show to you guys already. I mean, come on.
It's good to be back.
It's good to be back.
It's good to be back. You might be noticing some updates here. We got a studio now. We're out here dressing sharp.
Dress sharp.
It's a new era for Brawlhalla Esports.
Oh, yes.
Welcome to 2020, because this is now the Brawlhalla World Tour.
The Brawlhalla World Tour, and we are starting off with North America 1v1 singles, already into the top 8 bracket, and we've got some really exciting results to talk about.
Yeah,
so far.
we are already in top 8, but there's been hundreds of people in this tournament, thousands even, and I've got some updates for you guys. It's not all of them. There's been some big upsets, and there's just been some really notable matches, and I've got a few notes here I just want to go over with you guys. First off, Cody Travis defeated Sandstorm to get into top 8 winner's side.
Top 8 winner's side. Cody Travis, I think,
and
he's defeated Sandstorm once before. Right. And what was that from Ghost? Hold on, we got words.
What was that production? We got. Okay. Okay. And we're going to be watching Cody Travis's match first. And we're going to be watching Cody Travis. Yeah. But I think I know what you were getting at.
Yes. And
this is not the first time Cody Travis has defeated Sandstorm in a tournament bracket. We saw it happen last year at the mid-season championship at CEO 2019. So now online, this is his first online victory against him in a tournament. But what a time to do it, right? To get into top 8 winners side. That's the place you want to be. That's just 2 matches away from Grands.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's going to be going up against Ethan, another very popular player coming out of 2019 esports season. I'm going super far back, right? But that was there was a time where it was like, oh, rookie player of the year or something, and now he's over here in top 8 side going up against Cody Travis. I mean, that would have been an Ethan versus Sandstorm matchup.
That's right.
In another world. And
which would have been, that's interesting too. Ethan and Sandstorm used to be teammates way back in the day, back in 2018.
It's interesting to think that this is Brawlhalla Esports year 5.
Year 5.
We have 5 years of history to talk about, and a lot of these players have been through it almost the entire way.
Absolutely.
And some of the players that we've got were here for a year, 2 years in Sandstorm's case, and now the first time that we've seen this player.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's some of our players actually are just showing up in their first year of official esports competition in Brawlhalla.
And do one of those players happen to be in top 8?
That's right. His name is Stingray. That's the player to be looking for here. Stingray defeated Boomy to get into top 8.
Wow.
So he's on top 8 winners side. He had quite the bracket to get there, but Boomy to finish it off and get into top 8 winners side. That's one of the matches we're going to be watching coming up here in just very shortly. Also, some more notable matches that have happened. Pugsy defeated iThrow to get into top 8. STTP Wilson beat Noel in top 24.
Wilson, that's a name that I haven't heard in a while.
Yeah,
that's
he used to be the seasonal champ, right?
True.
He won 3 in a row at some point. So he defeated Noel to get into top 24. He defeated Noel, but then lost to Ethan in the match that would have got him into top 8 winners, where Ethan is now, about to face off against Cody Travis.
Okay.
Also, huge match that happened all the way before top 32. You wouldn't expect it, but the man himself, Pierre, defeated Simba before top 32.
Simba defeated
Simba, the guy who got second place this time last year.
And it's not too crazy.
Losing only to Boomy. In the entire tournament, Simba got defeated before top 32. But Pierre's another one of those players that they've been an up-and-comer for a long time, but at this point, they're there.
Right.
They are totally formidable opponents to the best players.
What's interesting to me about this is that when it comes to top player chatter between the 2 players that we're talking about, Simba was like, this is the player that everybody's really scared of, definitely going to be getting into a top 8 run. And Pierre has been allegedly staying around. He did peak in 2019, but allegedly from what I was hearing, staying around the same level. And now knocking out Simba and doing that well that early on in the tournament is incredible to hear.
That's right. And then there are some of the losers matches are actually still going on, and it looks like STTP Wilson finally got knocked out of the bracket, trying to get into top 8 again, this time against Wrenched, going out 2-0. Wrench defeating SCTP Wilson. And right now, Sandstorm and Santi are fighting, and it is 1-1. In just a few moments, we're going to know if Sandstorm, the current reigning world champion, recently too, is the last official tournament we did, is going to get knocked out of the tournament by Santi. Maybe. It's a best of three, and they're in game 3 right now. I don't know what's going to happen, but that's going to be huge.
This isn't the first time that we've seen the cold weather be a detriment to Sandstorm, right? Because last year, this exact same time, that was the only tournament that Sandstorm really didn't have a performance up to his standards.
He got 7th place, yeah.
7th place.
Which is insane.
It's incredible.
But by Sandstorm standards, I mean, he's just spoiled us with constant victories. He made over $100,000 in earnings in 1 year's time. I mean, the guy's a monster.
Yeah, absolutely.
On top of that, getting into top 8, Koselix won over iThrow 2-0 to make it into top 8. And Boomy won over Tiffany 2-1 to make it into top 8. And it looks, the results are in right now. Sandstorm defeated Santi to get into top 8. 2-1. Close.
This top 8 bracket, I'm like, these brackets look like they're flipped. They're flipped upside down.
That's right. Yeah, you would think that the loser side has all the new players and all the unexpected players, and then Boomy and Sandstorm will have to fight by loser semifinals. If they win everything, the best they can do is fight against each other, and that's rough because they're teammates. They practice together all the time.
And they want to start off strong.
And they're both capable of winning. And yeah, man, it's crazy.
The fact that between the both of them is going to be a 4th place minimum. It's
right.
That's pretty crazy. And then we've got what an incredible bracket that we got coming up.
Without further ado, let's get into the first match. First up is going to be Cody Travis versus Ethan. And my goodness, Cody Travis is riding on a high right now, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he just defeated Sandstorm to get here. Ethan is definitely a formidable opponent for him, but I got to give my bias to Cody Travis, man. He's a beast. And to defeat Sandstorm, the second time he's defeated Sandstorm, that's insane. Now, but it's not all about Sandstorm. Every match is different, and even though he could beat Sandstorm, he's got a good lock on his playstyle. Ethan could definitely mess him up. So what's Ethan going to do? I imagine he's got to be picking Hattori. He's been Hattori forever. He refers to himself as a one-trick,
right?
And I respect that.
What do you know?
And there it is. He's playing a Hattori.
And that was one of the cool notes about Cody, right? Is that there's a lot of players over the offseason that we've gotten word of, like, okay, this player now plays this character due to what they feel like with the meta. But we are now watching 2 players who just are absolutely in love with the characters.
The meta has never changed these guys. And Cody Travis is Barraza.
Oh, some things
he breathes Barraza.
To Blasters or Axe got changed. Doesn't matter. This is the character that he knows and that he loves, and he's having a lot of success with it. And just like you said about Ethan, we're going to be going into game number 1.
Here we go. Winter Championship 2020 Top 8 starts now. Ladies and gentlemen, the first match we've streamed for Brawlhalla Esports in 2020, and it's a monumental occasion. So here we go.
All right, Cody already opening up with the axe against Ethan's spear, and that recovery at the very end is getting going for the early KO.
You gotta go for it, man. If he landed that definitely would have been the KO. Ethan, man, what a almost. So he's got to. This could be it. Oh, the third pogo barely missed. Cody narrowly escaping death.
Yeah, that was very.
Ethan sneaks up. Cody with the punish.
It's very smart from Cody to hold the dodge until after the second pogo stick so that he could get through. Because if he dodged too early, that was just going to be it. Nice combo.
He caught his spot dodge. This might be bad for Ethan. He's got no weapon. Whoa, what a dodge! But that was it was a good thought by Ethan, but it ended up getting him killed.
And what was even
more too far away to dive kick back into the wall.
Both players are doing things incredible there because what Cody did is he let go of the blaster ground pound frames before it actually was about to connect so that the blast would still go off.
That's right.
And that forced Ethan to be in that position. Oh, that neutral stick was so close, but Ethan punishing the gravity cancel neutral stick with a nice downer off the platform into recovery KO off the top.
Beautiful combo.
Opens up the game real quick. Cody, however.
Cody's got a big lead on Ethan, and when you consider the defense differential between these two legends, Barraza being one of the highest defense characters and Hattori being one of the lowest defense characters, you got to imagine this lead is even bigger than it looks.
Yeah.
but the battle rages on. And this could be it from Cody. Wow.
What an amazing recovery. And we usually see recovery used in two ways. It's either like downlight recovery or you pick up the recovery off the ground. But he caught Ethan on the landing halfway through, took him off the top, and Ethan trying to hit back.
And he still got him. And the Blaster's recovery has been nerfed recently, too.
Yeah, definitely not as...
Cody didn't get the memo. He doesn't care. It's working just fine.
Yeah, it doesn't kill off the top nearly as early as it used to, but it doesn't really matter in Cody's case.
Ethan's doing a good job of catching up here. He might be able to bring this back.
But Cody...
If he can get this kill early enough. He's starving Cody Travis of any weapons. He's looking for his downlight here. If he can get he can knock him out with a downlight recovery. And he's just trying. Oh, that would have been it.
Ooh.
Maybe. Not enough. Oh, man, that's unfortunate. Cody can do a lot with a sliver of health.
Yes,
you know,
he
his
can.
damage never changes.
He got the down
no! Oh, he almost got him.
And that entire stock was just Cody just getting on little bits of damage with, man,
beautiful.
Ethan. I love those edge guards. Gravity Cancel Sidelight is one of my favorites.
It's a great offstage option that you just wouldn't expect. You know, what makes it so good is that it stops your momentum completely to do it, right? If you fell really fast with a sider or something, you're going to keep going down. Gravity Cancel Sidelight, excellent option. Ethan used it perfectly, but look at this. He's so damaged. How could he possibly avoid Cody Travis's killing blows long enough to take out this fresh stock of his? Cody Travis just one axe cider away. This could be it. Oh, still alive. Ethan, he used the exhaustive recovery, and the weapon throw takes him out. Cody Travis taking game 1. Remember, all of these matches in top 8 are best of 5. That's a new improvement here for 2020 esports. Online tournaments, best of 5 top 8s. So going right back into game 2, these guys really locked up quick. They're ready to go.
I mean, we were already talking about how like there's not
same
much
map
with character
They're not going to change
right?
characters. Yeah, that all comes down to how they play it. So game 2, Cody Travis up by 1. Ooh. What? You'd never see that.
Oh, and Ethan with the dash forward back. Picks him with the downlight cider, and this is interesting. I'm really liking how Ethan is adapting in this game. So before you were highlighting the stat advantage that Brawlhalla has, which is defense, right?
Yes.
But what Hattori has over Brawlhalla is that movement speed,
Yep.
and we are seeing Ethan just dodge in, dodge out, get the little neutralite pokes here and there, and really tag the damage onto Cody, and that's the first bit of damage that he got all of game number 2, and Ethan's continuing to nair juggle him.
I think Ethan is determined to maintain the lead, and that's. I mean, it's a lot easier. It's a lot easier to hold a lead than it is to come back from one.
Absolutely.
Just mentally, you know. And the first stock taken barely even damaged. You can't ask for much better than this. What a great start to the match for Ethan.
Oh, yeah. It's looking great for Ethan so far. Cody picked up the blasters, and he's tacking on damage with the down airs. Those sidelights, little dash forward sidelight, really doing a great job on Cody's part just to be able to catch Ethan with those landings. But Ethan's getting in, as much damage, if not more, and he's still a stock ahead. Cody went for that recovery like he did last time, but Ethan was ready for it. And those nair and recoveries that he's doing on Spear to catch Cody after he flies too high up. Been working out really well. Nice finish from Cody. Gets the stocks evened up, sticks to the blasters. Sword. That was a great dodge.
Ethan still with a major lead. He's got Cody at kill range now. He might be able to take him out. Good combo from Cody, building up the damage, but Ethan's significantly ahead, slapping him away. That would have done it, but Cody avoids. Ethan aggressively reacting out of hit stun, trying to catch Cody off guard.
Ethan has to be a little careful with how often he's waking up by getting hit.
I mean, in this little bit of time since I last referenced it, he's already caught up. Cody Travis is just back in. Well, there it is. Ethan increases the lead slightly once again. Let's see what he can do with this stock here.
Yeah, a lot of those wake-up attacks that Ethan was doing were he's using a gravity cancel to do it. So if it didn't work, it was going to be 3 seconds of Cody having complete control, at least in that regard.
There's the dodge. He had to use the dodge a little earlier than he wanted, but it worked out fine. Cody Travis did not pursue any further while he didn't have a weapon. Ethan just looking to build up some damage.
I really like
every little bit of damage counts here.
Cody has been doing this game as the one.
Nice.
Nice side
air. A simple side air, but he caught him off guard.
You know, after the axe stairs from last game, I didn't imagine that would ever KO in that position, but I guess it was just the right amount of damage that Cody needed.
Cody knows. Wow. These guys are all over each other right now.
Yeah.
Good damage for Ethan. Using that gravity cancel downlight again. He's really building up a lead here. That would have been so powerful. Cody's in trouble.
Yeah, he is. A weapon throw just to be able to to break Ethan's momentum. Get a little bit of unarmed air damage. Oh, that ground pound is beautiful. And he gets a silent save.
He got so much off of it.
Cody was flying around with those chase dodges. Gravity cancel downlight was stopped because Ethan's downlight was just a smidge faster.
Cody could possibly bring this back. I mean, it doesn't look so far anymore.
2 more side lights and a down sig. Okay, down sig can come in.
He's looking for it. You're right. You called it. He's looking for it. Uh-oh, he's in trouble. Ethan looking for the finisher. This could be it. Oh, he walked into the ceiling. No. Very unfortunate for Cody Travis. Ethan takes game 2. That ties up the set 1-1. First 1 to 3 wins.
Maybe it was lucky, but I'm saying that's just... It's the best way to end a game with Brawlhalla. As somebody who only plays that character, is like, wait a second, I know the exact damage this down sig's going to kill. And he goes for the gravity cancel one.
You called it, man.
Amazing
you called it.
job.
Take it from a Brawlhalla main.
Right. So one character that I can feel like. Maybe that's why I like watching Cody so much.
But this is the only time you get to do it because Cody Travis is pretty much the only competitive Brawlhalla out there. All right, going back into game 3. No map changes. No legend changes. Run it back. Cody Travis and Ethan. The battle rages on. 1-1.
Okay.
Ethan's looking for a weapon. He's not willing to fight without a weapon, but he punches him out of the way to grab it.
Let's see how this works. Because so far, both games have been pretty close to the tune of, oh, I started with the lead, so I won the game.
Yeah.
And that's how it's been looking so far. Now both players started with the weapon at relatively the same time, and they've been exchanging blows pretty evenly. Ethan went for a dodge back where he didn't catch, but these spear nairs have been catching Cody whether he's above or below Ethan. That time finally dodged out of the way. Oh! No recovery.
Ethan's doing great, man. When the pressure's on, Ethan performs. And you got to... It's not going to be enough. So much defense from Brawlhalla, but Ethan's going out there. You got to imagine the pressure here. It's a $5,000 bracket. Every one of these matches in top 8 is very valuable. Losing it means you're losing out on a lot of cash. Every time... Wow, nice play. I was going to say, every time Ethan gets a big lead, Cody manages to bring it back. Yeah. As long as Ethan takes the stock first. What? Oh, what a play. Oh, my goodness.
He's going to go for it again. No, picks up the blasters. Sidelight. Goes for that pickup recovery, but that was amazing.
That was so cool, man. You know, that was dope.
It was aesthetically dope, too, right? Because he's like punching upwards to the sides. Like, no, stay off my stage. Oh, wow, that nair saved him from an early death from that
Cody
recovery.
Almost caught it. Now with a double downlight from Ethan, lots of damage build up. Cody's got the axe, and Ethan avoids it perfectly and punishes him. Cody's in trouble. What a spot dodge from Ethan.
Yeah, and he got the very end of that spot dodge to cancel.
He's a full stock ahead at this point. He might be able to take him out a second time before he goes down. This is huge for Ethan. This is so huge.
Huge recovery early.
He's hungry for it. Look how deep he's going for it. He wants this kill, but Cody Travis reverses it. It doesn't matter for Ethan. Look how much damage he's gotten on here.
I definitely think
but he's got to play this stock smart.
Applying that pressure was worth the risk of losing that stock, too.
I agree,
if you were a 3-1 lead in Game 3 of this best of 5, would have been incredible.
Absolutely.
Cody, oh,
wow.
man.
Oh, man, that was so much damage. Ethan's in orange. That was white to orange. What a huge combo from Cody Travis.
Oh, he went for the gravity cancel down light. Didn't get the fast fall read. Ground pound didn't catch him either. But that down air still managing to connect Cody with these down airs. They're magnetic.
How does he manage to continue doing
he's
it?
Look,
down once again, he's evened it up. Is he about to take the lead? Oh my goodness! I can't believe Cody Travis, man. How does he maintain such mental fortitude?
But again, with the same edge guard that we saw in Game 2.
It's a good edge guard.
And he's getting that kick in right before the last blast of Blaster's recovery. And yeah, just great job from Ethan there overall. Cody has been doing a lot of wonderful blasters. Like he'll expect his opponent to run underneath him, so he'll jump up and then pivot the down air to catch him, and he'll do the same thing with the recovery. And he's been catching Ethan with these hard reads.
Yeah. Okay. See if Cody can get this beautiful dodge from Ethan to avoid it. Cody's going for it. Over 3 axe-siders in a row. He got him with the third one.
It is an even game, and if anything, a little bit in Cody's favor because he can weapon start. Opt to go for the axe first. Interesting because every time that Cody started with the blasters, he's brought from white to orange.
That's true. He's got some really good. Oh yeah, I think he heard you. He's got really good white combos. I don't know what to call them. Combos that work well at white health.
Yeah, the thing that everybody is good at because they're in training mode all the time, but then
right. You gotta every combo is a little bit different. Depending on how much health they're at.
Oh, he's got to be careful. These downers aren't working.
This is going to be close. Uh-oh, is that it? Yes, Ethan with another one, dropping the salt taunt on his way out.
And Why not? That side sig caught him perfectly, and that was probably as early as it could have KO'd. I was about to say Barasa defense, man, but he did end up getting sent off the blast zone there at the last second.
That's got to be so nerve-wracking for Ethan that he gets such a huge lead, and in a blink of an eye, Cody Travis brings it right back, and it's even once again. But he stays strong, gets the lead again, and then keeps it going, right?
Yeah.
Like somehow he keeps doing it.
Right.
Once again, same stage, same characters, game 4. You know what it is.
Oh, man. Cody going super early up for that weapon. He does pick it up. The blasters are up against the sword. Downer Com going for that side light. No double downers coming up. That downlight sider. Chase touch forward. Oh! Dip down, jumping down there. Didn't work out, but man, Cody has got control over this match so far. And if we know anything about these games, if Cody takes the first stock, we're going to game 5. That's what it feels like at this rate.
And if Ethan wins this game, it's all over.
Yeah.
And
that is an Ethan in top 3.
That's right. Exactly. This is a really important match. The two matches before Grands on winner's side is huge, man. I mean, yeah, if he wins this, he's guaranteed top 3. That's crazy. This is a very important match for both these players. They have to play 2 extra matches basically if they lose now.
Oh, but Cody getting the sidelight. Oh, wow. The recovery ends up hitting, and I guess that was just really great spacing from Cody, and then Ethan just not think it was going to hit him.
And pretty, just unexpected, a little tricky from Cody, and he does that.
I absolutely love the execution on those late gravity cancel downlights into pivot nair, double nair. So much damage rolling onto Ethan, especially if you get all blasted the downlight. Down air going under him again.
Cody Travis, kind of like for the first time in this match, has a lead, a very significant lead against Ethan too. This is crazy.
Oh,
he might be able to get a 2-stock lead on him here.
What?
Whoa,
that was so
brutal.
brave.
That's brutal because that would have killed him if it landed. And he stuffed it anyway. Uh-oh, big punish.
I thought he could have really done a lot there.
I thought he was going to signature.
Yeah, I thought he was going to side sig too. He's got a lot of sidelights. I mean, Ethan's so damaged that I'm pretty sure Cody can sidelight him on stage.
Yeah, almost anything will knock him. There it is.
And
2-stock lead for Cody Travis. This is going to be tough for Ethan to come back from. I think he could do it, but that's the first one. 2 more to go. No big deal. Man, a full stock behind against Cody Travis, not a place you want to be in. But he is a game up. He can afford to lose this, take it to game 5. He's doing it for the fans. Everybody loves a good game 5, and Ethan's delivering.
Oh man, yeah, I guess it's one way to look at it. But
doing it for the fans.
But you know what people love even more than a good game 5? A
Cody Travis top 3.
Oh, well, reverse 3 stock.
Yeah, that's fun.
Cody Travis top 3 is pretty crazy too.
The fans will freak out if we see Cody Travis in top 3.
Man, and Cody is looking to make that game 5 a reality. So many downers. And I was talking a bit about how that's just
2-stocked. Excellent play from Cody Travis. He got the lead. He never let go. He did almost double the damage that Ethan did to him.
Oh, yeah, that's right. So
what a play. What a game.
That's how much better you are at quick math than I am. Because
almost.
Yeah, it was almost double. Yeah. And need another 10 damage to make that the case. All right.
Ethan's thinking about it. He might switch his legend in game 5. Ethan, don't do it. Don't do it, Ethan.
I mean, maybe
he can do it. Maybe he's just taking a moment to breathe.
Yeah, that's
He's got 5 minutes. Yeah, he can meditate a little bit. Oh, skin change. Smart. That's for somehow, some way, it makes a difference.
It reminds me a lot of when watching Remy and Faison play 2v2s with double Hattori, and then it's like when the hats came off.
That's right. Yeah. There was I want to say that was Winter Championship too last year. They went the whole tournament playing with hats, and then they took the hats off and did super well. So it was new characters, but
only
the skins actually don't change anything for any novice Brawlhalla players out here.
It's so exciting.
This is the first time
the premiere
on stream in official Brawlhalla esports that we are playing on this map. It's a new map that was added to the competitive map pool for the new year, for the Brawlhalla World Tour in 2020, and here we are. So the main feature of this map, really, besides what's obvious, a flat stage and all that, and super amazing background art, is that it has a very high ceiling.
High ceiling, and no walls almost.
Yeah, and so maybe this will benefit Ethan. It's hard to say. Both of these, blasters and sword, both really like to kill off the top. I don't know how it's going to affect this match, but it's going to be interesting to find out.
Yeah.
And Cody Travis start building up an early lead at the start. I feel like Ethan really needs the first stock here.
Yep.
You know, it shouldn't make that much of a difference, but it's a high ceiling.
Yeah.
That's a very high ceiling.
Recovery did it again.
You can't, you can't rely on off the top kills on this map. It's got to be off the side.
Yeah.
I mean, at a certain. Oh, that was a great counter. What a play by Ethan, and he takes the first stock from Cody Travis.
Absolutely flawless reaction to what I believe is a staple Brawlhalla tactic. To come back to the stage,
Yes.
recovering with gravity cancel neutral sting, and Ethan continuing to apply the damage.
He avoids the down air too. That would have killed him.
Edge guard. Cody came back.
Come on!
Oh my the entire time, and that's right. Of course, I should have known. We have stuff recovery effects now. I would have heard that. So he held it the entire time. But man, that was from light yellow to deep red. And Cody is working on taking off the first stock from Ethan. Side sig isn't going to catch him reaching over the edge.
That
Cody
was so good by Ethan, man. That was so sick.
Oh,
and a second stock. Oh, Ethan's about to do this. 2 stock deficit. We've seen Cody come back from this. He's the man to do it.
He is.
But it is going to be difficult, and you know he's not going to let up.
Oh, that side air was beautiful. He hit that just so that he would land on the stage.
Yeah.
And then drift off so that it would hit him on the way back up. I don't see axe siders like that connect very often. Cody needed that. Oh, no. Oh, man. Okay, it's a high ceiling, but like after 5 nairs, right? Like, wait, what is... Okay, this is the moment where we really get to see how,
man, and this is what we're talking about, man. Cody Travis, once he gets it going, it goes. Okay. And he is starting to run away.
No weapon?
I
tripped out of my seat for that one.
What a weapon throw. Oh, my God. I can't believe he's back.
Okay.
Cody Travis is some kind of machine. Ethan had a 2-stock lead. That's got to be some mental chip for Ethan. Okay. Right? He's got a lead. He should be able to win this. But after that, after you've seen what Cody Travis is capable of,
Cody with the down lights as well. He's playing the anti-air. He's getting the down, triple down air. No nair afterwards. Didn't bounce him high enough.
It's game 5. Whoever wins this moves on. That's it. They guaranteed top 3 for the winner of this.
Oh, down air, side air.
So
Ethan used up recovery. Didn't land with the down air. It wasn't successful. Nair hits, but nairs and recoveries are going to take a long time to take up Barasa. Side light off the side of the stage.
Oh, he got the dodge. This is huge for Ethan. He's going out for the edge guard. That's it. Ethan, is this it? That is it. Ethan wins. Oh, my goodness. What a close match. What a crazy game. Cody brought it back. It was, you're looking at the beginning of that match and you're thinking, oh, there's no way. Surely.
I mean, we just watched the same thing happen in the reverse on game 4, so I was like, oh, it's going to be 3-1.
It's crazy. I can't believe they managed. Oh, man, what a great game. What a great match. And what a great kickoff to the stream of the first stream.
Hi, everybody.
Of
that was the
Brawlhalla
first game of 2020.
First game, yeah.
Welcome to Brawlhalla. That was incredible.
This is going to be a really good top 8. So, oh my goodness. Congratulations to Cody Travis. Guaranteed top 3. I mean, Ethan. Ooh, sorry. Ethan, congratulations. Guaranteed top 3. Cody Travis goes down to the losers bracket, and he's still going to fight. He hasn't lost. The first match he's lost in the entire tournament. Got to lose twice to get eliminated from a double elimination tournament, and he's done it. So, going on to the next match now, and I'm excited for this one because I've never seen Stingray play before. Yeah. It's going to be Stingray versus Pugsy, and this is very interesting. Because Pugsy's a little bit of a wild card, too. I mean, more so lately, he's been competing more consistently, but it wasn't long ago that he just barely even played the game. And he'd show up to tournaments, play super well, and he's doing unexpected things that people aren't really used to because he hasn't been playing in the meta. He has no habits that you can react to or predict.
And similarly to Cody, he's also a player of legends that aren't frequently seen. Like
That's
Jala.
true, right. He's playing Jala or Finn. Which is
this is the first time I've
excellent.
Seen him on the Finn,
yes, Adventure Time happening in an official tournament. But going against Stingray, what do you expect? Now, surely these guys have faced off against each other unranked and stuff. I'm sure this isn't the first time they fought, but this is the first time an official stream has ever seen them fight, and it's definitely the first time I've seen them fight. I've never seen Stingray fight before.
And Stingray's on the Legend.
So he's on Orion. He's playing the Black Knight from Shovel Knight. Finn versus Shovel Knight. Isn't this a great game?
When have I seen Orion in a tournament that wasn't
in top
like,
8.
And it wasn't like in pools at a
Maybe Koslix switching to Orion for a game or something, but this is rare to see Orion in a top 8 match, especially winner's side.
Finn and the Black Knight in top 8.
Welcome
winner's side.
to Brawlhalla 2020,
right.
man. Everything you knew is not true.
Yeah.
Okay, this is it. Stingray versus Pugsy. I'm excited.
So here's what's incredible too. If Stingray is playing the way that I believe he's going to play, right, with the Lance focus, that's going to be the first Lance player in a top 8 besides Koslix.
Besides Koslix, we got another one. And Koslix gave Stingray a lot of credit. He's telling me that he can't beat him right now. And that's coming from the man that we have regarded for many years as the best
That's coming from the man that's
player.
currently in top 8 at the moment as
And
well.
Right,
yeah.
that's right.
So that's saying a lot. And now into this game 1, Stingray had a slight deficit. It didn't catch the down like the spear. Seeing Pugsy defend so cool. Oh, excellent neutral sig. In the recovery at the top.
Nice. Early KO.
Yeah.
Not a very high ceiling on this match.
Anything's going to be like, what? That killed that earlier when it's
if we get used to watching Demon Island,
That's definitely the truth.
Okay, he's got his lance back. But Pugsy's... Oh! Okay! That was a great play.
Charge.
Completely evened it up.
The slight charge on that neutral sig.
Catch the dodge.
Oh, that's...
Stingray, man. This is the new player on the block. How exciting. 2020, we're seeing all this new talent. There's so many good players out there. The competition's intense. You know, we got big prize pools. We got competitive online play, and so of course we're gonna see new players coming in, right? But the talent pool is getting so big in addition to being so difficult.
Right.
So these players are getting so good. All the players are getting better, right?
Yeah, the talent pool grows not only in new players, but also the players that have been staying here each year.
That's right.
Like,
and because the game constantly evolves, right? Good punish from Stingray.
Very
Both
close.
players in red here. We might see some KOs coming out here any minute. Stingray has the lance, and he got the dodge again. What a hard call out to be doing to just neutral sig like that.
Well, because there's any number of moves that you could do off
There's
of the last side
8
light.
other options that Pugsy could do out of hit stun that wouldn't get hit by that. Probably could punish it as well, but he's calling him out. Oh, what? Oh my goodness, Stingray! What an early give.
I mean,
that's insane.
That's what we were getting ready to see in our last matchup with Ethan and Hattori. He would go for the double nair and the recovery. But what I'm seeing Stingray do, at least in this one match so far, and this is the first time we watched him, is that he is just by like microseconds delaying certain follow-ups just long enough so that if they're spot dodging or dodging in a direction, they're going to get caught at the end so that he can get early KOs like that recovery.
Yeah,
that was white
that
and
was
yellow.
Beautiful. And if not, right, that's a great option for him, because if not, he can read their move. He can react to what they're doing instead. Stingray, man. This is the guy to be watching out for. So Stingray wins game 1, and now we've changed maps here, going to Mammoth Fortress into game 2. Pugsy looking angry. He's fighting with anger.
He has not been hit yet. He's just kind of like, okay, that was taken too early. And granted, Jala is one of the lowest defense legends in the game. And he's running the defense stance, so he has 4, which is, I mean, it's pretty low.
It's the same as Hattori.
Yeah.
It's still low, but it is significantly better than 3. But that's at a trade-off for the highest damage in the game. One of the highest, because then Zul came around.
Great damage, great dex, great movement speed.
Oh,
man.
he did the truth. That's a difficult combo to do. It's a one-frame link.
Wow.
Yeah, Pugsy talks about it all the time. People ask him, like, why aren't you going for that in tournament? And he says it's not consistent enough. It's one frame that you can mess up on.
Yeah, but after getting
and he
hit
manages to get it done, man.
Yeah, after getting hit by Orion Silent Neutral Sig, he's like, okay, no, I got one
of
those too.
He's going for it, yeah. And he's a full stock ahead now. This is huge for Pugsy. Then again, if Stingray deletes a stock like he did last game, that one stock he's not even going to matter.
I mean, unlike Small Enigma, the platforms don't go quite as high. So I think it will be a lot more difficult unless he's starting on that platform. And Pugsy is just dodging everything Stingray is throwing out. Those downlights are catching landings. Pugsy's getting right around the neutral 6 this time around. Downer,
he caught the recovery. He can kill him right now. That's it. Pugsy, excellent. Taking advantage.
Oh, man. And now I'm beginning to wonder. Now, okay, clearly Stingray talked about a lot for a reason, but when I see maneuvers brought out really early on in a set, like he did with the neutral sig hard reads, in a case of a character like Orion, I feel like once you've done it, they're aware of it for the rest of the set.
That's
it's
right.
Like, you hit me with the neutral sig, I'm not going to dodge when that move can work. Nice edge guard from Stingray, but so far the one neutral sig we saw Stingray use, easily dodged. Pugsy got like a ton of damage off of it.
Right. And
Let's
is it
see
too
how he
little,
adapts.
too late? I mean, Pugsy's still got a full stock lead here. It'd be amazing if Stingray could bring it back from this. But I expect Pugsy to take this game home.
Yeah, downers are coming
High
through.
strength X. He's just laying on the damage.
Oh, and the downlight again.
Watch him go out for another side air.
Oh, you were right. You knew it.
Pugsy taking that game handedly. And kind of a message.
What did you say at the beginning
kind
of
of a statement.
that match? You were like, he's playing with anger.
He's playing with anger.
Yeah, and that was
it looked like. I mean, from
clear,
over here, from our perspective, it looked angry. Ooh, I thought we were going to go to Crystal Temple. I can't wait till Crystal Temple gets picked for the first time on stream.
Imagine if you were playing a ranked match or tournament match, game 1, and you lost your last stock like that.
Yeah.
Enigma. You go right into the next match, and you would just be like, no, that's not going to happen again.
A lot of people would be defeated from something like that, but it just made Pugsy stronger. So 1-1 now, game 3.
This is kind of a terrifying place to be against Jalazax.
This could go either way. Yeah, Pugsy using like the sword side sig off the edge will get kills in like light orange even. This is the smallest map in the game. Playing small Brawlhaven right now, and that has some huge implications for this matchup. I want to say it favors Pugsy, but there are plenty of things Stingray can do to take advantage of the small size. Oh, little.
Yeah, that was nice.
If he led that into something, it would have been real nice.
Oh.
Side. He can still make it back.
Oh,
he's babysitting. Oh, that is beautiful. It looked like he was babysitting him on his way back to the stage, looking for the opening to do a side air, but instead, he knew that Stingray wanted to get to the wall, not over on the stage.
And it's the little things that I really like.
Ground pound.
Pugsy was like looking towards him, then fading back, then looking towards him, just trying to get like, okay, use the jump,
being at the right
use
distance.
the dodge, use the recovery. All right, ground pound.
Because you got to look for the side air. That's what every Lance player is going to do. They use the side air to get back to the stage. In fact, it's pretty uncommon for a Lance player to go off the bottom like that.
There was two nairs that were just stuffed by Pugsy's downers. Dude, Stingray is
he's in trouble, man. Pugsy, like he took some adjustment, but Pugsy really figured this out.
Oh man!
And now Stingray without a weapon might be in trouble. Oh. And there's the KO from Pugsy.
Pugsy's
another 2-stock lead.
What was
He's not even in red.
I was talking about 4 defense before. I don't really
defense doesn't matter now. It's the strat.
You kind of got to get
Pugsy strat.
You kind of got to get hit.
If you don't get hit, your defense doesn't matter.
Right.
Okay. But, okay, look, defense coming through still. That's 4, it's enough. If he was 3, if he didn't take the defense stance, maybe that might have got him. Oh, this is going to do it. Nice. Okay, good play from Stingray.
What's he going to stick with? Is it going to be the spear?
Is it going to be the shovel or the shovel?
The shovel. Yeah, I was like, which one was
rocket shovel?
You can tell by the rocket strapped onto the edge of the other shovel. But, yeah.
Oh, that was a beautiful one from Pugsy. Using the dodge part of the gravity cancel to avoid an attack and use the gravity cancel part to punish. And he's running away with this lead. I just can't imagine a world where Stingray can bring this back.
Ooh.
I mean, well, it's starting to look clear. I'm starting to see it.
It's like the imagination. It's like,
my imagination's starting to run wild.
Side air.
Pugsy's one hit away from doing it. He looks like he's going to play this one safe. Side air. He can still make it back. Stingray. Whoa! Hail Mary on that ground pound. Oh, my goodness, Stingray. That didn't work out for him.
No.
Game 4 now. Pugsy's up 2-1. If he wins this next game, he's moving on.
I'm telling you.
Guaranteed top 3. This is winner's side. Pugsy versus Stingray. Winner's side top 8.
I mean, all the players we're watching today are amazing, but Pugsy, I would never want to be on the receiving end of an edge guard from Pugsy. These edge guards have been phenomenal. Whether it's just cider after cider and Stingray onto another legend that I just not used to seeing in top 8. It is Nash, right? We got to stick to those large weapons now on the hammer and the spear on a small Brawlhaven.
Interesting. I wonder if Stingray. I wonder how much Stingray has switched in this tournament at all.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know enough about Stingray to say it, but this does seem like a kind of desperation move. Because everybody's talking about his Orion. It seems like Orion was his only character.
Yeah.
But surely he already looks really good.
Right. But if I look at it from I don't know anything about this player, I'm like, 2 large weapons went to another character with 2 very large weapons.
Oh, good point.
All right, makes sense.
And,
like,
and a good first KO. Only 30 seconds in, he got that KO, and he's got a pretty significant damage lead here. This could be converted into a lot more. At the same time, Pugsy could just end it immediately with all this strength he's got. As long as we keep playing on small Brawlhaven, I think Pugsy's happy.
Stingray's playstyle has really changed up since he switched to Nash. I know that with Orion, he was trying to catch Pugsy with landing, like he was using the Lance downlight a lot because it leads. Double downlight cider hits. Oh no, that side would have ended Pugsy's second stock. Oh man!
What? Oh,
again,
that was beautiful. The perfect spot dodge. The 1 frame link combo. Pugsy.
Yeah, Pugsy has been putting in the work on Brawlhalla, that is for certain. Or Finn, as I should say.
Finn the human.
Out. Yeah, Finn the human. Oh, nice scoop.
Okay.
All right.
That's a full stock lead for Stingray. This is great. It looks like the legend swap really worked out for him. So Pugsy kind of like locked into how to fight the Orion. And regardless, it seems like, nice. The double down light because he caught the dodge.
No finisher there. Trying to put Pugsy deeper in the orange. Dash back and forth, just waiting for Pugsy to land. He's been playing much more grounded on here. And now, nice neutral light. Man, Stingray's really throwing Pugsy a curveball.
Yeah, well, and Pugsy looks like he's being very calculated about how he fights Stingray. He's letting Stingray do stuff.
Again.
Oh, my goodness.
Wait. Oh, it's so close now.
Okay.
This is
Pugsy's
scary.
1 game away. If he wins this, he moves on.
I love how you were talking about like Pugsy's reasoning behind not using that combo, and now we've seen him.
He's
3
all
times
about it.
successfully.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Forget what happened before. He's making it consistent. We haven't seen him miss it. He's just been perfect. So he must have gone to the lab and just practiced.
Oh, he went right under the weapon throw.
Whoa! What a spot dodge! What a courageous dodge that was. Again? And that's it with the combo. Pugsy, what a win! Oh my goodness! That was beautiful.
That was incredible.
That was professional play right there.
All 3
Pugsy's
stocks.
a beast.
All 3 stocks with the downlight and neutral sig.
Yes,
that
dude.
was great. And
I can't believe he just stood there and dodged that ground pound. I mean, not ground pound. The down sig from Nash's hammer.
It is literally a ground pound.
It is. He does pound the ground with it.
It's not actually the ground pound.
What we refer to as.
But yeah, Nash's down signature when used it. It has a different interaction when it lands on terrain, but man, that's incredible from Pugsy, and what a call out too, because I feel like, at least in my experience, with being last stock, almost being sent to loser's bracket, you tend to do different recovery options than if you were earlier, and we weren't used to seeing him use the Nash down sig or any other signature to get back to the stage, but there's double the risk for that. 1, if they react to the signature, I think it's dodge or place like they did, hit you with a down sig, and 2, your dodge is gone because you're using it in the air.
Yeah.
Incredible job from Pugsy.
That was so slick, man.
Yeah.
That's highlights for ages. I can't wait till we see that in a trailer for the next year of esports, because that's going in.
Oh, yes.
That was insane, dude. Pugsy's a legend. That was crazy.
What are we going to do?
Gotta give props to Stingray for making it this far on winner's side.
Yeah.
I mean, we've never seen him before in a tournament. I've never seen him in a tournament, right? He made it top 8 now in his first time out.
And everybody was talking about it too, at least the people that I was talking to.
It's not over for him. We're talking like it's over for him. That was winner's side. I mean, you wouldn't believe that a new player would make it that far winner's side. Winner's side. So now he goes down to losers to continue his journey.
And he'll be fighting against the winner of Sandstorm and Wrenched. Keeping in mind that Sandstorm and Wrenched is a 7th place match.
I can't believe it.
There's just too many good players.
Our next match coming up is also a doozy here, but now we're going down to the lower bracket. This is intense.
If you can
because whoever loses now is out.
Yes.
So this match here is to move on to whoever loses this 7th place. You win this, you get the match that's for 5th place.
Cody Travis is what they're going
right. Yeah, okay. So Koslix versus Boomy. We've seen this match up a lot. Boomy usually wins it.
Yes.
But Koslix can really put up a fight. We just watched Stingray, who had a really great lance. But this is Koslix. This is the guy we were talking about comparing Stingray's lance to. Any lance player would compare their lance play to Koslix because he's been, for 3 years, he's been the lance guy.
Yep.
Boomy, though, recently sponsored by Tempo Storm. Shout outs to Tempo Storm here. And Boomy's going to be going up against him with his Cassidy. And we saw him pull out Cassidy at the World Championship last year to great effect. And he's already on. Oh my! Oh, Boomy's starting hard here.
So, quick note about Cassidy: very high dexterity, and that's why a lot of these gun streaks.
Probably why Boomy's playing Cassidy, right? It's just. And I bet I didn't check, but is he using the dex dance? He might be.
He might be. I did not.
Looking for the killing blow. Oh, with the weapon toss. No. Ooh, that was beautiful, but he didn't finish it up.
Yeah. Oh! The neutral sync went super low.
Boomy went even lower to avoid it.
I'm very curious. I'm surprised to see Demon Island picked, I say as much as it has been, but we haven't had that many games. But I'm noticing that like I feel like it's a thing where it's like, oh, I'm fighting against a Blasters player. Let's bring it to the highest ceiling that we can. Very neutral stage otherwise. But dodge the side light in place. And then cancel the dodge into a down light. Hit him with the side air. Took him off the left side of the stage. Beautiful. Koslik's on the Macho. No buts.
Yeah, we didn't even mention it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We have WWE versus Cupcake Cassidy.
It's a great world we're living in, man.
Yeah.
2020.
Fighting to the death.
Oh, Boomy's still alive, just barely. Can he make it? Avoids the sidelight from... And that's it. Koslik gets him. Just in time. Didn't take too much damage. Basically an even game.
Yeah, and Boomy had a very strong start at the very beginning of this game due to him getting the first weapon. Now fighting unarmed neutral light against neutral light. Let's see if he can. Okay, there's another nair. How many more of these is he going to get? All right, finally picked up the blasters. Dodge in place. Picked it up. Down light in the side air. Down light in the side air again.
And Koslik is in red already. This is insane.
Yeah.
Oh, that neutral sig might have killed.
Falling
off the side, not enough, but Boomy's going out there for it. Beautiful play.
I am so impressed.
Beautiful play. We call that babysitting. You know, he went out there, he traveled back to the stage with him, and as soon as Koslik used his dodge, didn't have anything to avoid his attack, Boomy went in there with the killing blow. But just as fast, Koslik brings it right back and knocks Boomy out. Both players down to one stock. This is intense.
Yeah, it was a little rude.
And this is lower bracket.
He didn't give us enough time to talk about what we just saw. He had that stock so fast.
Yeah, slow down, please.
It's like, well, I know you want to take out your opponent, but man, it's dead even again. But Boomy has been taking the stock first each time, and this has been like, they've been like exchanging who has momentum each stock. And maybe Koslik can hold on to it into this one, because if he doesn't, Boomy's going to take it out as quickly as we've seen so far. But okay, nice highlight there.
Oh,
recovery
what
hits.
a read with
Demon
the recovery.
Island barely keeping him alive there with that ceiling.
Yeah. Uh-oh, that could be it. Oh, and that's it. Koslik takes game one over Tempo Storm Boomy.
Yeah, that ground pound just completely changed the pace of the match, and Koslik was able to hold on to it.
So Boomy's banning maps out here, and oh, that was fast. Okay.
I'm very surprised. So Boomy was banning.
He banned first. Yeah, he's obviously higher seed.
And he did not ban Demon Island.
And he left Demon Island open. Yeah. Well, I think he's just not planning on killing with Blaster's recovery.
Okay.
Probably.
And we did see two Sair KOs the entire time. So let's see how this goes in game number two. Koslik made some great adjustments, but also
Koslik was quick to pick Demon Island.
There's an aspect of Koslik's play, which is that at any point he will 0 to death you, and it's like a 1 in 99 chance or something. Because I feel like no matter who we see him play, I guess look, it's kind of happening.
I think that's it. I think
right
Boomy's is
now.
dead from this. Oh!
You know, maybe
Koslik, 25-second KO on Boomy?
Yeah.
Against a legend like this? This is crazy.
Is it going to happen again?
That was almost it. I said it
was 1 in 99. It's looking more like 3 and 4 at the moment because he's just he's off stage again. Okay.
It's more like landing 5 coin flips in a row, right? You can flip a coin and get heads, but can you get heads 5 times in a row? Koslik can. Every once in a while.
Double nair recovery.
He might get a 2-stock lead on Boomy. This is crazy.
Okay, dodge in place, downlight cider, but like we were talking about, he can't rely on the downlight recovery on this stage. And Koslik is keeping him off the stage.
Koslik is feeling himself right now.
Oh, man.
And you know what? Koslik is actually playing at a LAN center right now with friends behind him. He's at a meetup in Toronto.
You know what? I can say with confidence from what I know about Koslik, that's 100% improving his play. He having that audience aspect.
Some people are like that. Yeah, I know what it's like for sure. So he's got Boomy in red. Boomy's really wary of this. You know, he's got to catch up on this stock before he loses it.
Ooh.
And that's a good amount of damage for Boomy already. He's keeping it going. This is great.
Sidelight on the pickup. Okay, weapon toss didn't work out. Koslik's unarmed, just trying to go for that downlight. Nice recovery, but it's not going to take Boomy up the top. Not like that. Lance recovery might just barely KO now off the top. I mean, a lot of things will. Okay,
that'll do it. Even off the top, no problem.
Yeah, Boomy was
that super high ceiling can't save Boomy from that one. So, but Boomy did do a good job of evening up the damage before he went out. It could have been a lot worse than this.
Nice side down. Oh, stomp. Side air off the left side. Has to use that dodge early. Recovery. Okay, Boomy just let back. Nice job. Kostlik staying on the stage.
That'll
down
do
the
it.
center will do it, and it is a dead even game.
Ooh, man.
Okay.
This has got to be stressful for Boomy. It's like he cannot let Kostlik be up 2-0 in the set. He'll just take it.
Yeah. And
oh, what a read. Man, Kostlik's doing a great job of reading Boomy here. He is placing his attacks before knowing what Boomy's going to do. I mean, there's no way to react to it the way he's doing it.
I think he's hit 7 airs. Okay, finally, down air. Something different.
Oh, the chainsaw! What? That move wasn't meant to kill anybody. No one was.
Yeah, that move was literally just meant to be like.
That's a fun move.
That was a fun move,
No one uses that in competitive play. Kostlik is crazy.
It's all fun.
He's up in the set 2-0 now, 1 game away from knocking Boomy out of the tournament in 7th place. And Boomy banned Demon Island this time. That's probably the play. He's deciding on what map to ban next, and he looks like not going to let the smallest map exist either. Just trying to go with something like normal, and that's Mammoth Fortress is probably the most
out of the
normal.
3 that were left, Apocalypse and Great Hall are still pretty high ceilings. I see that he's definitely being pushed towards these types of stages to play against Kostlik, but Mammoth Fortress, that's a standard that gets nobody complains about Mammoth Fortress.
Yeah, this is truly the most default stage that could exist.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's like that.
It was
year
something
where
like 70. It was high, more than half of all matches played in 2019 were on Mammoth Fortress.
Shout outs to left stick down for those
yes,
statistics.
And I was about to say.
Ooh, nice catch with that nair. Chase dodge, pivot downer into sider. Can't get that babysitting sider.
It's a whole new Boomy. It's tough to babysit a Lance on his way back, you know, because the. Boomy knew. I was a little bit like, oh no, he might be able to make it. Boomy knew. So what's he gonna keep? Looks like the blasters. Looks like it's blasters for damage, hammer to finish him off.
Ooh.
Oh, what a spot dodge.
Oh, what?
Into a
That's
neutral
so
light?
cool.
That's a harsh call
It was
out.
like a little tiptoe forward neutral light too, right?
That's awesome. No, anybody else would do a side light, right? The neutral light's more damage, but it's like a little weird. You have to let him fall for a bit. That's unusual to see that combo. It wasn't crazy, significant or anything. But
it's downer time.
Oh, he can get him. Beautiful. What a nice play.
Ground pound, a little bit more aggressive than downer, but I like it. Got that stock. And now Boomy's up 3 stocks to 1, and
it's a whole new Boomy.
I don't want to say it was Demon Island, but maybe Demon Island's having to. But I mean, he's not using recovery to KO, right? He's just actually just styling.
Yeah, it seems like it shouldn't have mattered, but I mean, Kostlik must have liked it. That was definitely working out for Kostlik. Dodges the weapon throw. Oh, he caught his recovery. He went for it. Oh, he had one more jump, I think, than Boomy expected.
He's gonna go for the triple recovery after that Lance pickup, but he didn't hit it. A lot will take out Boomy right now, but Boomy's just going for as much extra credit as possible. I mean, he already passed 2 tests in terms of stock.
He wants the 3 stock. I mean, he's down 2-0 right now. What better way to show everybody, to show the world that you can win this than getting a 3 stock on the guy that just beat you? Oh, no! Oh, no!
Kostlik gave it to him. You played yourself, Kostlik.
That's unfortunate. He was like, oops.
That was
that taunt was just great.
There's no better way. There's no better way to go down with the ship at that point, right? You just put the flag down. You know what? I did that.
All right, going into our next match, Apocalypse. This is another. It's a small stage, but a really big map. The kill box around it is huge.
Yeah.
It's about the same size as Shipwreck Falls, which we saw a lot in 2019. Is now no longer a part of the 1v1 map pool, because Apocalypse basically is doing that job, but it's a little smaller and it's got that one platform, kind of like Mammoth Fortress, a little bit a la Mammoth Fortress.
But the walls are smaller and the platform doesn't sink.
Oh, nice dodge by Boomy. He still might be in trouble here. No, looks like Kostlik is going to weapon starve him instead. Not just weapon starve him, but he queued up a second Lance. Boomy's still alive.
Do it again.
This has got to, I think there's something to Boomy picking the big stages. It does seem like he really wants to go to the big stages.
Yeah. Oh, nicely done. Stomp side air. Dodge right past. Picked up recovery. He does have his recoveries. Oh, no. Okay.
No way.
No. Went down.
Even with the full recovery, I don't think he was anywhere close.
Yeah.
All right, Boomy, he's got the lead. Can he push it as far as he did last game?
And that was a I was
no,
about
he
to say,
cannot.
taking that
Coslics
lead
takes it immediately.
It was pretty close because he was behind the majority of that stock until he got that edge.
Yeah.
So great job from Coslics to be able to even that up. Boomy picks up the hammer, stomping the ground and the air, doesn't care. Just wants to get Coslics started in that string, but a good downland on the platform. Man, Coslics gets in this mode where he starts pressing nair, and I'm like, that's just Lance main, right? Like, a few nairs happen, but
Classic
he makes it work.
Lance. He went for it. He might get killed for it, though.
Oh. Good use of the recovery, because Boomy had to actually touch the stage first before he was going to go for the next guy.
that was a cute little play by Coslics.
Trying to go for the recovery again. Pinpoint precision with that down air.
He almost hit him again. Almost again. It wouldn't have been as bad.
It would have actually may have actually killed. And that would have been worth a flag taunt. Okay, Coslics one stock away from knocking Boomy out at 7.
Oh, man.
And the nairs begin.
Boomy can't be
he's
happy
so low
about
on
this.
jumps. The down light. Boomy's taking so much damage. Grab
no!
Boomy, can you make it back?
It's done. That's it. Coslics wins. Boomy knocked out of the tournament in 7th place. What an upset. I don't think anybody expected this. We all knew it was possible. Coslics is a great player, but Boomy has been in top 2 of like every tournament almost.
I know.
Wow, what a game. What a
Coslics.
match. Congratulations to Coslics. He moves on now. Still in the lower bracket. Now a guaranteed 5th place. And he's just going to keep rocking it. Man, that was a great set.
It was amazing. It was so much fun.
Holy cow, man.
And now we have Sandstorm and Wrenched.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah, here's grand finals of 60% of 2019. We're playing it for 7.
At least the lands, definitely 60%.
Yeah.
It sounds like an exaggeration, but I think that might be exactly correct.
Oh, yeah, it might. I definitely just...
Like, you just said a number, right?
I just said a number,
but, like,
yeah.
honestly,
slightly more than half.
How many times have we seen Wrenched and Sandstorm fight each other in grand finals on a stage, you know?
Yeah, quite a few.
So, and the thing is, we've seen Sandstorm win a lot of those, but towards the end of the year, Wrench started winning a lot. Right. It was to the point where Sandstorm at BCX was, like, pretty stoked that Wrench got knocked out of the tournament before top 8 because that meant he wouldn't have to fight him. Yeah. And he's like, there's more chance for me to win the tournament. Sandstorm considers Wrench one of the few people that are capable of defeating him.
Yes. I think at this point.
That's a short list. Cody Travis, Boomy, Wrench.
Yep.
That's it.
You know what? And then what's terrifying is that Boomy might be out, but Wrench and Cody Travis are still
They're
in this
both
path.
in there in top 8.
At least at the moment.
Well, and right now we're about to see it. Sandstorm versus Wrench. And this is the debut of Sandstorm on his new team, sponsored by Tempo Storm, along with Boomy.
By Tempo Storm.
Smart play by Tempo Storm. They got the team and the singles.
Oh, man. And we're opening up on Apocalypse. Wrenched, of course.
Of course.
Any other legend? Well, actually, I shouldn't say that because Wrench was doing quite a bit of
Lucian, and other things like that. Yeah. But Asuri is definitely his bread and butter, and he is sticking with it. Sandstorm playing a slightly new legend, but not. I don't think it's that surprising. Playing Dusk right now.
Yeah. Orb.
Whoa! My goodness. Oh my God! Sandstorm, relax.
Whoa.
Oh well, the turnaround now, Wrenched. This is going to be what a great start to the set. This is going to be a good one.
Has only touched walls, and he just went from the right to the left. Okay. They're evening things up with it. We were talking about, like, Dusk is like a new legend in terms of the competitive play. We really have only seen, what was it?
We don't see many competitors even.
I think LDZ tried it a few times.
Yeah.
And maybe Isidru.
Oh, this could be Sandstorm. So Sandstorm playing Spear in tournament is pretty unusual.
Yeah, it's very
we've seen him swap legends around plenty, but playing Spear is a bit unusual for him. And he just got the KO with it, a beautiful pogo from Sandstorm to knock him out. And Wrenched has a pretty significant damage deficit to deal with here. Yeah. Sandstorm can push this lead much further.
Oh, double neutralize
that's
though.
That's a call out.
Go back in. Downer hits.
Nice. One more. No, he doesn't even need it. Smart.
Excellent.
Don't chase dead people.
Yes.
That is Wrenched is very a lot of presence of mind to understand not to go for that because it looked so juicy. Go down there and go, just one more ground pound, right? Don't let him get back up. But he knew. Going to the other side, Wrenched catches him in time. A little bit of damage.
Don't chase dead people is such a great tip.
Don't chase dead people.
But it's absolutely relevant.
You can give him the chase dodge, man. That's extreme.
chase them, they might chase you back.
Chase, dodge, you know, and then there's all these vertical reversals in the game. If they have hammer, they have, you know, Asuri even. You know, Asuri has the dunks to do that.
Oh man, Wrenched. It's incredible how much this match turned around when it comes to damage.
Yeah.
Ooh, weapon tosses exchanged, but he picked it up. Wrench was going for it. Spears now in Sandstorm's hand. The downlight punished by that neutral air, and Wrenched wants the stock. Falling Cider hits. Goes for the edge guard. Oh, but Sandstorm just gets back nice and quietly.
Oh, he got him.
Yeah, that Sair was, he ran into the side of the stage as he was rising with that jumping side air, and it just put him in a place where he was like, uh-oh, I can't act out of this, and Wrench was able to get that edge guard. Very well played.
Ooh.
Haymaker in the face. Will a down air finish it off? No, he doesn't try to bounce it off the side of the stage. Orb down air. An incredibly nuanced move.
It is.
Of how,
Whoa! Not enough, though. Apocalypse proving to be too large for that.
Yep.
And he finally goes down. Even game.
Sandstorm putting on a show with the orb so far. Wrench trying to go for that weapon. Sandstorm goes for that down light. Doesn't get him with the kick. Ooh. Nice. Neutral light. Side light. Down light. Getting that orb string started. Neutral doesn't get that dodge backwards that he wanted, but Wrenched and Sandstorm seem so dead even in game number 1. Nice call out on that dash jump.
Oh! That's rare that you see Wrench go for that. It's kind of like a basic, like,
felt like Noel.
You know,
Noel likes to go for those finishes.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's just like a, you know, any Asuri in ranked is going to try that against you, right?
That too.
And Wrenched, I'm sure for the most part thinks there's no way that Sandstorm's going to fall for this, right? But he went for it once because maybe
right.
that would be the kill. Uh-oh, getting down to the final moments of the match here. Both players deep in red on their final stocks. Last hit's going to do it. And Wrench, not enough. So close. Sandstorm's still alive. Wrench goes for it again, but he avoids it. Cider, Sandstorm loses his weapon. They both are throwing their weapons.
Okay.
Now it's only Sandstorm.
Oh, he goes for the sig. Doesn't get the hit.
Is he going to neutral sig?
Oh,
he's going to go off the stage here. That's too risky. There's no way.
Dodge is gone.
Ooh, this
is
so
a chess scary.
Game.
Recovery hits.
Oh, nice play. That was a little game of chess on the corner there.
Lots of dodges.
A brief moment of being out of position, and you'd go down. And Wrench got him with that. Beautiful play from Wrench, winning the first game.
Very close game 1.
Wow. This is crazy.
Let's see what's
going to happen.
Selects. Okay.
Going with Thor.
So we're seeing an orb theme from Sandstorm so far.
Yeah.
In the Winter Championship.
Yeah, he definitely is loving the orb. Boomy too. They've been playing orb like crazy. Then again, he just used Cassidy, right?
Right.
But he's been playing a lot of orb.
I know that as we're seeing towards the end of 2019, lots of fate, favoritism from Sandstorm as well.
But Sandstorm, you know, maybe a little surprising not to see him using a cannon.
That's true.
He might just be saving that for 2v2. But
right.
He was the cannon man for so long. I mean, he actually single-handedly changed the common player perspective of the cannon and how viable it could be.
It was almost
a joke. It was a meme in the community. How little it would be used, how unviable it was. But Sandstorm changed that.
I still remember the first tournament that he brought to Zoli, but I was thinking a little bit, okay, when are you gonna switch back to the character?
But that's every character Sandstorm plays. He defines the meta. He is the best player in the game, and that is not an objective opinion. That's like we have a lot of data to prove.
Yeah,
he's the best.
But even while being the best,
is just making work of him, dude.
Yeah, you can be the best player in the game and have some tough matchups. And Wrench, as we talked about, one of those few tough matchups.
They were teammates all of last year playing under wildcard.
Oh man.
Oh, that's unfortunate. That would have been perfect. And now Wrenched is oh my! If he was one nair away from gimping Sandstorm there, that would have been it.
Oh, but he's still going. Oh, the Cider hits and Wrench loses that stock, but only after going from white to red on basically a super extended guitar
stroke. Beautiful. That was beautiful combos from Wrench.
And credit to Sandstorm for dodging the crucial parts of that string. When you get caught, there's sometimes you just have to accept that you're going to get hit a few times.
Right. Yeah, because some of your earlier dodges are a lot more punishable than the others.
Oh, but Sandstorm bringing it right back. Hammer picked up, doesn't get the side stick. Went for the double down lights.
What is this, 2016?
Yeah, that's old school strings right there.
Super old school. That used to be true like 3 years ago, not even more than that. But Wrenched, that's a hard call out from Wrenched. You know, like, I bet I could land this. Like, his dodge was up. There's no way that's
That just must be the state of the game that we're in right now, right? We saw Boomy with the down light, neutral light on blasters.
Well, you know what? It's a mix-up, right? Yeah. Because it is kind of some players will attack at a hit stun instead. It's not always a dodge. It's not just which direction you dodge. It could also be an attack. And if it was an attack, Wrenched would have got the double down light and a side air on top of that. True afterward.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
These
guys are getting crazy.
Down tick hits. Not as much knockback as I was expecting. When it comes to these last moments on these stocks between these two players, that's when things get really tense.
Yeah.
And really one hit each.
I mean, they're really, I mean, they're rivals, right? I mean, I would say that these guys are rivals, and they are so familiar with each other's play that at a certain point, just being unexpected is the biggest advantage they can have. And so Sandstorm wins it. He had more damage than Wrench. Both of them were plenty in kill range. But
I mean, remember,
Sandstorm managed to bring it back.
Sandstorm's damage is barely more than what Wrench left him with that first guitar string that we saw on, like, Wrench's first stop, right?
Yeah, Yeah, he managed to do so much damage in such a small amount of time, but Sandstorm is just avoiding every killing blow that Wrench is giving him.
Oh, that downlight was short.
More damage from Sandstorm. Wrench looking for the downlight, but Sandstorm is not giving it to him. He is being pretty wary about coming to the ground when Wrench is there in position. Wrench finally knocks down Sandstorm to his final stock, and here we go.
Downlight recovery. Finishes off that stock, and now, I mean, this is only game 2.
This is game 2,
right?
Yeah, Wrenched up by 1.
It's feeling like each one of these games is the last game of a best of 5. That's how intense the competition is between both these players.
Oh.
Sidelights are getting stopped. Wrench is getting in through those dodges, but the neutral light does stop Wrench.
You see how Wrench is coming out of hit stun with side air? That's legit. I never really knew about that. And I don't even know anything about it, to be honest. But it looks like he's getting back to the stage much faster because of it. It looks like that's the best thing you can do to reverse your momentum out of hit stun with guitars. And I'm like learning right now just watching.
Oh! Weapon toss into neutral.
Beautiful. Look at Sandstorm. Where is he? You can't even see him.
Mid signature.
Sandstorm brings it back now. The set 1-1.
I like the point that you're making, and for those that aren't super familiar, right? Guitar side air.
There's these little things.
Guitar side air is kind of like, I mean, I don't want to say. It's a little bit like hammer side air, where there's you have some
there's
momentum
built-in movement. Yeah, there is built-in movement.
And what you're talking about is that, like, out of hit stun, he's side airing to
just to get closer to the stage faster. Yeah,
that's very.
He did it a bunch of times in a row there, and I'm like, wait a second, because I play guitars, right? I mean, lots of people play guitars, and we have been for 5 years, and I didn't know.
Yeah,
I never thought to do that.
No.
There's been a few moments like that in esports, like when Boomy started doing double blasters recovery to get back.
Yes,
it's like
the weekend.
Never is an exhaustive recovery better to use than just a second jump. But in this one situation, it is because it covers more horizontal space. Anyway, going into game 3 now, both players tied 1-1. No legend swaps now. Sandstorm looks like he's found the character that's going to win it for him. It's going to be Thor.
Yeah, going on to Apocalypse for game number 3. Wrench and Sandstorm sticking to their legend. Neutral Light didn't catch Wrench, but that is a nice combo coming up from Sandstorm. I know that I've heard that landing hammer side air into Neutral Light, low damage, true. And we saw Sandstorm opening up with that for the first time this set.
Again, you see that? Little side air, come out of hit stun, make it back to the stage quicker?
Yeah, Wrench is very consistent.
I'm learning watching Wrench here.
Sidelight side air. He dodged straight back in to get the damage on the Sandstorm. Oh, side stick, that's punishable. Sidelight doesn't get the neutral stick. Sandstorm jumps to safety, but Wrench continuing to put on the hurt. Sandstorm, nice little kickback. That down air. Side airs him off. Weapon pickup. Oh, neutral end recovery is still not enough.
My goodness. Apocalypse saving people.
What? Sandstorm dodged and then didn't touch the stage.
Yikes.
Lost that stock. Great edge guard pressure from Wrenched, but One picked up. Doesn't get the down airs.
He's got to get this one quick. If he lets Wrench get any bit of a damage lead on him, man, that's not going to be good.
Although we did see what happened last game, right? Sandstorm was in red.
There you go. He got it.
Won the game anyways.
That's right. That's true.
And
That's
now,
true.
And so now
he can just stay alive.
Yeah. He is running that 8 defense stance out of Thor. Thor, super beefy legend.
He's a beefcake.
Yeah, from there, Wrench putting on some more damage.
Oh,
nice dash back.
Oh, the dash back. Yeah. So slick. His movement is so smooth.
Oh, he's got to be careful. You're against Hammer. Okay.
I know. It gets scary.
It's been like the theme of Hammer since its inception. It's just like, uh-oh, I'm off stage against a Hammer. I have to respect this. That ground pound was super deep.
Oh, the recovery. Oh, Sandstorm. He's going to keep
again?
it going. Oh,
He got the recovery again.
What a gift. Sandstorm bringing it back. He was at such a damage deficit before that combo started, and he just kept the momentum going and took the stock off of Wrench. Nice play.
Excellent play from Sandstorm. Denied all the weapons and used the Orb Neutral Sig just to get to safety until Wrench's invulnerability frames were gone. And now Orb versus Sword. Wrench, last stock against Sandstorm's Thor.
What's he doing? Oh, he's stalling. It's not enough. He's crazy. Okay. So we see that happen, right? Because the gravity cancel neutral signature brings you very far up. And the ground pound happens to let you stall for a little bit. So he was thinking, stall, gravity cancel neutral sig, that'll get me back up close enough to the stage. Hopefully Ref doesn't edge guard me. But I think he just made a mistake along the way. It didn't work out the way he expected.
But it's definitely not phasing him here as he is getting even more damage on the Wrench for that falling side air. Dodges back, trying to get Wrench onto the stage. No stomps or neutralize the connect. Weapon toss does not hit either. Wrench just priming that sword. Coming up next, he tosses the guitars away, and Sandstorm continuously without a weapon. Now guitars are up. No, he's not priming anything. He's just keeping Sandstorm weaponless.
That's probably a good strategy.
yeah, very good strategy.
Oh, man.
Oh,
coming into the final moments of this game. The set's tied right now.
No, I think Sandstorm.
Well, yeah, it's 1-1, right? Yeah, 1-1. Totally 1-1.
Oh, wrenched. So that nair.
The final moments here. What's going to happen?
Wrench
could finish it. Oh, he's trying to read Sandstorm on that, react to Sandstorm. And that's it. Stomp Cider, a celebratory signature.
And a 2-1 lead for Sandstorm going into game number 4. The Thor switch working out quite well for him. Wrenched, immediately locking in the Assyria. Are we going to Apocalypse a 4th time?
Ooh, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if we ended up at small Brawlhaven now.
Yeah.
Or at least, I mean, Wrench bans out the small stages. I think he'll probably get rid of Miami Dome next. No, so Miami Dome's open. Doesn't matter. If Mammoth is up there, bro,
Sandstorm's going.
we go to Mammoth.
Yeah. It was one of those things for a while when I just, because another amazing statistic that Left Stick Down collected was like where Sandstorm wins the majority of his matches, and it's actually absurd, his win rate on Mammoth Fortress alone. And I was thinking for a while, maybe it should just be a thing that players, no matter how comfortable they are here, just take this away.
Don't let Sandstorm have.
Like, you could fight Sandstorm anywhere else, but like I think it was like something crazy, like 96%.
What?
It was above 90. That's what I remember.
Goodness.
And obviously, most of the games are played here, right?
Right. So that's not even because, every once in a while you go there and he wins. It's probably his largest sample size.
I might be.
That's crazy.
I think that was like sometime in August last year, but I just remember looking at that and going, okay, players should just never go here against him.
To be fair, around August, any stage of his would have a high win rate.
That's true.
Because he just had almost an undefeated record for so long, right? So Wrenched has a very early lead here. He already has Sandstorm in red, but Sandstorm has been bringing it back now.
Oh.
Nice!
Good down save.
Oh, it's not enough, but it did disarm Sandstorm and the weapon throw to seal the deal. Nice play by Wrenched.
Yeah. Those weapon throws, while sometimes might look effortless, is a very specific reaction to seeing their opponent use something like an unarmed recovery. Like he wanted to see the startup of that move so they could hit him with the very end of it. Great job from Wrench. Downer stops him from getting anything else. Nair. Down like
dodge. That's a lot of damage. Another dodge read. So much damage. And Wrench has already put Sandstorm into orange. 2 dodge reads in that combo. He just kept it going.
Ooh, he
jumps over that. Ooh, that's so smooth, man. Wrench.
Side air again.
Oh,
he just
man. Wrenched. What a monster.
Ooh. Yeah, I was talking about this might be super favorable for Sandstorm, but Wrench is looking clean.
About to hurt his win rate on this stage.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, no. Okay. Wow, that ground pound had to have been like a
Nice.
pixel away from connecting. Nice job from Sandstorm to be able to get the finish.
But he's still a full stock ahead, man.
Yeah.
This is huge.
Okay.
Sandstorm trying to weapon start Wrench for a little bit. Wrench still looking for a weapon, but he's not afraid to fight unarmed. There you go. Snatches that sword.
Nice sidelight. He's a little bit more damage.
Sandstorm's in trouble here, man. Wrench is about to take him out. How could Sandstorm possibly come back from this at this point?
Cider hits. Weapon throw forces dodge. Nice snare to activate the chase dodge. Get back on the stage. But Sandstorm has to get a lot more damage even to have a fighting chance because he's not on the. This isn't a last stock situation for Wrench. Wrench has a lot more to play with in terms of resources.
Oh, the punish. Oh! He went for the slide kick, but he hadn't touched the ground yet.
Yeah.
Wrench just one good hit away, and that's going to do it. Wrench takes another game now. 2-1.
Oh, I think it's.
Is that? No.
I think that might be it because, wait, no. Sandstorm won 2.
Sandstorm
so it's 2-2.
It's 2-2.
Okay.
Game 5.
I was like.
Game 5.
Game 5. Yeah, we have had quite a number of.
It's going to be a good one.
Game 4, Game 5 sets today. Really close matches. And that's just like. We highlighted in Game 1, right? The seasonal is now having best of 5 for top 8. We're really seeing the impact of that.
It
right?
is.
Because
it's a big deal.
At
the top level.
In another year earlier, Sandstorm would have moved on. Would have been done.
Ooh.
Now we're in game number
interesting.
5,
Yeah.
Right? And that's
Sandstorm.
just,
What? Sandstorm's playing Cassidy.
Huh.
Surprise.
That is a huge
This is
surprise.
this is way out of left field.
Yeah.
I rarely
at least for
ever.
us.
Yeah. I'm sure a lot of people might be like, bro, where have you been? It's been 2 months. Dude, Sandstorm's played a whole bunch of characters.
Right.
But we've definitely never seen him pull this out. I rarely ever see him play blasters. And hammer is also pretty uncommon for Sandstorm.
Yeah, the hammer is transferring from the Thor, right?
But he's got a plan, dude. He's got a plan.
All right, let's see it. Okay. Sandstorm throwing his weapons away. Wrench taking a lot of damage. Being able to get some back. Nice job with the downlight. Was going for the dodge read, but Sandstorm went straight back to the stage. Hammer neutral light hits it back. Super close so far. Ooh, sidelight hits. Wrench left that downlight. Sandstorm with the neutral light, and can he end the stock?
So
Cassidy
close.
side 6 so good here.
Sandstorm. Oh, Sandstorm the Cassidy. Oh, that's going to do it.
Stop side air.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Okay.
He's only in orange. He can extend this stock quite a bit. And now's the time to do it because it's game 5, man. The winner moves on. The loser, 7th place.
Oh, man. It's one of my favorite maneuvers to see from a player on a platform is that you hit him with the hammer sidelight and then you chase dodge directly forward then down. So it's just this perfect, like, angular movement to get back onto the ground. Sandstorm controlling the stage very well. Wrench went for a gravity cancel downlight just to get the recovery at the top, but I don't even know if that will take him out at this point. Yeah, it's apocalypse.
Yeah,
man.
gotta go off the side.
Now deal.
Well, even off the side in this is just a big map in general. Demon Island is disproportionate, right? Where the top is way farther than the side. In this case, they're all pretty far away. It's Shipwreck. It's like the replacement for Shipwreck Falls, right? Oh man, this is intense. Who's gonna take it?
Oh no! Wrench,
I mean, Sandstorm has to do it for Tempo Storm because Boomy went out at 7th. If Sandstorm also goes out at 7th, that's just like neither of that. That's not a good day for either of them, right?
Exactly.
Both of these guys are pretty much expecting to win. And this is good for Sandstorm
that
now.
may have been the pep talk that he needed, right? it's like, hold on, wait a second. You know Boomy's
You're
out,
right. I have to do this for Tempo Storm.
But Wrench has been getting at these deficits and then just picks Sandstorm apart.
Yeah, he can easily bring this back.
And it's happening already. Okay, nice dodge back. Wrench, however, still in control. Sandstorm relying on weapon throws just to get some sort of advantage. I don't think he gravity canceled that. I think he just dash side sigged. And now, that's a lot of damage. With a sword, falling cider does not connect. Sandstorm goes with the stomp.
It looks like Sandstorm's trying to be very reactionary, but Wrench isn't giving him a lot of options that like are reactable.
Right.
You know?
Right. Wrench isn't going for it.
Well, there's one right there. He caught him on that. Wrench, nice. It's not enough. Oh no, it's a Hail Mary with that ground pound. Didn't work out for him.
Oh.
And now Sandstorm goes for the Russian Mafia, but Wrench barely manages to avoid it. Wrench is in trouble right now. Deep in red. Sandstorm with a full stock lead. He's one stop Sarah away, and this could be it. Yes! Sandstorm moving on. He did it for Tempo Storm. Tempo Storm not out of this tournament yet. Boomy went out in 7th place. Sandstorm's going to move on. Guaranteed top 5 now. And that is it for our round 1 matches of top 8. We're going to be getting into the next couple of matches here. And we'll see what's coming up next. But what a set that was. Man.
In Winners Finals.
Game 5 of such a rival team like that. I'm sorry to stop you.
Okay.
Tell us what's coming up.
No, so, I mean, and to put on that point, right, because before Tempo Storm, right, was Wild Card, Sandstorm, Wrenched, constantly practicing together and against each other, as we talked about countless, well, not countless, we can clearly count them, but it felt like countless grand finals where they met. I was like, wait, we've been doing Brawlhalla esports for 50 years. No, it's like not that bad, but Sandstorm taking out Wrenched there, heartbreaking for Wrenched because Wrenched and Boomy also had similar like unexpected placements in terms of what they were doing throughout the whole entire year at the World Championship. And now, I mean, higher than below top 8, right? But still 7th place, earlier than they were expecting. Now Sandstorm going up against Stingray in the lower side, and that's cool because there was a time where Sandstorm was the
new guy on the block, right? Totally unproven, surprising everybody at the World Championship. This might be a similar story for Stingray.
So
I mean, it doesn't get much harder for Stingray, right?
Right. It does not. But, I mean,
he's coming into this tournament. I mean, I don't think he was expecting to fight Sandstorm this early. He was probably like, he probably wasn't even thinking about it. Like, maybe I get to grand finals, and then I'll worry about fighting Sandstorm.
Right.
But no, he's got to fight him in lower quarterfinals.
Lower quarters,
of top 8.
For 5th. And then Cody Travis and Koslix on the other side of the lower bracket.
Wow.
With Ethan and Pugsy in winners finals of the Winter Championship. Ethan and Pugsy. Hattori versus Finn.
That's no one's bracket looked like this. No one in no one's wildest fantasy was this what the bracket looked like. But it's exciting.
It is very exciting.
Ethan versus Pugsy is going to be insane because it's going to be Jala versus Hattori. It's going to be high speed, like both of them low defense, high speed.
For defense, probably Brawlhaven every game. Like we're going to be in for it.
It's going to be a good one.
The match that I believe we have next.
Oh yeah,
is going to be Cody Travis versus Koslix.
Macho Man Koslix.
Yes. And so, this isn't right now. What we're seeing is a hover of Diana for Cody Travis, and this isn't totally out.
No, he's locked in. We wouldn't see this hovered. He's looking like he wants to play Diana.
We had some we caught up with some pro players about what they were doing over the offseason, and this is one of the picks that Cody Travis was stating he had prepared in certain scenarios if he was going to be fighting against Axe or Lance, and I believe that's exactly the
he's fighting against Axe and Lance. So
yeah.
The flow chart adds up. Everything makes sense. Cody Travis going with Diana. It might seem unexpected, but he's been training for this one. So here we go. We're in top 6 now. Top six on the lower side.
Yep. Fighting
Cody Travis versus Koslix.
And now we're going to game number 1 on Mammoth Fortress. Excited to see Cody bring up the Diana. We were talking about character loyalty, loyalty, but and obviously opening up the chainsaw. We were just talking about
chainsaw to catch the spot dodge.
Oh, he's gonna do it again!
No! What?
God, it's reminding me of like when I pick Olgerman Strikeout. That's what that felt like. It's like I'm gonna do this because you're gonna fall into it. Because who charges the move this long?
But Cody Travis, no one would expect Cody Travis to make an error like that. You know what? He was probably just like, that's what Cody Travis was thinking. There's no way he thinks that I would run into this. Right. So he's gonna let go, and I'm gonna punish him for it. But he didn't let go. Koslix just he hoped. And it worked.
The move's kind of coming out a ton right now, actually. He's used it 4 times.
Dude, it worked. Yeah, well, when he killed Boomy with it, it's like, I could chainsaw anybody.
Okay, chainsaw. Yep, that's going to be.
He's all about the chainsaw.
It's now the mental game, right? It's going to be like, okay, let's see how far I can go.
The more chainsaws he lands, the more powerful he becomes.
Oh, the Nair recovery hits.
Another stock for Koslix, man. Oh, my goodness.
This isn't Demon Island either. Those Lance recoveries are going to take out Cody. at a remarkably reasonable amount of damage.
Good
Nice
play
neutral
by
sig.
Cody. It's not too late. He can bring this back. We've seen him bring back deficits so fast.
Yeah.
Blake, don't blink because it'll be a tie game in a second. Cody Travis at the wheel. Let's see what he can do.
And now Koslik's on the weapon that we're used to seeing Cody wield. That axe.
That's
coming
right.
out.
He doesn't even have an axe. This is weird.
Ooh, Cody. Getting hit by a lot of sidelight and air as neutral light catches him on the landing. Weapon toss goes straight up and he just falls right into it, and it's chainsaw time. Okay, no. That's what it feels
Nice
not.
try.
I mean, if it worked, oh, beautiful.
It's chainsaw time.
He's on the ledge.
Oh, man.
What other,
Cody's getting hurt so much. He's on his last stock. I don't think he can hold out, man.
Yeah.
One more from...
okay.
he wants the chainsaw. He wants to disrespect his way to victory.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, right, you can do quite a bit.
Ooh.
Okay, there's a hit. Now.
Okay, Cody. Time to turn on, right? It's all the odds are against him. Almost anything will kill him.
Yeah.
But Cody, he's the comeback king.
No caster bias, but also you chainsawed like 7 times this game, and it would be so great if Cody took you down. All right.
No,
Another
doesn't want
recovery.
justice.
Okay,
Oh,
you know
man.
what? Koslik's played incredibly well.
That
but
was
also,
a great game by Koslik.
Man, we've seen Cody in so many reverse 3-stock possibilities. That was a lot of fun.
I wouldn't have been surprised if Cody brought it back.
And I'm happy to see Cody sticking to this Diana, going like, okay, he got me with some very hard reads. I'm not going to let it happen again. Let's go back to Mammoth Fortress. This is going to be a different game because without him running into blades the entire time, it got really close.
It seems like every pro player just like, if they're fighting against Cody, they're like, all right, fine, we'll go to Mammoth. Like, it's only Cody that does 100% of his matches on Mammoth.
Oh, a little late on that down air. I was expecting a down light, but maybe he was trying to react to something else. Dash forward, sidelines coming out, left and right. Much closer game start so far. Nair after nair. Chainsaw's not going to work this time. Cody gets him with a nice neutral on the other side. Ooh. Nice job picking up the bow.
Cody's very damaged. He's avoiding all these side airs that would do a lot to him. I mean, send him basically to kill range.
Okay.
Koslik's.
Ooh. He's been relying on that neutral sig a lot. Oh, downer didn't hit through. Nice recovery.
Both players in red. He's going to get the first KO. It looks like Cody, but the floor's there. Oh, man, that little platform ruined it for him.
Down light.
Oh, but he got it. No problem. No problem. Cody Travis ahead by a stock. Very damaged. Koslik's could just equalize this immediately. He's got the axe to do it. Side air's the right move for it. He lets go, but Cody avoids the weapon throw. And now Cody guarding the weapon, but Koslik just pushes him out of the way. What? That didn't work.
I mean, if you tried it, it was interesting. Like if Lance recovery was held, it would have hit.
Yeah.
Didn't work out. But I did like it.
That's unusual. Like, that's not what I was expecting. Oh!
Wait. Koslik's
He didn't.
Okay.
Yeah. He caught his recovery there, and it looked like if he had gotten one more read. Oh, that's so much damage.
Dude, this is the
what
power
in
of
the
Koslik's.
world? That was so much damage.
At any point in time, Koslik's is just going to run away with like some flowchart that he came up with 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Like now he's just applying it for the first time.
And that's it.
Great edge guard.
A dive kick in the right place took him out.
Caught Koslik being a little bit too risky off the edge. Immediate pickup, silent recovery. Another one of those could do it. You try to get the recovery on a Cody to take him off the top. But Cody getting in a ton of damage. Chase dodge forward. Side air doesn't hit, but those side airs are doing a great job on the landing. Still alive. Man, Cody had to have been like, I don't know how close. Okay, finally. The recovery takes him down. Even stocks, both sides. From Koslik's solid game number 1 coming out from a much closer in game 2, but if Koslik wins it, that is still match point for Cody Travis. Cody doing remarkable.
Oh, nice. That's good for Cody. Cody's in a great spot. It's looking like he's going to take this game.
Yeah.
Off the side, he disarmed Koslik's lance. This is perfect for Cody. Even if he gets this weapon. Oh, no, he had a lance queued up.
Oh, no. Sides and hits. Koslik's with the lance.
Oh, my. It's a good thing for Koslik that he had the lance queued up. I was going to say, like, it's so... Uh-oh, this is it. Yes.
All right.
Cody
and that's
Travis.
the first downlight recovery KO that we've seen all day. And I'm very excited to see that being used in such a fashion. Cody Travis taking game number 2, keeping it even. We're going to game 3. We're seeing Mammoth Fortress just like, nope, Koslick wants nothing to do with it. And now we're going to Demon Island, and interestingly selected by Cody.
Koslick has a pretty good record on this stage so far. He did really well against Boomy on this stage. I wouldn't have given this to Koslick, but maybe Cody's got different ideas.
Yeah, we're about to find out. We picked up the axes like, this isn't the weapon. What? Throws it away. Lance could be coming in pretty soon. He picks it up. Nice downer, down like neutralite. No, I was expecting a neutralite out of that. But he had other plans. Cody tacks on a bit more damage with the recovery. Good neutralite sides. He catches him falling down from the gravity cancel neutralite. Great option coming up from Koslick. Maybe he was expecting a fastball. Either way, worked out. Down air sider, not going to hit. Cody getting the same amount of combo stars that we saw him get in that previous matchup against Ethan. Koslick's just navigating around Cody's downers really, really well. Sidelight Sider would have done it, but no. Dodges through, gets the downer Sider that time, and the neutral stick dodged in place. Cody maybe could look into a Diana side signature, but takes him off the top.
Wow. Even off the top of Demon Island, he manages to get it. That was
First
actually
try.
the corner, too.
Yeah.
That's as far as it gets. That's the farthest point from the stage.
I guess like Koslick's could be, from the stage.
From the stage, yeah.
Because I was like, he could be in the bottom left corner. Technical. Anyway. Koslick's...
Cody's just looking for a killing blow here. Koslick keeps punishing him. He's letting Cody go for the killing blows. He avoids it. He gets a nice punish.
Yep.
This could be it.
Now, downlight recovery on Blasters. I don't believe will KO here. Oh, wow. That was so close.
That would have been nasty. That definitely would have KO'd and would have looked brutal.
Oh,
nice. Man. What? Sidelight, chase dodge, breakdance.
Yeah, Koslick's definitely living up.
It's a nice play. Oh, that's it. Nicely done.
Yeah, that's the signature that everybody fears when they're fighting against Diana, whether it's Blasters or Bow. Those are basically the same thing, since you're whipping in the other direction.
Yeah, the down sig.
Okay, Cody dodges back. Stocks are even, but Koslick could do a number of things. Okay.
What?
Okay.
I did not think that was going to KO. That's
you know
probably the closest it could have gotten.
I'm starting to understand why Koslick is going to the stage so much. He actually is just memorized when people are taking off the top.
Yeah, maybe.
And it's a benefit for him against both Blasters and Sword players that like the KO with recovery. You know? It's perfect. Either way, he's been showing amazing skill of just finishing stocks on this stage. I mean, the first recovery he lands is the one that takes off.
Where many others get held up and have trouble, Koslick is excelling at. He got so close. He looked like he was going for the slide kick. Gravity cancel slide kick there to get the finisher with a ground pound. But
Again,
and
100%
at just the right time.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Koslick knows exactly when that works. Yeah,
I would
of course he
ban that
does, right? I mean, he plays Lance all the time. He knew that, we announced the map changes. He probably went right in and figured it all out.
And Koslick is definitely the kind of player who really maps out how he's going to do damage during stocks and finish out stocks on every map that he likes to play on. And now we see Cody switching off the Diana
back to Barraza. The tried and true.
Yes.
But Koslick is one game away from winning.
Ooh.
That puts the set at 2-1.
Yeah, 2-1. Back on the Mammoth. Cody being able to get here because obviously the bans are switched the other way based off the match result. Ooh, but Koslick.
A lot of damage, man.
More nairs, recovery. Oh, wrong way.
50-50, right?
Yeah.
Can only flip the coin in one land ahead so many times.
Nice downer. Oh, but the weapon. Oh, wait. It was intentional. So close.
Oh, he got his recovery. Oh, no. Oh, no.
That's tragic.
He was doing so well.
And that was the coolest weapon throw because at first I was like, you missed, Cody. It bounced off the stage. And then it bounces off his head. I'm like, no.
Yeah. And he went for the next weapon throw. That would have been insane if it landed.
Yeah.
But you can't win them all.
Down sig. Excellent pickup.
Good finish. Yep.
Didn't take too much damage either, and that's great because in a lot of positions, right, when you're on your game point and you lose a stock to you just going out there and risking it, it can be really rough. But he is now nearly even. Downer hits, try to go for a double down air. But Koslick's getting on the neutral airs, the neutral lights. Chainsaw comes through, and Cody is perfect at punishing that move now. He always lands directly behind them, hits him with the sidelight down, gets his damage in, goes, nah, that move's only going to be hitting in game 1. Oh, neutral sig was really close, but Kosliks was ready for it.
That's a great time to go for it. Had that landed, he probably could have followed it up for a kill, and
or
it would
might
have
have
been
just
very
done it
early.
own. Barasa neutral sig is pretty great at killing it.
Yes, it definitely flings a very long way, and you are always landing it when you're on like the edge of the map, which just puts you as close as possible to the kill line. But so look how even this is. But Cody's back's against the wall here now. He's on his last stock, potentially his last stock of the tournament. If Kosliks wins this, he moves on. It comes down to this here for Cody, and he's already taking damage on this last stock. But
nice
evens it up.
Very surprised that it did the job. I was thinking that he was only going to be taken off the top by like Blaster's recovery or Barasa down sig, Decider's able to do it. And Cody went for that three-piece. Downlight just barely dodged out of the way, but Cody's still going. No! Kosliks got the turnaround. Oh,
no!
It's going to happen.
Oh, my goodness. He can't lose now.
Oh.
He landed the chainsaw. It's all over.
Cody, don't let that happen again. Oh, it's going to... Okay, nice dodge. Nairs are coming through, but Kosliks is staying right on top of Cody. Nair's always at the very back, and the weapon throw. Cody disarmed, has to use down airs just to be able to get back, and Kosliks just wiping the stage clean.
He's
done.
on his way, and that is it. Kosliks wins. Moving on now to top 4. Congratulations to Kosliks, defeating some serious names. He took out Boomy and the guy that beat Boomy.
Yeah, that is incredible.
This might be Kosliks' tournament. We haven't seen him win a major since Austin, DreamHack Austin 2018.
2018. It's been a while. I mean, he's been in grand finals and some majors, but you haven't seen him win it. And now he's in top 4, going to fight against the winner of the match that we are seeing being locked in right now, Stingray versus Sandstorm.
It might be Sandstorm.
And both of these are super fun because Sandstorm versus Kosliks is just going to be a treat. And if Stingray somehow...
Then it's Lance versus Lance.
Somehow beats Sandstorm, right? It's also the new guy taking out the old new guy and then going up in a matchup in which these are the only 2 Lance players in the entire region.
Dude, okay, I think no one is expecting Stingray to win this, right? Stingray versus Sandstorm. This is the newest top 8 player we have versus the reigning world champ. And when we call Sandstorm a world champion, it's almost not even enough. Like, that's not enough really to describe how good he is and how on top he was.
Right.
He is the most winningest player in Brawlhalla ever. So many tournament victories.
Even during the era of LDZ, LDZ wasn't on top of 2v2s as well as ones.
That's right.
Sandstorm was.
He is by far the most winningest player. And Stingray is the new kid on the block. We haven't seen a player, an unknown player in top 8 in a very long time.
And
but here it is. Remember the name, Stingray.
And we're going to be on another new map.
This is the first time we've had on stream Crystal Temple in an official tournament.
And it is
gorgeous. Listen to that music. Oh, man, I love this stage. This is great.
Oh, right. We're seeing
this is the stage from Steven Universe.
Oh, man. Sandstorm opening up the casting, too.
I know.
We're so focused on the stage.
It's so crazy. He's got all kinds of tricks.
But Stingray opening up the Orion. We only saw him go into the Nash in the final moments.
Man, I wish we could talk to Stingray right now. What is going through his head here? He's looking confident. He's playing confident.
He's got damage lead against Sandstorm.
To just be going for a raw down sig like that on a read against Sandstorm, you gotta have some certain level of confidence to do it. He is doing this extremely well. He's really keeping up here. Nice dodge to avoid the weapon throw from Sandstorm. Sandstorm goes for the unarmed uppercut, but Stingray manages to avoid it. And now without a weapon, Stingray's got an opportunity to finish him off. He goes for, again, a super hard read. I don't know what Stingray's thinking to be going for these things, but it's working, and he takes the first stock from Sandstorm. Unbelievable.
All right, let's see how Sandstorm plays on this second stock as Stingray's opening up with some nice damage. Downlight, side air, their bread and butter of the spear. Try to follow up with the Nair afterwards, but he's getting even more damage. That sideline a side sig. Nice job from Sandstorm. Wipes the stage clean of weapons. Stingray now, the next thing he's going to pick up. I'm not sure if he primed the spear, but it will be the Lance. Yes. He was on spear that entire stock. Oh, but Sandstorm really giving him a lot of damage. Oh, that down sig was just pixels away from being able to clip Sandstorm.
He's so good with the sigs, man. And Orion has good sigs, right?
Yeah.
Like everybody knows this, you know.
That's,
if you've ever played ranked in Brawlhalla, you know about.
If you've ever
Orion
visited Reddit in Brawlhalla,
if
you know about Orion
Reddit, yeah. But you know, we don't see him in competitive play often at all. Stingray! What a call out! What a great weapon throw! And he is a stock ahead of Sandstorm right now with some damage to spare. Sandstorm's not going to be able to clap back as fast as he did last game.
Right.
Although he is on his way.
Yeah, that downline to neutral stick was quite nice. I wonder how much Stingray and Sandstorm do encounter each other in ranked, because we know that every player in Brawlhalla practices. Some people practice on ranked ladder, some people practice in
I don't think anybody's
customs.
running into Sandstorm on ranked. He very rarely plays 1v1 ranked.
So this could be like a really new encounter for Sandstorm in particular if he hasn't been looking to
which
practice.
might be working to his advantage, because Stingray he's just unexpected.
Oh, that neutral sig came so close.
Nice.
Interesting.
That was a downlight, man.
Downlight neutral sig. We've seen him hit
good.
that twice now.
Is that true?
I'm not sure. Oh.
He is. And and I'm guessing it is for him to continue using it.
Ooh, Stingray went for that dash and down sig. Side sig dodge
Beautiful
out of the way.
spot dodge from Sandstorm.
And Sandstorm's kind of got into that react mode that he can get into sometimes, and that could be scary.
Oh! Stingray takes the first game!
Okay.
Oh my goodness!
First game.
Ladies and gentlemen, Stingray! Give it up for Stingray, man. Wow, you gotta respect that.
Oh, I am so
Holy
excited
cow.
for this Lance Ditto, because if what you said was true about Koslik saying that he can't win against Stingray, that could be a Stingray top
This is
3.
the biggest. I mean it'd be insane for Stingray. The path that Stingray has taken here.
Okay, what do we got?
Whoa.
All right.
Sandstorm has thrown the book out the window.
Not out of nowhere. I know that I've heard that, like, of all the characters that Sandstorm's been maining, this is like one of the new ones that he's brought out.
Volkov he's a good character.
Yes.
His SIGs are unusual and they're effective.
Think of Olgrim Chainsaw, but not nearly as, like, ridiculous when it comes to being using it on the side of the stage.
But with mobility.
Mobility, and you're safe because it's like disjointed from you, right? Scythe down signature is really great at these edge guards.
And you know what? This is we've been talking about how much advantage Stingray has because a lot of things he does are unexpected. Sandstorm Scythe is in a tier of its own.
Yeah.
Not just in how good it is, but in how he plays it. It's different than everybody else. And he defined the meta for Scythe for a long time in Brawlhalla. Stingray's never fought this. Stingray's definitely never had practice against Sandstorm Scythe yet.
And Volkov in general, relatively new to the competitive scene, right? This is the first time we're seeing it on the competitive stage.
This is the first. This is actually the first time we've seen Volkov in a tournament.
So I'm excited to see him. So using the Scythe side stick there, active input for those that don't know, you can spike him forward or go behind. And man, seeing Sandstorm on the Scythe again, it's weird to say that it's nostalgic. But
it is. It's I'm glad it's nice.
Yeah.
Because Sandstorm, I mean, when you think Sandstorm, you think Scythe.
Oh, double down side.
Not enough, but wow. Stingray's still in this, man. He took a harsh first stock here.
Ooh, nice counter play from Sandstorm.
Good
Went for the down sig.
Sandstorm.
And that's what we were talking about at the beginning, right? If you go with that down sig and sight, covers that area, but
he just went in.
Side sig Orion.
Classic.
Okay, sticking on the spear. Ooh. Doing a little bit of damage in there, Sandstorm. Taking it back when it comes to the pace of the game. Nice neutral light goes in. With that side sig. And the side sig is kind of a fun 2 moves in 1, right? Because if you just release it really quickly, you get that upward slash. But if you hold it, you get what we saw right there where he spreads the wings out. He goes for a spike.
Stingray. Wow, that was, what's the word? Brave? Crazy?
There's a few words that you
ambitious?
Can use ambitious. That's nice. I like that one.
That's the word.
It's very ambitious. Certainly
and a perfect punish from Sandstorm, but like, I mean, that would have been a highlight for sure if Stingray managed to land that. He might be in trouble now. Sandstorm building up a huge lead.
It's just
He's just knocking him away. That's it. He can't make it. But he got the chase dodge.
Went in for the neutral stick on the side. Side stick, spike. Mammoth Fortress platform actually saving him at the very last minute.
Twice now we've seen that platform save somebody, and he chops him down.
Takes him out. Sandstorm on the Volkov. Very scary because...
you never know what Sandstorm's going to do.
Yeah, and we haven't seen... We didn't... I mean... there's not too many matches.
Whoa,
to consider,
Stingray.
But,
Also surprising everybody. So he switched to Nash last time after his after Orion couldn't get it done, or his Black Knight couldn't get it done. And now he's going with Hattori.
So I guess what I'm picking up
very
is,
different.
As much as I want the Lance narrative, he is a spear main. That's what I'm getting from this.
Yeah.
Because of the Nash and the
everything
Orion.
has the spear in common.
Which is exciting because up to this point, Ethan was the only one.
There hasn't really been a lot of spear mains
Ethan
around.
and Crocky. Although Crocky's a spear main. I would say that.
Yes.
Anyways.
But it's been a bit since we've seen Crocky in
back
top
to
8.
Crystal Temple with Sandstorm. It's just this looks more of like
Oh,
Stingray
no.
is experiencing Sandstorm Scythe to its full glory. And
Stingray's got moves too.
right.
Oh, nice.
Side
good punish.
Really
beautiful.
Great space.
Oh, Stingray! Oh my God!
Can he go for the edge
One
guard?
more.
He didn't need
Didn't need to. Stingray.
Amazing platform
that
play.
was so good. That was so good. What a string, man.
Oh, the sides
I was
against.
surprised. That was a good one. I wasn't even expecting that.
Oh, but now Stingray with the lead. Remember, this set is 1-1. He
Yep.
won game 1.
He
Now on
avoids-
to Satori. Okay.
Still alive. Throws his spear down, trying to cover his recovery.
Oh,
back to
he
the
walked
stage.
right into it.
He walked into it.
I'm getting
He
conflicts,
didn't think-
Olgrim flashbacks.
Yeah, he didn't think he would hold on to it, and ordinarily that's a very, very short duration move. But
There's a
Sandstorm
little
held
bit
it
of
just long enough. He held it.
It definitely doesn't last.
That's like what he
long.
does on Zul. He puts the trap out there, holds it for a little bit. Sometimes it tricks the competitive players.
Ooh, that side sig, using the power of those bastions to be able to catch him instead of flying. Side sig again, spiked. Now will he go for the slide charge pivot side sig so that he can spike him backwards? I love that. It covers like the column perfectly on this edge, and it would actually cover, I think, the stage almost entirely if he went for the wall. Man, Sandstorm really bringing out the signatures on Volkov's scythe kit. But he's not jumping in that neutral sig. That's a hard dash jump.
Stingray's he's fingering it all out as he goes.
All right, going in. Nice dash jump. Fast fall pivot down there. Didn't hit. Stingray holding on.
Another
nice dash jump
punish.
cider. And Sandstorm's putting up these enough that I feel like Stingray is actually adapting very well.
Well, and he's adapting. It does look like he's adapting. They are pretty unusual signatures, and if you haven't fought against it a lot, he's like figuring out the punishes. I do think he could be going for neutral sigs instead of side airs to punish Sandstorm's crazy. I mean, frankly, just foolhardy use of Volkov's neutral signatures.
Yeah. That's a great way of describing it.
It is. It's a little bit like he's just going for it. And he's not getting punished very hard for it.
Oh, man. Nice thinking with that wake-up sidelight.
Yeah, that could have been really bad for Stingray.
And again, caught him going for the side signature. Sandstorm a little too trigger happy with some of the Volkov signatures. And Stingray really learning.
He can get away with it.
Yeah, and okay. Nice wake-up. Oh, that side sig, he had to dodge back.
Oh, he dodged
He's
back.
dead.
He had to dodge back for it,
And
which
then-
just left him open for Sandstorm to finish him off with that side air.
And I didn't really think about how great the Volkov side sig on Axe is, because the entire time that you're flying, if you start on the ground, you have not used any jumps to get to
and
that
you're
point.
way out there
And you
with
dodge
both
back,
jumps
he's
and
like,
your recovery
I've
and your
got
dodge.
3 jumps to side air you or something. And that's like, and we saw that there because if Ethan recovered low, I mean, it's Axe, down air, ground pound, whatever you want, right?
Right.
Oh, Small Enigma's going into game number 3. 2-1 lead for Sandstorm. Stingray back onto the Black Knight. And this is where we saw that incredibly early game 1 against Pugsy because of Stingray's delays on the nairs and the recovery.
Right.
And maybe he's gonna look
I'm
for
glad to
something
see
similar.
Stingray back on Black Knight.
Yeah, me too. Okay, opening up strong with the lance as well.
And he had a
He's gonna
great.
do it again. Sandstorm literally ran for his life
I was
with that
about
recovery.
to reference it.
he's
There
done.
it is.
0 to
He
death.
did it again. 0 to death. Stingray 0 to death against Sandstorm in a tournament. Unbelievable.
And he had Sandstorm.
Unbelievable.
He had Sandstorm scythe recovering for his life, not for a combo. And he's still going. Cider doesn't hit. Sandstorm finally hits back with something. Down lay. Chase dodge into Nair. Goes to the recovery once again. And he's just burning him with all ends of the land. Sandstorm goes in for a side.
Oh, he almost got it again.
Oh, he goes in but he bounces off the wall. Down stick does not hit him with the blast. Neutral stick as well. And this is full Orion at this point. He is going every signature that he can, and it's just so much pressure.
He wants it so bad.
Oh, he's going to go for it. He totally
God,
is.
he can't get it.
Okay, finally. A break from the action. Sandstorm stares him out of the way. The lance is gone, but Stingray charging a side sig.
Stingray's getting a little foolhardy himself, dude. He doesn't have much left to get back to the stage now, but he manages anyway.
He's like,
punish.
You're not the only one that can spam signatures.
Dude, oh my
3-1.
goodness. Stingray 2 stocks up on Sandstorm. You know what? No matter what happens in this match, this is going to be a great year for Stingray, and I'm glad he's here, man.
Yeah.
This is a breath of fresh air.
Right.
This is insane.
Okay. So, I mean, Sandstorm, we've seen him do it before, but man, Stingray is getting all the hits in and getting put in a position where he can't get side-aired back. Oh, side light. Just barely missed. Is Stingray on his way to freestock?
No freaking way.
Okay.
That would just be insane.
And now we're in a terrifying space where Sandstorm has a sight and he's Sandstorm. So we'll have to see what happens in this match, but I believe in Stingray. Stingray wants to see this game number 5. Downlight in a neutral sig. If he charged us a little bit longer, that would have worked.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sandstorm's well aware of Stingray's tendencies with this. He's dodging away. I mean, it's never going to land if he dodges away, right?
Yeah.
Even when Stingray has caught on to that and started like dashing forward with a neutral sig instead, even then Sandstorm's after he dodges, he jumps. He's out of there. There's no way that that's gonna land unless he can maybe condition Sandstorm to do something else instead. But he keeps going for that, and Sandstorm's well aware, and he's a very analytical player. You know, he's gonna feel that.
I'm very surprised Stingray went for that punish off of the neutral sig from Volkov. He's still getting the damage in. There it is. Oh.
And the taunt right at the end. Super quick. That was the fastest anybody's ever locked back in for another match.
Yeah. We're going
Stingray's up.
Game 5. This is amazing.
Is that game 5?
Yeah,
or game?
It's 2-2 because Sandstorm beat a game off of his Orion and off of his Atori because he switched to the Atori.
That's right. That's right. The Atori didn't work out.
It's just so now we're going to game 5.
Oh my God. Game 5.
Yeah.
Stingray versus Sandstorm game 5. This is crazy.
Okay.
This is supercharged now for
Yeah,
Sandstorm.
that's what I'm worried about. But we don't know. Stingray was insane on platforms.
Yeah.
That much is for sure. So occasionally Mammoth Fortress will benefit him. But let's see how he can do on this neutral state. Platform always sets on the left side. Picking up that spear. Goes with the nair. Gets the dodge and read. Oh, downlight Cider doesn't go for the double downlight. Why should he? The dodge wasn't gone. Oh man, these footsies are incredible. But Stingray's winning on every single one of the exchanges. He's just getting pokes in here and there.
He's playing this smart.
Once again, dodge in read.
Yep, he let him dodge in on that one. He can start going for the neutral sigs again if he keeps going with it.
We haven't seen the spear neutral sig, but you know what? Why not, right? Okay, downlight didn't hit, but Stingray playing incredible neutral, nice sidelight, wait to place, just wanted to see if Sandstorm was going to spot dodge, but Sandstorm.
Got him.
Yeah, that was
he basically won.
Oh, yes, finally.
Stingray takes the first stock.
And he tried to do that. He tried to do that on Small Enigma, went too far. That time, he walked back a little bit first before going for the dash and neutral sig, and it sent him at that crazy straight-up angle. Sandstorm with the bounce into the side air can even things up. The clash saved him.
Oh my goodness.
He neutral sigs back to the stage.
That's the first neutral sig we've seen him do, but it got him killed.
Yeah.
Next time.
But the clash stopped it from being a dead even game. That's for sure.
Yes.
It's a little bit of damage on the Sandstorm. Now
it's there it goes.
All right. Fighting back unarmed. Chase dodge is directly down.
Stingray, man. This is crazy.
Oh, he went for the downlight neutral, but I think it was a little slow. Wow, that down sig didn't hit. Really close. Stingray getting stopped by the scythe. Weapon toss down. Sandstorm getting a nice side sig once again. Can he get it one more time? Down air, neutral air, goes to the downlight. No finisher.
That's some classic Sandstorm stuff right there. Punish?
Oh,
no. He can't find
it was an awkward angle to punish with Lance, too, without throwing your weapon
Yeah,
straight
it
up.
had, a recovery would have been perfect for it. But he's, again, I think these SIGs, punishing these SIGs is kind of new for him. Volkov is a pretty new legend.
Oh, he's going all the way up.
He went up for it.
The down sig finally hits point blank. Went for the neutral sig. Easy punish for Sandstorm. He dodges straight in.
Beautiful. It's not enough. Stingray coming back to the stage. Sandstorm's ready for it, and he makes it around.
Go for the breakdance. You have
Somehow Stingray's alive.
Okay.
He's still going.
Sandstorm went for the gravity cancel downlight. Hits him into the stage.
There's no way. He's done. Okay.
All right, final stock for Stingray.
Yep. This is it. potentially his last stock of the entire tournament.
He's
got to knock out Sandstorm and then do it again, all without dying, just to make it into top 4. Nope, not going to work. Sandstorm's so ready for that.
Oh, Sandstorm is totally preying on the fact that Stingray wants to end the stock now.
Yeah.
Already in the orange.
Yeah. He's desperately going for it. And Sandstorm's now, he's going to play reactionary.
That's it. Okay.
Uh-oh.
1-1. Final stock
Down to
players.
the last stock. What's going to happen? Stingray's got a lot of damage on him.
Only Sandstorm would wake up with a Haymaker gravity cancel on the last stock. Okay, down light. Oh, that's a good punish. Side air, go straight off. Waits him out. Nairs aren't hitting. Second nair doesn't hit either. He gets a down light and neutral light, but the neutral light was too slow.
Neutral light that's crazy. Usually that'll land.
He's been delaying it a little bit, I've noticed. That time he didn't, but it still didn't work. Oh, nair to nair, Sandstorm. Down light. Down light. He wants the neutral 6 Stingray. Who does that? Okay. Dodge past the side air.
Now he's got a weapon and Sandstorm does it.
Sandstorm's going to pick up the... he won. Okay.
Oh, man.
Every time I see him go through these blasts.
Hoping for a hard read. He's just begging for a hard read here.
Okay. One more nair. Oh, weapon toss stops it.
Stingray wins!
Stingray.
Oh my goodness! There's no way! Stingray just beat Sandstorm in Game 5 of the Winter Championship.
With a Riot side sync. That was the first time he used the entire... Okay, all right, hold on.
That's insane!
I'm feeling a little lightheaded. Hold
Dude,
on.
oh my goodness.
Take deep breaths. Okay. It's just a winter championship.
Welcome
just a winter
to Brawlhalla Esports, Stingray.
Okay.
You will find your time here enjoyable. Oh my goodness.
So, the storyline
I never imagined this would happen.
continues.
We were dreaming about it. Oh, how cool would it be to see the only 2 competitive Lance players fight each other.
Fourth, I know.
But I can't believe it.
And,
that's incredible. What an awesome match.
Game
Oh my
5.
goodness.
Side sync to end it all. Okay. All right. So 4 players left. Ethan and Pugsy in winners finals. Stingray and Koslix in losers semis.
And that's the matches we have. We are in top
Wrench,
4
Boomy,
right now.
Cody Travis, all out. All out before 4th. What an incredible tournament.
What's going to happen?
I have no idea.
Well, hold on to your seats. It's about to finish up right now. We're going to take a quick 3-minute break and bring in some new casters for you guys to finish off this incredible top 8 bracket. I can't wait to see what happens. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
North America is coming together beautifully here as we continue now into the top 4 of the Winter Championships 2020, year big number 5 here on the Brawlhalla World Tour, the first stop of the Brawlhalla World Tour.
That's right, and the winner of the North American side of the Winter Championship, just like the winner of each region in the 1v1s, will be flown to the next potential offline event, which is CEO Dreamland. So this is big. It's bigger than the previous seasonals that we've had before, where we were like, oh yeah, you get some prize money, that's awesome. You get seeding, you get glory. But now you also get transportation to the next big offline event.
Yeah, there's so much on the line here with that transportation, which is a huge deferment in cost for any player out there that wins this, sponsored
what's
or not.
Like the simpler version of the word deferment, just like for...
I don't know, it's going to cost less for you.
There you go. Thank you.
It's going to be less money out of your pocket. Then you also have the money that you would win from this huge prize pool in this tournament. You also have amazing power rank boostage, or just keeping your power rank high where it already is, because recency bias this year is going to be huge. So the people who consistently place well in the most recent tournaments, those are the guys that are going to be at the top of the bracket. There's so much on the line here, and we're seeing some people at this point in the bracket that we haven't really seen this far very often. Of course, you just heard Foda and Taza losing their minds
jumping
over
out of their seats for
Stingray
it.
being this far in the bracket. But you also have people like Pugsy. How often in the past couple years has Pugsy top 4'd a tournament in the winner's bracket, guaranteed top 3?
Very true. I mean, he's definitely been one of those players that consistently, he's told, do not sleep on this kid. He is so very good. He can take a break from the game, come back, and still get top 8. But to be top 3 on the upper side, that's pretty big. Who's he going to be going up against, though?
He's going to be going up against Ethan, another player that we've seen hit some really, really high highs. And I hope that we see consistency from Ethan this year.
Yeah.
I know that he is definitely capable of it. The fact that he's coming out of the gate, like a lot of times we see the first tournament of the year, it's a little bit rough waters for the kind of top players that we see in the scene. The offseason can be amazing. We saw it for Stingray. We're seeing it for Ethan. We're seeing it for Pugsy. But for some people, the offseason can be tough. But we're going into this game right here, Pugsy versus Ethan on Apocalypse. It's that Jala pick from Pugsy that we saw earlier today. And, of course, the Ethan classic Hattori.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see that of all of the players who have been in this tournament, Pugsy and Ethan currently in the winner's side are two who didn't change up their characters at all. A lot of players, right, like the Boomies and the Sandstorms, they picked up new mains, they dropped some weapons because they didn't like how the balance changes happened. But you see Pugsy and Ethan perfectly happy with the balance changes over the offseason, and they've been sticking with their mains, and that's a huge advantage to these players.
But through that offseason, we saw the Jala pick coming out from Pugsy. But before that, nice little spot dodge. They're going to avoid that side air. Before that, we saw Pugsy coming through with like a Fate pick. With the Jala pick a little bit, but also with a Hattori pick. Before that, there was some Bodvar mixed in with the Jala. So it's not necessarily been 100% devoted to Jala. As Pugsy's going to fall first in this game, you're seeing Ethan very close to death here. He has to be very careful with that lower defense, with all of that strength that Pugsy has with this Jala pick, with this Finn the Human pick, and of course, with all the kill options that Sword and definitely Axe have.
Now, you talked about how Ethan has low defense, but so does Pugsy. Coming in with this Jala pick, base 3 defense, might be one of the reasons why Pugsy got knocked out just a little bit earlier than Ethan. Granted, Pugsy's going to have the advantage of being able to put out a little bit more damage, higher DPS than Ethan will have with this Hattori.
Pugsy's still trying to find what his kill option is going to be. He goes for the D-Light recovery. It almost was like it wasn't going to be enough to kill. We're not seeing him go for that D-Light Insig on Sword consistently as much anymore. That is also a true kill option, which will get you those knockouts a little bit earlier. We won't see him going for that as much in his neutral game. Oh! Picking up rough just with those final frames of that. I don't think he got the full 4-stump on it, but man, Pugsy is significantly behind.
Yeah, Ethan still got a whole lot of damage off that bounce pass to himself into the recovery. He's got such a huge advantage here. The side signature going to finish it off, and Ethan's starting to run away with game number 1.
I think it was Foda and Taza earlier were talking about like Ethan being a very dedicated spear player, one of the few, but Ethan's Sword today, holy cow.
His Sword is on point, and that's something that we saw at the World Championship as well, back in November of 2019. We were talking about kind of a similar talking point. Ethan, known for his spear. If there's going to be a weapon that Ethan cares about with balance, it's going to be the spear. But Ethan's sword, it's on fire right now, and there's a lot of fire on this map.
D-Light Dare coming out. Pugsy's looking for the knockout options, finds the side air as Ethan tries to go for that really high on-stage ground pound.
I love the way Pugsy played that. He did the nair, and then he fast fell, waited to see how Ethan was going to react. You saw Ethan throw out the ground pound, and Pugsy was right in position for the side air. I love the adaptation coming out from Pugsy, recognizing the habits off of that nair.
Pugsy's got to be so careful here.
Oh, no, he fell into it.
A win in Game 1 is a huge momentum swing in the favor of the victor. Big damage coming out. Huge chunks coming out from Pugsy. Almost gets the bottom side of that recovery. Ethan was just barely able to dodge through it. Side signature and the salt taunt to open it up. Game 1 in this top 4.
He knows he's a little bit salty. 30 damage difference between the two of them. And Pugsy was making the comeback. He was climbing that ladder. But unfortunately, Ethan did hit that side signature, and Pugsy's going to be going into Game 2. But he's got a game plan now. He knows his axe was really coming alive. It's a great weapon against both the sword and spear of Ethan, and he doesn't have to deal with the fact that if he sticks to the sword of his Brawlhalla, he's going straight into a mirror match against Ethan.
Now, between these two players, there is a fair bit of history. Ethan has only lost to Pugsy in all of 2019 one single time. What? It was in the Summer Championship of 2019.
That's so long ago.
Comparatively, on the other side, we saw Pugsy lose to Ethan twice at Super Summer Slam, fully knocked out by Ethan at that. And then also at the Autumn Championship, Ethan came out victorious. So in the year of 2019, they are 3-1 in favor of Ethan in this matchup.
That is a nice advantage to Ethan. He's definitely going to be confident going into this one. I know we talked about him at the World Championship, and I asked him, how confident are you against anyone? And he said he's beaten literally everyone in the scene, maybe including Stingray at this point. And he's confident that all he has to do is beat everyone again.
And at one time, kind of both of these players had similar careers like that, where Pugsy could beat actively anyone in the scene. And a couple of years ago in like Pugsy's real heyday, before he fell off just a little bit before now coming back huge, that was kind of Pugsy's story too. Didn't have quite the meteoric rise that Ethan did. You saw the gravity cancel neutral signatures, just trying to get him up a little bit, maybe score the hit on Pugsy, but really just trying to get a little bit more distance closer to that wall is just his last ditch effort.
Yeah, kind of a hope and a prayer right there with that gravity cancel neutral signature. On the off chance Pugsy decided to overcommit, come down for a second dare, maybe could have gotten the chase dodge up off that neutral signature.
Can we talk about how that weapon spawn was just like perfectly in the spot for Ethan? You saw how, oh man!
That's trouble. That's big trouble.
Chase dodge! Oh no, Ethan!
Oh no, Ethan with the overcommit. He thought that he needed to get that double tap, the finishing hit, but unfortunately gave Pugsy the hit. It's actually interesting. Pugsy went for an exhausted recovery. That's a very rare option, especially in that position. Like usually it's like a jump dare, jump nair. But Pugsy recognizing that that recovery is going to have that circular hitbox, can hit basically anywhere, covers a lot of options from Ethan. Pretty interesting coming out from Pugsy.
Man, hitting the bottom side of that. Pugsy has a massive lead. He's keeping it going too. He is in knockout percent. There's the down air from Ethan. Just a little quick poke to send him straight down. Ethan's about halfway through this final stock. He's going to pick up that spear. Getting side-lighted away from Pugsy. Going to play around that weapon, completely zoning Pugsy out. I think there was a beautiful 3-piece or maybe a 4-piece. I think you had a 3-piece for dinner today. I had a 4-piece. So either way, Ethan just grabbed one of our dinner.
For the record.
Well, when we went to Popeyes.
Yeah. Well, either way, definitely getting a big meal from Pugsy, chunking away at Ethan. He's going to take game number 2 to put it at 1 apiece. And that's what I like. Pugsy, he made the adaptation. He recognized, you know what, Axe was what was bringing me back in game number 1. So he leaned pretty heavily on the Axe in game number 2. Granted, there was that kind of awkwardness where he got the second stock a little bit for free, kind of stole that one. But still, really smart of Pugsy to recognize, hey, what worked in game 1 probably still going to work in game 2.
And that's where something like the game 3 situation here is really interesting, because Ethan played so well in game 1, and Pugsy got something in that last game that you can't count on that.
No.
Like, you can't just be like, oh, well, I'll just do that again.
Yeah. He'll just come down here. I'll hit him with an exhausted Axe recovery. Everything is going to be fine.
So going into this, Pugsy does have some confidence saying, oh, I can beat him. I just did it. But it's like, it's confidence with an asterisk.
Yeah.
of you're still going to have to be very careful. Meanwhile, Ethan, after just taking a defeat, he can still go into this being like, well, that was a fluke.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen again.
I know not to overcommit off stage again. I do find it interesting, Ethan switching up the Hattori skin, getting rid of the Demon Bride. Nice patience from Ethan, trying to see how Pugsy's going to react out of that Spear sidelight.
Starting off this game on Apocalypse with the Spear, playing into Pugsy's sword. There's the D-Light Dare. That is the option that Pugsy wants to go with when he's just trying to go for the raw damage. D-Light Dare, into that time he went for a gravity cancel downlight. He just wants that damage potential over the single damage dump.
Yeah, that's usually the damage builder for sword players. Downlight, Dare, and then try to catch off the bounce. Downlight side air coming out from Ethan, has Pugsy in the off stage. Pogo bounces him off of the main stage, but the down signature is going to kill. That did get a nice little buff in the force. Able to finish off the stock.
You know, even though it's the Apocalypse and everything is just going to hell in the background, it's oddly quiet, oddly serene. The calm before, I mean, I guess not before it because it's like during the storm, but oh, that's the storm! That's the storm! It was quiet before Ethan's storm!
Really
is he going to finish it up here? I'm so glad Ethan did that. He saved it. He saved me.
Yeah. That had no conclusion, but Ethan making that work. We do see Pugsy able to hold on to the stock, but the side heavy hitting high enough, catching the feet of Pugsy, and suddenly Ethan on the cusp of a 3-stock.
How weird has it been today with games exactly like this? Oh, where it was close, and then there's a 2 or a 3 stock, very confident, and then all of a sudden there's a 2 or a 3 stock, very confident the other way. What is going on?
What was that? An N-Sig, but Pugsy was so undamaged that he didn't get launched far, so he's able to pick up into a downlight side air, chases after him, hits a ground pound because of the falling pancake that has. Oh my goodness, Ethan with the turnaround.
And there you go. That's Ethan going into that. Now, Ethan in the past, we've seen Ethan take a loss and then just completely nosedive. But that's what I want to see this year is that consistency. We saw him really step it up like towards, I think, middle to the end of last year, maybe even towards the beginning of last year. But Ethan has really stepped up, taking that Rookie of the Year, Most Improved Player award and just turning that into so much more.
He definitely has in the past been a very emotional player, like you were saying. Someone who can get very big highs or very low lows, but I do like this consistency coming out of Ethan.
It's like turning lemons into lemonade, but like lemons are like chill. Lemons are great. So it's not like taking a bad thing and turning it into a good thing. It's taking a good thing and turning it into a better thing. There's got to be a saying for that, but I can't think
Why
of it.
Didn't you just say lemons were a good thing, though? Like, lemons are chill.
Well, yeah, but when someone says, like, oh, he's turning lemons into lemonade.
He's
or
turning
like,
oranges into orange juice.
Oranges are gross, and orange juice also gross.
Okay,
Oranges, actually,
he's
I
turning
lied.
apples into apple juice.
Apples also gross.
You like what?
Apples are gross. Trust me. Don't ever eat an apple in your life.
He's turning pomegranates into pomegranate
Pomegranate's
juice.
disgusting. Pomegranate juice
Is there
disgusting.
a fruit you like?
Yeah, grapes. Kiwi.
He's turning grapes into grape juice.
Banana. Yeah, but like they're both good. Like it's not one is better than the other.
Oh my gosh.
But we are going to see
Pogo.
which player is better than the other, and it's looking like it might be Ethan.
Yeah, Ethan able to compose himself. Not quite as high of a high as he had in the last game, but still playing incredibly well. Pugsy not sure what to do against this oppressive sphere of Ethan.
Carrots are fire, and carrot juice is double fire. There you
think
go.
about that one?
He's turning carrots into carrot juice. There we go. Or carrots into carrot cake.
I was going to say carrot
Yeah.
cake. Carrot cake's pretty fire. Nice downlight into the neutral signature coming out from Pugsy. I like the situations where he's using it, right? Like downlight recovery. We talked about that in, I think, game number 1 or game number 2. He uses downlight recovery when it's basically guaranteed to kill. And then downlight into the N-Sig when he's like, I need that little extra boost.
Yeah, but we were on Great Hall here, so if the D-Light
it
N-Sig
wasn't
didn't
enough
kill,
of a
there's
boost. Yeah,
no
definitely
way
recovery
D-Light
wasn't
recovery wasn't going to kill.
But it's more like because D-Light N-Sig has a little bit more effort that you have to do into putting it, the inputs in, he'll use that as like a last-ditch effort if he really needs that damage.
Nice gravity cancel neutral light after the spot dodge. Oh! Pugsy, oh my gosh!
Does that
Coming
work?
alive on the second stock!
Interesting. Pugsy hitting that side light, but Ethan a little bit low on the ledge, so it wouldn't have popped him up for a neutral air. So Pugsy, with the quick reactions, goes for the neutral signature.
D-Light Dare. The recovery is going to miss. Doesn't quite have the perfect positioning to pick up off of the down air bounce. He has a serious amount of damage onto Pugsy, so if Ethan plays this right, he doesn't even have to be a miracle. He just has to play this pretty well, and he has a great chance of evening up this game. Beautiful dare,
do it.
Grabs that one too. That's going to take away the recovery, interrupt that from Pugsy, and we're going to be even.
Yeah, no damage put onto Pugsy. He's going to have to work for this one. Nice sidelight into the neutral air. Great unarmed coming out from Pugsy.
Ethan started off with a weapon advantage, but that nice little unarmed mix-up or matchup coming out from Pugsy, he was able to knock Ethan away and then move over to go grab the weapon spawn.
I mean, unarmed into Spear is a relatively nice matchup considering the fact that Spear doesn't have a lot of stacked options. So that kind of just worked in Pugsy's favor.
Recovery coming out from Ethan. Pugsy kind of playing around the periphery of the stage. They're both kind of trading back and forth of who's going to control the ground, who's going to play around those soft platforms. D-Light side air.
Nice recovery. Just get more damage. Keep that pressure going. Down light. Chase dodge into the neutral signature again.
That high ceiling on Great Hall. Not Pugsy's friend right now.
Ooh. But it
well
will
done.
lead to the KO. Pugsy taking game number 4, I believe. So that's going to put him at 2 apiece. The winner of this goes into the grand finals, guaranteed top 2.
We're going straight into the next one. Likely no character swaps from either player. There does seem like there's a good bit of thought going into the stage banning.
I think Ethan wants Apocalypse. That's the one that he did really well on in game number 3, and he'll likely leave it there. Yeah, and he's really leaving Pugsy 3 relatively similar maps, kind of small, relatively flat maps.
Crystal Temple is probably the biggest difference because it has
with the
those
soft
two
platforms.
Fixed soft platforms compared to Apocalypse is one single, but it moves. So going into this, Pugsy versus Ethan, game 5 on Apocalypse.
Pugsy starting off with the first tick of damage. The unarmed neutral line. Ethan finds a response.
Wait, the people watching can probably hear music, can't they?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought, my bad. Because, like, we can't. That's why I said it was quiet earlier. My bad, guys. I'm not stupid. I just can't hear right now.
I thought you were talking about, like, emotionally quiet.
No, I was just like, it's all of a sudden got really quiet. I noticed how quiet it was.
Neutral light again. Ooh, neutral light coming out from Ethan.
He didn't go for anything after it. The second neutral light, he backed up.
That's very.
Oh,
wow. Just the immediate down signature from Pugsy. Recognized the whiff from Ethan.
I think he even hit with like the little backside of that.
Yeah.
It swings around just a little bit from the back, hitting that nice stacked option. Neutral signature likely wouldn't have hit. Side signature definitely wouldn't have hit.
Oh, wow. Read the dodge up on Pugsy. Ethan trying to just take this one back.
Continued that juggle, picked up the spear, tossed that away, keeping the sword. Oh, man, that was so close.
Pugsy wants to keep that pressure going, though. Downlight doesn't hit the jump for the side air.
D-Light recovery, still
not
not
gonna
going
do
to
it.
knock out off the top.
That's a Jala, guy. There it is. Ethan hitting the recovery. Relatively close, not too damaged. And he's going to be sticking with this sword. Of course, there was another sword, but not sticking with a spear against the unarmed of Pugsy this time.
We've seen some really lucky weapon spawns for these players so far. We haven't seen anyone unarmed for too long. The other player really hasn't had much of an option to keep them weapon starved.
We've seen some like
picks up that
mild
nair.
weapon starving.
In comes the weapon on the right.
Ooh, dare down light coming out from Pugsy. Tries to follow up with the recovery.
Immediately shutting down that in-air pressure with the down air from Pugsy. Another down air, almost got the side air. He's searching for it. The neutral light, that's going to take it out. Pugsy with a beautiful lead here. 2 minutes into this game 5 on Apocalypse.
And he's going to be sticking with this axe. Just the big chunking hits coming out against Ethan. Doesn't hit the downlight follow-up this time off the dare. Able to avoid the gimp potential from Ethan. Interesting option coming out from Pugsy. The side light down air, trying to keep Ethan on that corner.
Weapon toss. Man, that sent Pugsy pretty far. Just barely having enough iframes. He expected that coming. Pugsy had the beautiful timing on that side air, bouncing off the wall. Pugsy maybe wanting to end it right here. There's the recovery. Ethan still just barely in the orange. That is going to clean it up. Squeaky clean on that. Almost sounded like Roddy Ricch in the beginning of the box. Real squeaky here.
So clean. Pugsy going to go into the grand finals of this one.
When's the last time? We didn't say that at all during 2019,
No, that's not
we?
a 2019 statement.
No way.
Pugsy, I mean, he's like we said, he's a great player, but to make it to top 2, That was not expected, especially to start off 2020. This is great going for Pugsy, and he is now going to have to wait to see who his opponent is going to be. Could potentially be the newcomer Stingray, the up-and-comer, or Koslix, or Ethan, who's going to be waiting in the losers finals.
Now, Foden Taza, we're talking about it earlier about seeing, I guess, as of today, the two best Lance players. Obviously, one of them has been the best Lance player for a long time, but now the new best Lance player, which if it wasn't Stingray, I mean, who would you say is the other best Lance player? Maybe Dime?
Yeah, I was going to say Dime feels like he has some stake in that claim, but even then, like, Dime leans more towards the Kaya now. It's not like Dime puts a lot of effort into claiming that he is the Lance player, but really, the new kid on the block, Stingray, making a great showing. It's going to be interesting to see how this momentum carries into the rest of 2020, because we've seen it before where players will have these pops where they'll win Winter Championship and then not really maintain that consistency across the season. We've seen players who don't start off great, but then they really start picking up that speed closer to the World Championship. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out for this new kid, Stingray.
Now, just throwing up some placements out there from Stingray. Hasn't even finished top 16.
Yeah.
In all of 2019. Almost did it at Winter Champs a year ago. A year ago was his best placement in a power rank tournament. And then all of a sudden this year, like, look where he is. The rest is like 25th, 33rd, occasionally like a 129th, some 65s every now and then. But man, what a glow up from Stingray. He wants to claim Most Improved Player award from day one.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he kind of has it. Stingray able to, I mean, we've already talked about it. Stingray took Sandstorm out of the tournament.
Now, we were talking about it in there earlier. Stingray has insane movement.
Oh, his movement is
wild. So beautiful. So I'm wondering how Koslix is going to deal with that. Sidelight dare, switching it up with sidelight nair. I wonder if he's going to go for the recovery. Yep, there it is.
Yep.
He was doing that multiple times. Did that quite a bit against Boomy. He starts with the dare after the nair in case you go down, and if you go up, then he starts going for the recovery more often after that.
Yeah, usually recovery is either a response to how you react out of the nair, or it's the knockout. Dare is more for the damage, right? Put you back towards the stage so that you can reset for another sidelight nair.
There's the neutral light coming out. Lance to Lance. Nice little spot dodge. It'll be curious if Stingray is able to use his signatures just like all over the place, especially the neutral signature, all over the place. It just creates so much pressure because that is a popular spot to be at. But the way Koslix plays, you see him mostly controlling the ground.
He's very grounded.
So he might not fall prey to that neutral signature that we were seeing other players get knocked out by.
Wow, nice three-piece coming out from Koslix. Great patience from Stingray. Recognizes how the signature works. Waited for it, goes for the side signature, but you can see in the top right, Stingray is starting to bleed out already on his second stock.
Now, I love the way Stingray stared down that down signature, that chainsaw. Yeah. It's very clear on Ulgrim where that animation ends, but because it's not like a beam, it's like that fire that's coming out.
Fireworks.
It's not like that full shape. Stingray still knew the perfect spacing on that.
I think it's partly he knew he was outside of it, and he was like, I'm not going to inch forward. Yeah. I know I'm safe here. I'm close enough that I can get my follow-up.
See double nairs coming out. The first one hits. Falling nair coming out from Stingray. Sidelight recovery. Koslix in a very good spot to take away this second stock from Stingray.
Nice. The pogo into the nair, the weapon toss for additional damage. But Stingray needs to start finding some safer options because Koslix just needs one hit to knock out Stingray's second stock.
But it has to be a knockout option, which Koslix hasn't really found yet. He's going in with these side airs that are missing. He's throwing out these nairs, which sometimes are hitting. It's going to be a neutral light from the middle of the stage. The dares he was throwing out earlier were hitting, but aren't going to be the knockout option.
Yeah, it's definitely worth pointing out that Koslix has been struggling to find that knockout option. He isn't hitting those sidelight stairs that he used to in 2019.
Finding good damage here against Stingray.
Dodge through it.
Gonna need a mighty comeback from Stingray here in game one if he's gonna be able to deal with Koslix. Before he was just completely overspacing the side airs, wasn't really punishing them too much. Finally, he found that perfect spacing, and we're all but even here. Like, they are not far apart at all. Stingray's second stock was fantastic.
Yeah, this is definitely doable for Stingray. Staying close to stacked. Sidelight resets, goes for the sidelight downlight, but Koslix able to jump out of it.
Neutral light, Stingray now in the red. Koslix's axe was pretty solid earlier, so it's a little bit curious seeing that he was struggling just a little bit to kill in normal knockout percentages with the lance, that he's not going to go with axe here at all. But it is getting close to dire straits for almost both of these players now. Ooh, nice. There it is!
Sidelight recovery coming out from Koslix, taking game number 1 over Stingray.
But you see 669. You spread that out along 3 stocks. That's
330.
Yeah, that's 310, right? Yeah, 6.
Yeah.
Wait.
No.
What did I say? 669 or 629?
Yeah.
669.
So it's 223
yeah.
each. Yeah.
223 per stock. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah. Optimum efficiency is about 150. That's the most efficient that you'll generally expect from a player going into the 220s. That means Koslix was struggling a little bit to finish off those stocks of Stingray.
And might not struggle as much here. Ooh! He's trying to do it to Koslix, what Koslix has done to so many different players. Starting to command this stage now. Maybe we're seeing why Koslix didn't want to go towards that axe.
He's just not as comfortable with it. It's going to be the neutral signature coming out from Stingray, and he's going to throw away the lance. Interesting. Despite how well he did on stock number 1, he's going to switch over to the spear, try to keep Koslix on his toes.
Neutral light coming in, tries to go for the chase dodge. Down light. Nice damage coming out from Koslix. Is he going to try to go unarmed to clean up the edge guard? Stingray's going to be able to get back. Picks up the lance, forces Koslix to continue to fight unarmed. It's lance v lance, but still a nice lead for Stingray.
Side air is going to finish off for Koslix. Didn't take too much damage. Macho Man relatively tanky, and he's going to prime that next weapon.
And Macho Man, I don't know if you saw him back in the day, but ooh, that's a big man. He's a beefy man. He's a thick man. You're not knocking him out easily.
I mean, he is the cream of the crop, and he does rise to the top. But you see Stingray going in, expecting Koslix to maybe dodge down, so he goes for that read with that down signature, but Koslix was ready for it, avoided it.
Weapon toss is coming up, keeping Stingray just a little bit zoned away while Koslix refreshes that lance.
Yeah, wants to refresh the durability on that one. Over time, weapons will get more damage, and then he'll get hit, and the weapon will go away.
This is probably the first video game that I've been like ever okay with weapons having durability on. Still the dumbest mechanic in video games to ever exist.
It's great when it happens to the opponent. It's rough when it happens to you. Nice weapon toss. Needs more. Stingray goes low, but a nice weapon toss from Koslix again to finish off the stock.
Gonna toss that axe up. He's gonna pick it back up. Oh, quick cleanup, man. Ooh. And the flag taunt. Claiming Brawlhalla for his own.
Couldn't outspace that one. Stingray with just a small lead in that spear neutral light.
There's the sidelight.
Ooh, down light, sir.
Picks up the 3-piece.
The classic spear plays. Chasing down,
picks it up
another
again.
one. Ooh!
That side air sent Koslix just a little bit too far.
If that side sig hit.
Oh!
Side sig.
The beefcake! Still making it back to the stage.
Side sig.
He did it again!
Yo, it covers the whole map. Why not? Stingray taking a game off of Koslix. That's 1 apiece.
Now, we were talking to Steven. What is his job here? I don't remember. He's an artist, right?
Yes.
Okay. Steven, the red hair guy, you see him sometimes on here. He's an artist. And he was talking about that he thinks Orion is really good. And me and Fron were sitting there, and we were like, he's really not that good. And then Steven just out of nowhere says, watch tomorrow. Someone comes out of nowhere and wins with Orion. And we were just like, it's literally not going to happen. There's absolutely no way.
All I'm saying is if this is Steven, he's not allowed to be playing.
That's true.
All right? He's a developer. He's not allowed to be taking our prize money.
And Steven doesn't have a great alibi for this weekend yet.
I know.
So we really don't know. This could possibly be Steven. That could be what the ST and Stingray stands for.
Never seen Steven and Stingray in the same room at the same time, just saying.
I bet they called him Steven the Stingray. Ask him his childhood nickname when he gets to work on Monday. Bet.
He'll stumble on it a little. He'll be like,
then you know. Then you know. That's how you know.
The
That's
manta
when
ray.
You press
Steven the
X
manta
to doubt.
ray.
Detective Duke presses X to doubt, and you catch him. Oh, man, what a
nice recovery.
Beautiful opening here at the beginning of this game.
The axe side air coming out from Kostlix. He hasn't been able to find the momentum with the lance that he was looking for, which is one of the reasons why he's been kind of relegated to this axe, but there is the weapon advantage.
Stingray being very careful, not overextending too much with his unarmed to try and finish up the edge guard when Kostlix had the weapon advantage. Even on stage, he was being very careful, and he's able to clinch that first stock. He's like half to 2/3 of his way through on this first stock. Like, he still has room to get knocked around before he's in danger.
Yeah, Kostlix was really relying on that weapon toss down to stop that recovery coming out from Stingray.
Sidelight side air coming out from Kostlix. Not going to be a true option. You're going to see Stingray easily dodge through that. Sidelight nair. Kostlix may be looking for the follow-up.
I don't think he was expecting to land on that platform. You saw him kind of stutter there and just look uncomfortable for a minute. The down signature going to catch Kostlix off guard.
Ooh, that was close to hitting.
Side air just going to send Stingray off screen. Still not enough to finish off this first stock.
Ooh.
This is a tough spot for Kostlix.
Oh, no! Oh my gosh, is Stingray in his head?
He got stung.
Stingray is in Kostlix's head, swimming around, flipping his little Stingray flippies. I don't know what they're called, but he's
they're
in there.
definitely not called Stingray flippies. I'll tell you that one.
I'm not a marine biologist. Back off. I don't know.
Stingray, though, finally loses his first stock to Kostlix, but still a full stock advantage over the Canadian Kostlix.
Beautiful. Nice little three-piece.
Went for the ground pound.
Ooh. Try to catch the dodge down. The gravity cancel side signature. Stingray might just run away with this game.
He definitely is looking like it. Kostlix is not finding the punishes that he's looking for. Finally hits the ground pound. Hits the down air. Still has time for the recovery, but another ground pound from Kostlix.
Stingray almost had a gnarly read with that gravity cancel neutral signature.
It was very close. Kostlix needs to maintain this weapon advantage. Ooh. Nice airs. Expects him to go down, so he goes for the down air. Stingray gets back. That's some solid damage, but still not enough to keep Kostlix in this.
There's the nair. Immediately goes back down. Doesn't try to chase with a recovery. One of the few spear down signatures we've seen. We've seen a lot of sides. No neutrals this game. Stingray's going to have to be careful. All these signatures he's throwing out. Kostlix is finding this damage. Rallying back.
Still close to side. Do it! Stingray! One game away from knocking Kostlix out and going into the top 3 against Ethan.
Kostlix banding down to small Brawlhaven, Apocalypse, Demon Island. We're going back to Brawlhaven.
That is crazy that he would leave small Brawlhaven with how well Stingray was able to utilize spear side signature to cover the map. That is crazy to me that Kostlix would leave that on the field.
Now, Stingray's clan name is Flow State. This Saturday, he is in his Flow State, for sure.
Yeah, man. Can't ride a bike with no handlebars.
What?
Flowbots.
Oh.
Sideline there coming out.
I don't think anyone
Kostlix.
Watching this is old enough to know
that. I know,
that
right?
song.
That really makes me feel old.
That was like when I was 16. That was what I was listening to when I was driving, being edgy. Like,
but only that one song by
I get the metaphor. I understand the metaphor.
That one's for Wilson and Noel.
I'm 16 and this is deep.
Stingray with the spear play is coming out, getting the damage advantage over Kostlix. Kostlix really hoping for that lance spawn. Finally picks it up. Didn't take any damage while he was unarmed. Uh-oh.
Getting away from that weapon toss. Kostlix going to pick it back up. Hits the sidelight nair. Nair coming out. Double weapon tosses from both players. One throwing up, one throwing down. Kostlix again rallying back. This time doing a better job keeping it even and keeps Stingray just a little bit weapon starved. Ooh, there's the side air.
Still not quite enough to finish off Stingray, though. Sidelight didn't expect it to hit. You saw him back off, but the side air will finish it off. Kostlix with a slight lead over Stingray.
It was interesting. When Kostlix got the knockout, he left that weapon spawn on the field. I think he was worried about how quickly the sidekick brings you in and how close the sidekick spawning was to that weapon spawn. I think he was worried about not being able to pick up his lance back up.
I was thinking more that he knew his lance was primed and he knew he was basically at kill percent, so he'd rather just be ready to have a lance when he comes back in than have to worry about repriming. You see.
Oh!
You
Stingray.
can see how reliant Koslix is on those down tosses to get him back down to ground. Every time Stingray juggles him up, Koslix has to use that weapon toss down, and it's leaving him unarmed.
Now, I know it looks like we're in Brawlhaven, but we're actually under the sea. And Stingray is king under the sea. He feels so at home in his flow state. He knows all the currents. He's seen all the current maps that NOAA puts out. In NOAA, National Oceanography.
Oh, okay.
Something or other. But he has such a lead right here. Has Koslix towards the latter stages of orange. A couple more hits. Koslix is going to be red. Ooh, that dare.
Sidelight. Koslix is in trouble. He can tell he needs this stock off of Stingray. Now the side air will do it, but he cannot afford to take too much damage here. Gonna juggle a little bit, try to delay the weapon spawn, sidelight into the down air.
Oh.
2 nairs, chase dodges up, Stingray has the ground advantage.
Oh, Koslix wants all of this damage as fast as he can.
Yo, he's getting it!
How quickly did he get Stingray in red?
Who's it gonna be?
Are we back on land?
Koslix take this to game number 5? This is so close. Oh, the neutral sting!
Stingray takes it. He's guaranteed top 3, knocking out Koslix. He wants the chance to go back against Pugsy in the grand finals to undo the mistakes that he made before. Pugsy sent him down here. He wants that run back. First, he's going to have to go through Ethan, but taking down Koslix is a fantastic step on the way to the grand finals.
And one of the big things about that final game is that Koslix actually had more damage than Stingray. He had put out, I think, about 50 more damage than Stingray did, but just the kill efficiency coming out from Stingray, we saw him hating those neutral signatures basically at the prime points, and that is just huge. Koslix was just not able to finish off the stocks as quickly as Stingray was.
And he was still hitting the neutral signatures. That was a part of this gameplay from the beginning of that best-of-5 set to the end of that best-of-5 set. So it wasn't like he was just using a gimmick that, oh, it took a couple stocks or maybe it took a game and then Koslix figures it out. Like, no, he's still able to use that neutral signature. Maybe not like he was able to use it in the beginning, but still an extremely effective knockout tool for Stingray. And he moves on. We're still underwater, but not in the Daiku way, in the Stingray way, where he's just kind of swimming around under there.
Yeah, well, where's the shark in this water, right? Who's going to be the one to take a big old bite out of Stingray? Is it going to be In Control's Ethan going up against Stingray now in the losers finals?
Stingray just wants another notch on his spear of players that he's knocked out here at the first major tournament of the year in Year 5, Winter Championship 2020. First stop on the Brawlhalla World Tour. And what a stop it is. Man, this isn't just
crazy.
This isn't a rest stop on the side of the road where there's like
this ain't a truck stop.
There's a couple picnic tables.
Maybe it's a Buc-ee's.
And you go to some dirty bathroom that hasn't been cleaned in months, even though it says on the wall that
you got to go inside and get the key with a piece of wood nailed to it.
It's not one of those. This is a Buc-ee's, ladies and gentlemen, with the most beautiful restrooms in the world, beef jerky
Super
everywhere. Beautiful. What a rest stop
They got beaver nuggets. Ethan, though, coming out alive, hitting some solid spear play onto Stingray to start game number 1. Dashing back and forth on both sides, playing a little bit of footsies.
People not from Texas ain't going to know.
Yeah, I know.
Dang it. My references are
too
regional.
Come to Texas and you'll get it.
References are too regional.
Well, I got the old man references, all right. You see Ethan, though, on the sword again, going up against Stingray. Sword, I wouldn't expect it to have the best matchup against these Lance and Spear, where they have a little bit more of a range advantage, a lot of priority. But Ethan finds the positioning for the downlight dare into the knockout on Stingray.
Had the option to stick on the sword, but he's going back to the Spear. Going to stay guarding around that weapon. A little side light from Stingray is going to knock Ethan away. Weapon's going to go into Stingray's hands,
Double.
But all the damage he's going to take right after.
About to lap Stingray in game number 1. Ooh, a wake-up ground pound coming out from Ethan. Stingray's going to find a small punish on that one.
Stingray not very tough in the edge guard game.
No. But that's expected, right? Lance players historically are not going to be the strongest edge guarders because Lance is generally a weapon where when you're on the edge, you throw it away and try to get back on unarmed.
And that's totally fine. We've seen plenty of Lance players have a ton of success with a limited edge guard game.
But that is going to be something that Ethan can kind of take advantage of. He knows that he can be a little bit more comfortable on that off stage, just sitting on the wall. He'll have a little bit more time to breathe, reset if he needs to.
The wall could become his safe space, and if Stingray gets impatient, he can travel over there, and Ethan can capitalize on that, but he might not have to. Almost a full stock lead as Ethan takes Stingray off the top, sending him out of the water onto the beach, whereas we all know
Stingrays
water
don't
animals
do well.
cannot breathe there. It's very
they
tough.
don't do well on beaches.
But luckily, a tourist came by and was brave enough to pick up the Stingray, put him back in the water, and that's where he is now.
But is it too late? Is Stingray going to be able to recompose himself, get that water around the gills? There's still more games in this set, all right?
It looks like he is. He didn't want you to finish that statement.
He's like, nah, I'm good. I'm gonna sting some people right now.
Like, you don't need to theorize. There's no speculation. Here's the answer. Oh man.
Oh my gosh, he's still going. He's still going.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. Ethan went into it.
Ethan went straight into it. You see, with that signature, Stingray's feeling himself right now.
Yeah.
We're back in the water.
Yeah, he's feeling good.
But we're in shallow water.
The side sig.
Ethan can stand.
Stingray. He's got the jumps, dodges through, so he's going to reset his jumps by touching back down to ground. But Ethan, with that weapon control, not even going to go for the denial. Instead, tries to go for the offstage. Stingray picks up the lance. Not quite enough.
Ooh, the neutral light.
Oh, man! Just enough.
Interesting things there from Stingray. Did the neutral light as his kind of starter option there. Then he expected the initiation from Ethan, so he threw out the down light. Very small range, right in front of you, just covering your...
it's a back-off tool.
Covering your get-off-me dude. Then when that didn't happen, he saw that Ethan was playing a little bit back, so he goes for that long-range side signature. That's going to finish it off.
I love the way that Ethan is playing this matchup, though. He's doing a lot of half-jump gravity cancel down lights, which works really well against Stingray. Stingray coming over him, he'll utilize the spot dodge of the gravity cancel part, right? He'll spot dodge through it, and then he'll be inside of him to hit the gravity cancel down light. Same thing was happening with these down tosses from Stingray, right? Ethan hits a recovery, but it doesn't knock out. Stingray down tosses, which is very characteristic of Lance players, and then Ethan spot dodges through it, then goes for a gravity cancel down light.
And most of Stingray's grounded options are going to be completely avoided by that gravity cancel down light, either in those iframes or because he's just a little bit off the ground. He's going to be completely over it.
It's a huge tool for Ethan, and it's one of the reasons why he did so well in game number 1.
You're exactly right on that. I wonder, the option for Stingray to deal with that could be the neutral signature, which we've seen him use really well. Like your average player would be like, well, maybe you don't try to deal with that gravity cancel light attack with a signature because you're going to be putting a ton of recovery frames. You might not use it at the right time, but Stingray is the person who can use it at the right time.
He knows that neutral signature. Seeing Ethan again going in with that gravity cancel down light, gets the side air as the follow-up, tries to hit a side signature, but Stingray finds his way back onto the stage.
Neutral light coming out, weapon toss, try to continue it. You saw the spot dodge come out from Ethan. He was expecting a response from Stingray.
Was trying to see if Stingray was going to just react out of it.
Ethan definitely getting the better.
Oh, nice catch. Oh, didn't bounce enough.
That was so close. What a beautiful string that would have been coming out from Ethan. And it was beautiful. Just because he didn't hit the last hit.
Stingray! Okay, worth! That's worth for Stingray. 100% worth for Stingray. Ethan had such a huge health advantage. That is 1,000% worth for Stingray.
Stingray trying to get the read with Ethan dodging back towards the stage, trying to pick up with the down air. Man, that consistent spear damage that Ethan has been able to get. There's the D-Light again. Nice. D-Light, backdash D-Light.
Great read from Stingray, knowing Ethan was going to dash forward after the first down light.
Stingray now in the lead. He's in the orange while Ethan's in the red. Sword now in Ethan's hands.
But Stingray gets behind him for the neutral light. Side air sends Ethan off. He's going to fast fall below the weapon toss.
Yeah, using that fast fall was a great option, so he didn't have to burn his in-air dodge.
Oh! Iframes. Not enough to get through the down signature.
And that's like the perfect reason to use that move, because with a dodge, you might not know exactly where they're going to end up. So you cover both sides.
Just cover all around you.
You have a ton of active frames on it.
Ooh. Went for the immediate pickup neutral signature, but Stingray able to avoid it. Downlight side air sends Stingray into the KO box on the left side, and it's going to be 1 stock each for game number 2.
Ethan with the weapon advantage, but Ethan's going to go towards the edge of the stage. Stinger going back towards the middle. That's where the weapon spawn is. It's now Spear v Spear. You see the side light. Stinger is going to back up, throw his weapon away. Spawn coming in. Being careful on how he approaches back to the weapon spawn.
Yeah, not going straight for it. Instead, really taking his time, trying to make sure that he can pick it up safely. Good dodge from Ethan to avoid the neutral air.
Ooh, a lot of damage on that.
Small punish. Downlight, side air.
That's really close to the edge.
Still not quite enough. Oh, the down air. He tried to throw it straight down, but
exactly
the
what he wanted to
platform.
do. D-light side air.
Avoided. Oh, the pogo.
A win here for Stingray would be massive.
It would put him into guaranteed, well, 1 game away from guaranteed top 2.
Oh, no! Oh, there's the side light into the recovery from Stingray. He's up 2-0 in this set against Ethan. He has to be feeling so good in this spot.
And again, Ethan putting out more damage than Stingray. Stingray's kill efficiency is
really good.
on point.
It's really good. 509. What's that divided by 3?
Oh, I don't know. You usually
it's like 165-ish. 165-ish? Burst stock? That's insane.
I love how excited you are for an approximate number.
Yeah.
Like roughly 165?
Well, it is. 3 times 165 is 495. So it's close. Okay. That's really good.
That's really good. That's really good.
That's really freaking
again,
good.
As we said earlier, 150 is like optimum.
That's when you proc right.
That's like ideal is 150, like in a perfect world. But 160 is really good. Ethan looking to ice Stingray on this one. He's really taking his time trying to decide what is the proper skin for his Hattori.
He did swap to, I don't remember what it's called, but it's like the Rice Hat one. But he swapped back to Demon Bride for the beginning of this set.
I know Demon Bride's like the one that he usually rocks.
Yeah.
But I'm like 90% sure he has every skin. I know he doesn't really do Kill Thrill. Or the like crazy hair one.
Or we could see him swap characters. I don't remember. I don't know if he DM'd me what he's going to be doing. He might not have. He might have been a bad boy.
I mean, not everyone DM'd us what their character picks were going to be. Well, actually, no. Ethan did.
He put it.
He
like,
said, "I'm a Hattori
chat, right?
one trick."
Okay.
That's like that is the quote that he said was
anything
he's a Hattori one trick. So there's a decent chance that it's gonna just be Hattori.
Let's see. He also could have just said it in the chat. I can't remember. Let's see. Yeah, you're right. He said Hattori one trick.
Yeah, that's what he said.
But he's really thinking about this. I don't know if he just wants a cooldown period or if he just wants to think about this. But okay. Oh,
he thought about it.
He locked it in for just a second with different colors.
Okay,
is that
it's gonna be Demon Bride,
or is that
Soul?
Gold? No, not Gold Forge.
Silver Forge. Soul Forge.
Soul Forged.
Is that what it's called?
I don't know. I use Mountain Dew colors.
It's not Silver Forged. I like home team colors. Just saying. But looks like Ethan, again, he's really taking his time. He's really trying to ice down Stingray on this one, which, I mean, if you go to the fish market, iced Stingray, that's like, honestly, probably as fresh as you can get.
Yeah, that's how they preserve it so it doesn't go bad.
Yeah.
But he wants it to go bad, right?
Yeah.
He wants Stingray to expire.
Yeah.
So maybe he's not going to ice him out.
No.
Maybe he's going to heat him up, but, like, not cook him. He wants him to like leave him out.
He's gonna like sun dry him.
Yeah, he's gonna leave him out at like room temperature.
Yeah,
for like 2 hours.
For like way too long, way longer than you're supposed to.
Coming into this, we're going back on to Mammoth Fortress. Stingray is going to easily grab the first weapon. You saw Ethan sort of approach it, but didn't really throw out any moves, and Stingray is going to capitalize on that, throwing away his spear, has a lance, lot of damage that Stingray has been able to put out with almost nothing from Ethan. There comes the weapon spawn in, favoring Ethan's side. He's going to grab that sword. Ethan's sword has been so fantastic today, and towards the beginning of last year was when that sword really started to come alive. We saw fantastic sword play from him at BCX last year. Sidelight Nair tries to get the neutral signature. Ethan not only dodged, but he's really far away from 2. Doesn't matter. Side stick coming in from Stingray. Gonna knock out. Huge lead.
This is big for Stingray. I believe he is 1 game away from knocking Ethan out and taking Ethan to guaranteed 3rd place, and Stingray going into the top 2 against Pugsy, the person who knocked him into the loser's bracket.
Dang, could you imagine just being 2nd place? Like, also possibly winning. That's
I can't imagine that.
That's the crazy thing, is Stingray, like, how do you do that? I don't even know how you do that. Because, like, the off-season seems really long until it doesn't seem really long. And it's just such a short time to make this big of a difference in your gameplay.
Yeah, this is a huge glow up coming out from Stingray, a person who was on literally no one's lips in 2019.
That's kind of brutal. What? I wouldn't say literally no one. Like, that's rough.
I'm just saying, like,
that's mean.
He was not a talked about top player. Nobody expected this, and then suddenly Stingray comes out and he's 1 game away. He's 2 stocks away from guaranteeing himself in the top 2 of the Winter Championship.
And Stingray's doing such a good job of, like, playing kind of cheeky, and, like, it seems like he's having fun with it, but also kind of buckling down and doing the down and dirty, like, clean parts or the maybe patient parts when he needs to. Like, we really haven't seen him hardly at all overextend. That really hasn't happened.
Yeah, he's playing so incredibly well. Nice pickup from Ethan. Still not enough to finish off this stock. The side sig. That looked like it almost didn't finish.
Yeah. Ethan nailing the range on that. Stingray not quite expecting that or respecting that quite enough. Ooh. Oh, man.
A lot of dashing coming out from Stingray.
A lot of time with very few moves coming out. Like, that was probably 6 or 7 seconds with no moves. We're kind of seeing it again as well.
He's really trying to force Ethan to make that approach and get punished by the backdash.
Stingray really looking like the 3-0 is extremely possible.
Oh, that hit! Oh, stayed low.
Man,
dodged
Ethan,
under.
That was so close.
He can't
touch
Stingray going into the top 2. Knocking Ethan out. Ethan's going to be going home a 3rd place finish in the Winter Championship, which is still amazing for Ethan.
That's fantastic.
But Stingray, the new kid on the block, the up-and-comer, going to go into the grand finals of a Winter Championship.
Like, Ethan doesn't top 3 on the reg.
No.
He has top 3 placements.
Top 8s.
Yeah, like, we usually see him around like 5 to 7th, which, again, fantastic. And getting 3rd here, fantastic. That's a great way to kick off this esports year on the Brawlhalla World Tour, but an even better way to kick off. Stingray, he's making a splash.
Ha!
Here at the Brawlhalla World Tour. And it might not be finished.
He's not done yet. He is going to be going up against Pugsy, the potential kryptonite to Stingray. Unfortunately, I don't think Stingrays are actually weak to kryptonite in the like Superman lore. I'm not.
It's like kryptonite's radioactive, right? So I think like everything is weak to kryptonite, just not like really weak.
I don't know. It took Lex Luthor a really long time and a lot of exposure to kryptonite before he started succumbing to the radiation of it.
Let's see how radioactive is kryptonite?
But he is going to be going up against Pugsy again. The Pugsy is the person who knocks Stingray into the loser's bracket. Now that we're going into the grand finals,
kryptonite's not even real.
Yeah, you didn't. I thought it was real. No, it's Superman's weakness.
Yeah, like I know that, but he could have just like they could have grabbed the thing off the periodic table.
Yeah, all right, that's fair. That's
like
fair.
it could have been plutonium.
No, but he's from planet Krypton. Kryptonite.
Well, yeah, but they could have just made that up. Okay. They could have just made it to like be.
Either way, Stingray going into the grand finals, he does have to win 2 best-of-5s in order to beat Pugsy and go home the grand champion of Winter Championship. Otherwise, Pugsy, if he wins one of these best-of-5s, he's the winner. He's done, and he gets to feel good knowing that he has a flight and hotel to CEO Dreamland.
Wait, hold on.
Hi.
Superman's from Krypton. He's weak to kryptonite.
Yep.
I'm from Earth. I'm not weak to dirt.
Well, it's not called Earthenite, all right?
Superman's weak. Like, what? How do you
he
live there,
He also gets his powers from the sun.
I mean, people are like need the sun, too, so I kind of get my powers from the sun, and I'm not weak to my planet. So, Superman's kind of lame.
Well, either way, Pugsy, not the Superman in this metaphor. Actually, it's Stingray who is the Superman in this metaphor. Stingray doing very well for himself, hitting that recovery, almost taking the stop off of Pugsy. Went for the extra, the double downlight, gets a little bit more horizontal distance if he was able to connect, but still finishes off the stock with the down signature.
The Superman, like, he doesn't lose very often, does he?
Not really.
Okay, so yeah, so Stingray is that him now.
Yeah.
That works. Good metaphor.
Yeah.
You nailed it. It's working.
The more you think about it, the more it comes together.
That's usually the opposite of mine. The more you think about it, just you need to stop thinking about it. Don't look at it too closely. Everything's great until you look at it. Man, Pugsy's still taking so much damage.
Oh my gosh, he's not finding the hit. Stingray, another neutral signature. Stingray, is he going to 3-stock to start off his run in the grand finals?
Man, dude, that side air that Pugsy was going for that he got interrupted with the D-Light, that probably would have been the knockout blow.
Dude, he went for it so many times, too. Just outside of the downlight, goes for the neutral signature. Yep, will finish off. But still, 2 stocks left to a slightly damaged 1 stock of Pugsy.
Even though Axe has a very favorable matchup into Lance, Pugsy's going to stick with the spear. The sword feels more confident in his sword than his Axe here against Stingray. Oh man, Pugsy's already orange.
Yeah, I mean, part of that is that low defense of the Jala that Finn, the crossover, is on. But the other part of that is Stingray just hitting so many connections.
Oh my gosh!
3 KOs.
How much
3
damage?
and 6, 509.
Pugsy only did 224.
509.
And most of that was on the first stock.
Yeah.
So I think he basically knocked out the first stock with 200 damage on
Roughly.
it. On small Brawlhalla.
Yeah.
When he has an Axe, when he has D-Light Insig on sword as a knockout option as well.
It was rough for Pugsy for game number 1. But again, Pugsy does have that winner's bracket advantage, and he does have the confidence that he knocked Stingray down into the loser's bracket. We're going to be going into game number 2 with Pugsy versus Stingray. Pugsy not able to pick up that spawn weapon.
And we're back in the water, and Pugs have very short legs.
No, they're really bad at
They do
swimming.
not do very well in the water. And
They also struggle to breathe like as a whole.
Yep. Because their faces are just smushed.
Definitely can't breathe too well in that water.
Oh, we might be back on land.
Oh,
We're going back and forth.
It's the flow of the waves like crashing on the land, right?
It's the tide coming in.
Nice downlight into the neutral signature. Pugsy takes the first stock off of Stingray for game number 2.
Low tide, baby. We're back on land.
Yeah, that moon's real far away.
Uh-oh. It's good. Oh, no.
It came back, it came back.
High tide.
No, that's like the tsunamis where the waves pull back real quick and then the wave crashes down. Yeah, metaphors, baby. Pugsy with the sword in hand again against Stingray.
Honestly, we're oceanographers. Like we're really killing that.
OCA, hit us up.
We're really
or
killing
NOAA,
that.
that's the one that you're talking about.
Yep.
NOAA.
NOAA.
NOAA. NOAA.
Sider coming in from Pugsy.
Good dodge through from Pugsy, able to get behind Stingray. Slight damage advantage, the down signature, the side air. Pugsy coming alive.
Low tide, baby.
Spam this wave to help Stingray. You see Stingray with the spear in hand. Pugsy playing far back the pogo. Pugsy didn't touch! He didn't touch!
He blew so many of his movement options. It almost looked like he touched, but then that down air came in. You saw his character light up. That's the jump he got, not from touching, but from being hit. Oh, man. That was a huge lead that Pugsy had.
Completely stolen away, but Pugsy's still good, getting that damage built up onto Stingray. Falling down airs. You're not seeing him go for the down air downlight anymore.
When does that stop being a good option? Like, does it ever, like the down air bounces too far?
It
seemed
like it definitely
I think
happens
he
after a while.
might not have been able to hit the downlight there. Might have been too late. Also, that was like an air down air rather than a
it wasn't
grounded
as
air.
close to the ground for a lot of them. Downlight into the recovery, and Pugsy takes game number 2. Great return from Pugsy. Oh, and Stingray, I think he's switching up the skins.
No, he's still Black Knight.
Oh. I know he had a different Orion skin on one of his matches. Yeah. He changes it around.
I feel like I've mostly seen Black Knight.
I think that's like the starter one, just like how Ethan starts off with the Demon Bride.
Might have been his game against Sandstorm that maybe he switched, because that one wasn't quite in his favor as much as some of his other sets today.
But here we go, game number 3, Stingray versus Pugsy.
Now, both players with the soft platforms where they are can find huge success. Definitely Axe players like Enigma. Lance players, not me, love Enigma.
It can definitely be a little bit of a problem for Lance players sometimes, though, with those down airs into the soft platforms.
Yeah.
Can be tricky, but you're seeing Stingray really utilizing that spear down light. Can cover both the ground and that soft platform if Pugsy tries to recover too high. Neutral Sig, but it doesn't go over the ledge. Still lots of damage put out onto Stingray.
That was so close to being such a dirty pickup. Recovery. Man, what a lead that Stingray has. Opting now for the Lance. His spear play is fantastic.
Yeah, and it really feels like Stingray, despite the fact that he has got such an amazing Lance, I feel like he categorizes himself as a spear player, considering we saw him swap to the Hattori, swap to the Nash, and then he's been playing this Orion. Like, spear's kind of been that common thread across the three, but his Lance is also just absolutely amazing.
Well, when your spear is good enough to go against the other one of the few and definitely the best spear player out there, you should feel very confident in your spear. And he's making spear look really cool. Spear can sometimes kind of be, it's sort of a vanilla weapon, almost like a dad weapon.
Yeah.
But he does so many amazing things with it. Holy cow!
Stingray full stock over Pugsy with the fantastic edge guards. We did not expect this edge guard.
That's an edge guard.
Stingray with the edge guard.
Pugsy tried to take him deep down into the coral reef, and Stingray has no problem with that.
Yeah, that's where he thrives.
He likes to stay near the top where it's warm, but also he can go down into the depths. Because he knows to go down. You don't swim over the top of it like you would think. You go down deep, because if you go over the top, that's where the jellyfish are. And that's where Dory
with a Finding Nemo
That's where Dory gets stung by the jellyfish.
Now you got to start bouncing on top of him. But here we go. One stock left for Pugsy here. Nice down air. Oh, goes for the ground pound, but unfortunately, a little bit too far to the right side. Lands on the main stage.
Oh, almost grabs the downlight. Pugsy in such a bad spot now. Stingray just kind of completely owning this game. Yeah. Full stock lead here. Pugsy getting very close to red.
Stingray just looks like he has so much control of this map. Small Enigma. Nice recovery coming out from Stingray. Ooh, Pugsy has to spot dodge over that neutral heavy. But another recovery, and Stingray takes another game off of Pugsy.
Are we on the verge of a reset?
I think we are.
It's quite possible.
I think it's very possible.
It's now 2-1 in this best-of-5 set. No swaps from either player. They live by their characters. They die by their characters. Small Brawlhalla. Stingray's been looking good on this stage. Pugsy was earlier in the day as well, but man.
I definitely like it coming out from Pugsy, though, considering Stingray had so much control of a tri-platform map, just going to what is potentially kind of the opposite of a very flat map and a smaller map might be what Pugsy needs to kind of just change up what just happened.
But like earlier today, Pugsy destroyed Stingray on this map. That was such a dominant win for Pugsy over Stingray earlier. It was a 3-1. And now Stingray might just turn it around and do that to Pugsy.
Very real possibility. You see Pugsy going in, gets the sidelight side air, but it's right to left, so Stingray going to be able to get back, but denied the wall touch by the down air.
Great down air from Pugsy. Yeah. He just needed to deny that wall touch, needed just a little bit of force to do that.
And it was just outside of the hitbox coming out from Stingray, so he didn't end up tapping Stingray, giving Stingray some sort of advantage and hit stun.
Now Pugsy pretty confidently in the lead. He was finding overspacing on weapons like the neutral, or moves like the neutral signature and the side air, but then he was finding his way inside of Stingray when Stingray was throwing out the neutral airs as well, and Pugsy was able to punish from the inside.
Oh, but the down signature covering every side of Stingray. Gonna even up that stock count. Sword for Pugsy.
Both of them just kind of jockeying for the favorable position. Neither one really has too much in their favor. There's the dare from Pugsy. Finds the nair as a kind of delayed follow-up. Stingray is going to halt any forward motion with that down throw. Oh, that's the pickup that he wanted earlier on Enigma. Pugsy's still able to get back. There you're seeing Stingray's not wanting to edge guard coming into play here.
Yo, Pugsy had the tricky movement. He kind of like borderline bunny hopped back towards that corner. Like he really tricked out Stingray, but was able to get that knockout, but he's one hit away. He's got to be careful here. Needs that damage, needs that frosting on this cake.
You're seeing Stingray trying to come in with these downlights. Goes for a dash neutral heavy. Side air with the diagonal down throw. Throw's going to miss.
Chase dodges to stay close. Weapon toss didn't connect. Stingray covering the landing, but he is able to connect with that recovery.
He's just a little bit behind. Win here for Stingray. Gets the bracket reset. Win here from Pugsy.
Can he do it?
Goes to a game 5. Pugsy wants to deny that reset. He wants to halt any forward movement for Stingray now and then just completely end it in the next game.
Can he do it?
Oh!
Side light, side air. Stingray launched. Pugsy's going to go for the weapon toss. Has the sword. Stingray still touches.
I can't believe he was able to ride that angle back
yeah,
up. I didn't think it was
sometimes when
gonna
you hit those corners, you like bounce away instead of like sliding up it. But Pugsy going to take game number 4, take it to game number 5. If Pugsy wins this, it's over, it's done. Pugsy is the winter champion. But if Stingray wins this, we got to reset.
We're going back to small Brawlhaven.
He knows it was close.
It was.
He knows he could have done it.
It was.
Stingray taking it to small Brawlhaven for game number 5 of the grand finals. First tick of damage coming out from Pugsy with the falling unarmed nair, but Stingray with the response downlight side air.
D-light side air coming out from Stingray. Both players very even. Just kind of poking back and forth. Oh, man.
Uh-oh. There's a weapon toss.
He's spending some serious time on the edge.
Yeah.
At least for Stingray.
He knows how important getting that knockout early is. Punish.
Oh, that's an easy punish for Pugsy.
Yeah.
He goes for the ground pound, and then, oh, what a quick pickup from Stingray.
And he throws it away. He's like, I got what I needed from it. Used the charge on that lance and threw it away back to the spear for the damage buildup onto Pugsy.
I don't think Stingrays are that fast. Seems like they wouldn't be that fast, but he is. He's probably the fastest one in the whole world.
He might be. Side air from Pugsy will finish off the first stock of Stingray in game number 5. He's going to be sticking with the axe. Are you looking up the aquatic speed? Is it going to be in knots?
I'm seeing if Stingrays are fast.
Just Google.
There's no like easy answer, and I don't feel like going through the Wikipedia. So I'm just going to say that they're not. All my oceanographers in chat.
Sorry, Noah. Maybe don't get back to us.
Tell us in chat if Stingrays are fast. Also, at me on Twitter, @WithSparky.
Yo, falling side air from Pugsy. Going to be launching Stingray, making Stingray go fast. Covering this corner just a little bit, but Stingray gets past. And he's staying low. Was likely looking for another recovery, but it's going to be the recovery from Pugsy to take the stock.
The tiniest little lead
He's
that
one
Pugsy
stock away.
has. Reset is huge. Pugsy winning this is huge.
Ooh. The ground pound, 1 stock each. If Stingray gets this stock, it is a reset. That was a spot dodge. 1 second cooldown on the dodge.
Starting this final stock off really strong.
It's another dodge, but Pugsy gets through, able to pick up the weapon.
Just trading back and forth. Down air for neutral air.
Yeah, but the
down air for neutral air.
Favor.
Side light. No major momentum in one player's favor over the other. We haven't seen more than one hit at a time. Oh, this couldn't be closer.
Yo, watch the weapon toss into N-Sig. There's the neutral air. Goes to the down Sig. Pugsy gets past it. Might have been a risky play going for that signature.
Yeah, he hasn't really been successful other than that one time we saw earlier, and it wasn't against Pugsy.
Pugsy slowly pulling back. That was a burned gravity cancel, but Stingray not able to punish the weapon denial. Pugsy with the side air. Pugsy is a winner champion.
He has done it. Pugsy, who hasn't hardly seen a top 3 placement in over a year.
The young Pug himself.
When was the last time that we've seen Pugsy win a tournament?
It's been a very long time since Pugsy has won a tournament. Pugsy's been a long-standing player in the community, going back to when it was closed beta and you and I would cast from our bedrooms. Pugsy has been such a long player. I remember ye good old Pope.
Yeah.
And I love that Pugsy is back, has won the Winter Championship, and will be getting that flight and hotel as well as the prize pool of this Winter Championship for CEO Dreamland.
Like, we've had a lot of birthdays recently in the community, and you've seen people on Twitter be like, yo, I can't believe this person is like 17 now. I knew them when they were 13.
Yeah.
Pugsy is one of those players. Early on in Pugsy's career, just a rocket. Taken off to the moon. Incredible in 2s. Incredible in 1s. Did a lot of things that other people thought impossible. You hear players like Sandstorm getting talked about for that. But back in the day, like, Pugsy was doing amazing with Barraza, who at the time, not the best character. Pugsy was able to take that very poorly thought of character, kind of like Sandstorm did with Zul, and skyrocket that to tournament wins, to amazing placements, to beating other incredible players. I am so happy to see Pugsy return to form, even though he hasn't been very far from where he is now. It's so good to see him return to form.
It is exciting to see Pugsy take a W and go home a champion, but it's also exciting to see this new person, Stingray, the up-and-comer, the person who was on very few lips. Some people were like, hey, keep an eye out for this guy because he might actually be able to do it. And coming in as a relative unknown, the dark horse of the tournament, taking second place over many people, including the current world champion of Sandstorm. That is massive for Stingray. You cannot understate that. And as viewers of esports, you're going to be wanting to keep your eyes on this player and see what they're going to be doing across the year. And of course, third place going to the ever wonderful Ethan, a consistent top 8 player. I saw his tweet when he hit top 8, consistent top 8 player.
Yep. It's always tough to not win.
Yeah.
Especially when you can like almost see it in your sights. But man, for our top 3, what a huge monumental tournament for all 3 of them in a different way.
Yes,
absolutely.
Love to see it. It's great when multiple people can feel good at the end of a tournament, but that's not it for the Winter Championship. We've still got more tournament action to come. We've got Australia as well as Southeast Asia coming in just a little bit.
Yeah, wait, I have those times right here for you.
Okay, what's up?
Australia is going to be at 10 p.m. Eastern. Right here.
Okay.
SEA, that's Southeast Asia, is going to be at 11:30 p.m. right here.
Eastern time?
Eastern time zone. Just Google.
Check your times.
11:30 Eastern in whatever your time zone is. In case you're wondering about tomorrow, since we're not done tonight, we also have tomorrow to go on Sunday, February 23rd. EU starts at 12 p.m. Eastern. That's EU singles. After that is going to be the South American singles. That's going to be at 4 p.m. In case you weren't listening, you weren't writing something down, or it immediately just went over your head, graphics for that are on Twitter. I know Foda retweeted the graphic. That's twitter.com/Fodacon. That's Fodakahn. I have also retweeted it.
Or just go to the twitter.com/Brawlhalla.
There might be other stuff that might be in the way, but check there too.
Easiest way, you're already watching it. Stay where you are.
Don't stop.
Stay in your seat because we've got plenty more Brawlhalla action coming at you in just a little bit.
This is the Winter Championship 1v1 for Brawlhalla. We're here with the Australian region. I am joined by my very good friend.
You got Frown. That is my, I guess, tag. It's not really my name. That'd be weird if that was my name at birth, but, you know, that's something entirely different. How are you guys doing? I'm Frowned. You got Frowned, as some may call me, but I am here with my good friend
TWK Smash. That's the one. Man, we just got done watching the North American region.
Gosh.
And if that is anything to go by, this weekend is going to be absolutely insane. We have many more regions to go, tons of top-level Brawlhalla action. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling excited. I mean, we saw a lot of amazing Brawlhalla in that first NA regional championship. Of course, we saw Pugsy take it all the way down, just knocking opponents down left and right, taking down Stingray twice to get to Grand Finals, and in Grand Finals, of course, in that final game, taking it all the way to Game 5 in a very close matchup, of course.
Absolutely insane. But now the focus is going across the globe to the Australian region. Now, there are some names that a lot of people know from the many years past.
Of course.
All the regional champions, we've seen them come out to the World Championship over the years. You know who I'm talking about. Kyler Alice, as well as Wright.
Yes.
Those are, I think, two of my top to watch. Break that down a little bit for us.
Well, of course, we've been seeing Kyler Alice show up to almost every single BCX, I think, ever since the first one. So he's been around the scene for a long, long time, and we know kind of what he is capable of. I think he fell into a little bit of a lull about 2 years ago, but that was a long time ago, and he's far past that at this point. He is still one of the best. I think he won the championships last year and qualified for the BCX regional championship slot.
Top power rank in his region.
Showed up. He actually did quite phenomenally last year at DreamHack Atlanta during BCX.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. But, this is a new year. We've seen shakeups already. I'm curious, what we're going to see players like Wright bringing to the table. I know Carrot also does incredibly well. There's a ton of killers in this region, and it's not as cut and dry as some would have you believe.
Oh, no. It is a volatile region, and I think the only few players, that we can really guarantee will be some of the ones to really watch out for. And now, of course, this is coming from NA. It's hard for us to really follow along with Australia all the time because it's a completely different time zone. But, of course, we have – here's
one of the players to watch. We've seen him do a ton of damage last year. Panda going up against Zekton.
Yes, and we've heard a lot from Zekton. I know we saw – him play in last year's championship as well, and now we're going to see him bring it back this time around. Zekton on the Bryn pick and Panda on the Volkov.
Ooh, Zekton just flying right in. I always love seeing what players' initial gambits are. When that first weapon drops, who's going to go for the attack, who's going to claim it, and right now Zekton with a pretty healthy damage lead.
Right now trying to zone out Panda from the weapon, but he is going to find that axe, and now holding onto the grounded space. Zekton coming down with a neutral air to get a little bit of damage in, and now finding a lot of good reads with the side sig. A lot of damage flying him off to the right side, coming back onto the stage with recovery, just getting to the bottom of that wall and finding the hit as well. Playing a little bit safer, but finding a lot of really powerful hits onto Panda right now.
Yeah, I mean, Bryn, absolutely phenomenal legend. Fantastic signatures getting taken off stage a little bit by Panda here, but that range really being put to use, especially when you have that island that can extend either a side of the stage or give it a little bit more verticality.
And we're seeing a lot of SIGs as well come out from Zekton, and that's going to be the first KO coming out from Zekton onto Panda, taking that lead 3-2. And I think in that orange health, he's not too high up. He is going to be sent into the red now, just reaching those higher kill potential zones, especially as, Panda, he's got the axe there. That's harder hitting. It's going to find a KO soon enough if he hits him with something big there, like a side air or one of the heavier SIGs. But Zekton is making it so incredibly hard for him. Coming down, missing the down air is not going to put him in such a good position as Panda starts turning things around, looking for that side air, looking for something big.
Yeah, Panda does not want to let Zekton just run away with this one here. Volkov is the newest legend to Brawlhalla. We've seen a ton of people picking them up as kind of like the tournament pick. Almost, okay, are you ready for this one yet? It is brand spanking new. But, man, Panda really just having trouble closing out this stock, and it's not like Bryn has a ton of defense either.
and this is only going to benefit Zektin. All this damage is coming out. It's bonus damage, but they're finally finding the KO onto Zektin is going to give him a little bit of breathing room, at least for a little bit. And if he can at least land a few good hits, maybe a string or two, he can try to equalize that damage and put Zektin into a pretty good situation coming back into a third stock potentially, but he's not. Well, okay, he can't get back
went
from
for
that,
the gravity cancel. I'm not sure if he was expecting like the deep edge guard or something, or he just was using the dodge, going for maybe a dodge into recovery almost immediately, and got the gravity cancel instead.
You take the risky play because otherwise, I mean, there's only one other option, and that's just to accept the fate that you have been consigned to. Zektin getting a lot of damage, though.
Again, that down signature.
Yes.
We've seen him use that several times. It does a ton of damage. It's amazing at covering dodge-ins, and even spot dodges because of how long it lasts.
And Zektin is just continuing to bring the pain with this axe play. The side air coming out, looking for that side sig, held it down to get the upward or the downward force angle. Zektin just dodging that weapon throw to get the counter attack in as well. Almost has Panda in the red there.
Whoa,
and just
perfect dodge
out of the way of that neutral sig.
Yeah, that one is a doozy. Absolutely brutal. It just covers the skies, and Panda securing the victory there with the sky coverage. I mean, side air, it is one of your light attacks that you can score the knockout with when you're going for those final edge guards. But man, he has got his work cut out for him deep in the red. We need these scythe strings and combos.
Oh, he's getting it. He's getting the string. He's getting the combos. He's throwing Zektin off into the air, but Zektin getting a lot of damage off of that axe, but Panda is not gone yet, but there he goes right off on the side, right when I say it too. And he is going to be flying off on that left side, and that's going to be game one going to Zektin. 624 damage to 500 almost.
All right, you know what? I got to say for Panda, he did a great job bringing that back. He started off so far behind. Man, Zektin was just taking command of the match. But Panda really bringing it back at the end there. Is that enough of a momentum swing for him to try and take game 2 here? It's dangerous.
It's dangerous, but we'll definitely see for sure if that is the case or if Panda was just finding some lucky hits. Both are possible, but I actually would like to believe the first, that he was getting that adaptation, that he was finding the areas of attack that were going to give him the most success. And now we're going to see him on the Vortex. That is going to allow him a few more options here. I think
adapting his way over to some gauntlets.
Yes.
He wants to give him the mitts.
He wants to. He found a lot of success in some of those dodge punish strings and combos. So this is kind of Mordex's whole shtick, is finding those dodge punishes. We'll see if he can take advantage of them this time as well. And of course, he has the benefit of that scythe side sig, which hits so far out and so hard.
Yeah, and I mean, the range advantage is definitely what Zektin has been getting away with a lot in this match, especially when he hits those side lights. He goes for a lot of dodge coverage with that neutral air, just because it takes up so much of the space.
Zektin really looking for a lot of those signatures. You know, he has Panda in that kill zone, and he's looking for the KO as soon as possible. Gets the side air. Panda can get back, and he kind of gets saved by Zektin, but I think Zektin was hoping for the KO off the top with the recovery. Just because of any damage. He's going to find it this time because, of course, it is above the stage, like the, I guess, the sea level quotation marks.
Yes. You got to maximize that altitude, you know, the earlier that you want to get that recovery to knock out.
Exactly.
Ooh, going for a bit of the wait and bait after that side light. Knows that nothing is true off of it, and he caught Panda dodging in and down a lot already, so now he's looking for those dodges up and out.
Good play from Panda, pushing Zektin off onto the right side. Almost finds the KO, but doesn't find the opportunity. Zektin's recovery is so good. Finds the recovery. Second recovery off the top. Big plays from Zektin to find that KO. Looking at a possible 3 stock if he can keep this up.
Man, that was absolutely brutal. The pickup off of the platform, I mean, just made perfect use of it over the stage.
Panda going for a very ambitious ground pound off stage is gonna.
I mean, you have to be. Look, you are behind 2 stocks. Sure, you've got a ton of damage built onto Zektin,
and he's having so much trouble just getting a down air. Finally finds a single down air, goes for the recovery, isn't able to find it. Zektin trying to make his way back on, and he's throwing out the neutral airs. Finally finds it. There's the side sig that we were talking about, taking that KO onto Zektin, but he has so much work Panda has to make this comeback happen. He's finding the damage, though, onto Zektin, taking him off stage, trying to force him into that edge guard situation. Again, forcing him off stage. Zektin not even going for the weapon just yet, using the unarmed to push Panda back just a little bit, get a little bit more damage.
Big signature read, and Panda capitalizing, bringing that damage. Zektin now into the orange. The edge guard game, bouncing him off the wall. Zektin finding his way back up on stage. Man, that option coverage with the spear neutral air.
And the side air coming out as well. Going off stage, looking for the KO. Zektin doesn't get the mind gimp.
Oh my gosh!
He does get the wall
I
touch.
thought for sure.
It was so close. It was a game of inches at that point.
Threatening with the signature. I mean, they are both looking for the knockouts. Yes, Panda! All right, Dreams are still alive here. He's earned it down to the 1 stock versus 1 stock, but he has to play this absolutely perfectly.
Panda looking for the dodge punish right there. Zektin with the dodge out. He's going to give himself a little bit more room to work with. Zektin can't breathe easy just yet. Finds the dodge punish. Takes him off stage. Edge guard. That's 2 siders in a row. Coming down. Just barely misses the down air. That would have been the KO if he was able to find it. Zektin was almost all out of recovery options at that point.
Over to the gauntlets. Wow, went for the gravity cancel signature. Didn't find purchase, but you know what? He's got a couple chances left. No! The axe side air just dusting it off. Zektin taking game 2 there. Man,
that was so close.
Oh, Panda, you know what? He
even had the damage lead by 8
That's absolutely
damage.
crazy. Absolutely crazy. You know, Panda plays from behind constantly, but ends up getting so close every single time. If he can just button up the early part of those games, man, the places that he could go. But Zektin taking that
see?
Exactly. It's absolutely beautiful. Oh.
Dr. Seuss has a few things. I mean, he has a whole book to say about the matter. But anyway, we do have our next game coming up shortly. I think if that is the way we're going to start off the Australian tournament, I think that's a pretty good place because Panda really, I mean, even though he did drop 2-0, he was fantastic on the adaptation, and the Vortex pick was a fantastic pick to bring against Zektin there.
Yeah, but I mean, it wasn't enough to close out that early lead that Zektin built with those massive spear reads. I mean, that highlight clip, I'm going to be watching that one for days to come.
Of course. I mean, you can never discount the ability of Scythe to just run away with a dodge punish. And when he was able to find those right on Zektin, and get that down air and get that side air to pop him off stage and then just keep him there constantly with a flurry of side lights, down lights, and just the alternative mode where you just kick him right off the stage again. He just built up the damage so fast.
I love the dodge reads off of just neutral light and wait.
Yes.
It's you get so much information because you're just like, all right, you dodged this way this time. Oh, you did it again. That's a habit. Let's fix that.
And he did the same thing with the gauntlets as well, because he did the side light into wait to see what he would do. And then the next time he went into it, he knew what the play was, so he knew to do a jump in recovery because Zektin would always jump out of it.
Yep.
But still, of course, it did come down to the wire. Zektin took it down. The axe play was impeccable. Whenever Zektin had Panda up in the air, that neutral air was key.
Oh my gosh. Spear neutral air, just tons of coverage. He knew which ways you wanted to dodge in, and yeah, I'll catch, 3 or 4 of your 8 or 9 possible dodges. Absolutely crazy. Whoa. Stepping into the lobby. I see. This is the man we were just talking about earlier, Kyler Alice.
The king himself. Although, wait, this is Australia. He's the prime minister in this case.
Oh, okay. I understand. I like the correction there. But you know what? This is a little bit of a volatile region. Yeah, this is a volatile region. We've mentioned this before. It has not been a stranglehold that he's had on them for just years. It has been a struggle with ups and downs. But right now, he is at another one of those peaks.
Yes, and we're going to see, I think, a lot more from him. We've heard quite a bit about the region, the state of the region, I think, so far. We've heard a lot about what people may be bringing to the table, and the others that I'm not. I
see Aquarian Nemesis also hopping in the lobby there.
Yes.
That, man, I got to tell you, that is an old name. I have not seen Aquarian Nemesis play in quite some time just because I haven't been able to catch, all the action that's always going on in Australia. But he's consistently top 8 from back in the day.
Yeah, he's been around, I think, since year 2. I don't remember if he was around in year 1 or if he had a different name, but I do remember Aquarian Nemesis all the way back from year 2 at the very least, placing extremely high every single time.
Yeah, and it looks like he's going to be matching up against Peace, locking in the Nash, going for a little bit of a dexterity bonus on there, going to that dex stance, bumps him up from the 3 to the 4. I know that can feel incredibly meaningful, especially on weapons that have a lot of preset strings like the spear does.
Mm-hmm.
Going through the stage banding, we've left Small Mammoth Fortress, Apocalypse, and Crystal Temple available.
And Crystal Temple and Apocalypse, of course, being 2 of the newer maps, of course. Both getting banned as well, so we are going to go to Mammoth.
The classic,
The classic. I mean, it's such a classic that in a few of the fantasy games for some of these Smash GG tournaments, one of the questions that you could get points off of was, how many times is Mammoth going to be played?
You know what? A lot of players, they just really like it. It's got solid walls, good size, like medium stage. You know, sometimes there's a platform, sometimes there's not.
Anyway, Aquarian Nemesis starting things off right, getting a lot of damage on a Peace. Peace going to get a little bit of a knockback here, getting a bit of damage. Not just a small, not inconsistent or inconvenient amount of damage, but a solid start, a snapback, if you will.
Yeah, and I mean, he's going to need it because right here, the story of the match is strength and speed versus defense. You see Sir Roland that night, he has incredibly high defense. I know the stance took away a little bit, but he's still up at 7 of the maximum 10 points that anyone can ever have in this game.
He's still tank. That armor means something. Oh, goes for the down light, is not going to find it. And Aquarian Nemesis getting out of that. He is going to be looking for a lot of these sword startups. He's looking for, he's going to throw it away, and he's not going to find that hit, so he is going to lose it. He's going to have to deal with the lance right now, but that is not going to be a deterrent, I have to imagine. Goes for that reverse neutral
Oh
stick.
my gosh, no.
But Peace with a nice response here. Finding a lot of the damage, down air, off stage, looks for the side air, just misses, and Aquarian Nemesis now with this, looking for the signature finish. He knows that he has Peace in the kill zone, but Peace with the side sig from downtown is going to find that first KO.
That's the caveman. He's just going to leap in there with the spear. He's all strength and speed. So incredibly quick. I mean, he is deep in the damage. Even that sword neutralite sending him so far off stage, and Aquarian Nemesis just bouncing him all the way across. Too far, forced the dodge out early with the weapon throw, and now we are dead even 2 stocks apiece. Aquarian Nemesis, again, going for the coverage. He got the weapon starved. Peace, oh no, again, stealing the weapon out. Had to pay for it, but you know what? They're just tagging each other back. Peace, again, happy to fight unarmed. He hasn't even run for that weapon until just now. It sat there for so long, and now it is the game of range versus versatility, the spear versus the sword.
And picking up that spear, looking for a little bit of a weapon throw approach, might give him a little bit of room to work with, but just approaching with that weapon, Aquarian turning around, finding that neutral light, and just pushing it back. It's a bit of a volley right now as they trade blows. Aquarian trying to find the connection with the wall, does find it. Peace caught under the stage a little bit, but does make it back, finds the hammer, and now Aquarian maybe looking for that weapon, finds the sidelight to just push Peace away. And
oh no, that caught his recovery. No. That's going to be the stop.
Oh no.
Aquarian Nemesis commanding a massive lead with that breakout right there. Jeez, this could spell disaster for Peace. You do not want to give up game 1, you know, that handily. Oh, wow.
But it is something he's going to have to deal with. He is continuing to get more damage off with that unarmed play. Peace with the spear, looking to build it up, finds the neutral sig, doesn't quite find Aquarian Nemesis off the top, looks for it again, finds the gravity cancel off stage. It's still Aquarian Nemesis surviving, and there's the scoop. That's for the KO. Finally finds it, and that is going to even up the stocks 1-1. And fortunately, Peace doesn't have that much damage built up. He does have a lot of room to work with.
Yeah, he did a fantastic job cutting that lead exactly when he needed to, didn't let it run away from him. And now spacing each other out. Really a lot of play going around this right-hand corner. Man, Peace again going for these weapon throws, but Aquarian Nemesis so phenomenal at dodging them and knowing, all right, I can tag him back from here. Make him pay for tossing away his weapon.
Big damage coming out from Peace. That stomp side air
Ooh, man, if he didn't dodge that, Peace would have been done.
Yes, and there's a recovery off the top. Not quite going to finish him just yet. Side air, unarmed, coming out to push Aquarian away. The side air from the sword, though. Looks like that
coverage with the
throw
lance.
almost hit as well. The lance, the edge guard, just
Is it the
chilling
edge
there on
guard?
the edge.
Yes, not going for the weapon
Ooh.
starve, opting for the edge guard, using it as a little bit of a trap.
It is.
Oh, man. But just like that, oh, you thought I was guarding that weapon? No. Dash
Lance,
in.
edge guard,
Give him
just
the
chilling
edge
there on the
guard.
edge.
Yes,
Gotta always
not going
catch
for the
them
weapon
with
starve,
and they're not
opting for
expecting
the
it.
edge
That
guard.
one right there just popped
using
out
it
of
as a
nowhere
little
for
bit of a
piece.
trap.
It is.
Oh, man. That down
But
signature,
just
like that Knight firing off his own lance. So much range.
And there's the ban onto Mammoth Fortress.
Okay.
So,
I respect it. I really
Taking
do.
that one out of the rotation. We got Great Hall in the mix, but it's going to be Crystal Temple this time. Taking a trip to a crossover land.
All right, so it looks like we've got, slightly shorter walls going on out here.
And
You
a couple
see-
of little platforms that are going to be, I believe, in range of spear downlights. So we'll see if that comes into play as well.
And certainly, Nash's signatures cover that area incredibly well.
And the, as we saw, the roll-in neutral sig as well on Lance. There is going to be a little bit of weapon starving out from Aquarian this time to start off. Probably a better idea in the beginning of the game, just to make sure your opponent is in the worst position possible. Peace looking for that side light, trying to catch Aquarian in any amount of damage, just trying to space it out. He's playing it safe.
Yeah, they are chasing each other, playing some hardcore footsies all across this stage. Peace finding some damage with that leap. Oh, big hammer ground pound, claiming the first stock 45 seconds in.
Phenomenal read by Peace to get that ground pound off the side of the map.
Ooh, sliding around, but now Aquarian Nemesis, he's got the range to match, plus a little bit of extra movement. The Rocket Lance matching the spear. Can he find his way back on stage, though? Playing from the back foot. Man, Peace just bouncing on his head with those spear down airs.
Aquarian finding the sword. He's going to have a little bit of advantage for the time being. If he can find the KO here, that is going to allow him a little bit of time to breathe.
Ooh, big
there it is.
Signature catch. Man, that one, the slash does go up pretty high, so if they're anywhere near around you, give that one a shot.
He's continuing to go with the unarmed play. Aquarian, I think he believes that he's weapon starving, but those two fists right there that Peace has are just as dangerous as any weapon, and I think Peace wants Aquarian to know that. And now Aquarian using that lance, getting a little bit more damage off those nairs, building up very quickly the damage onto Peace.
Oh, look at the range, the spacing. He knows exactly where you are. Oh, can't dodge both swings of that, gets tagged at the end, but luckily it didn't turn into anything more. Again, the coverage with the Lance Neutral Eye after the Spectral Knight.
Goes for the ground pound. He was waiting. He knew he had to get the wall touch.
Waited so patiently.
I think Peace was also hoping that he was going to be able to go above Aquarian. He saw what he was trying to do, but I don't think he had the options. And at that point, it's just trying to force your opponent to get that ground pound out early, or at least the edge guard option, so you can get the wall touch. But I don't think he had it there. Aquarian was just too on point with his timing. Uh-oh, and the lead timing and the ground pound. Is he able to get back? He just had that jump ability, the recovery there in order to get back to the wall. Aquarian still holding that edge guard down, still has a huge damage lead. Peace, no weapon now. He's going to get it knocked away. He is in the red, and he hasn't.
Okay,
I think he's been in the red the entire time off stage. Aquarian hasn't let him touch the ground almost, until now. But
until just now. But that is so long that you are just trying to find somewhere to take a breath. So much damage.
Yes.
And look at that. It closed it out. 2-stock lead for Aquarian Nemesis there.
And that is going to be a big win for him, and that's a huge damage lead at the end as well. So Aquarian Nemesis, of course, going on to the next round. And I can't wait to see who is next. We saw Kyle Alice flash up. We still have to see him.
Yep.
We still have to see Wright.
I do appreciate, I was looking at the lobby there at the end.
Yes.
And Peace was just constantly flashing in and out. And I understand that feeling. It's the, no, let's run it back. Please, please, please. I thought.
You can't. It's a tournament. You can't get the run back unless it is a grand finals and you do lose as the winning side.
You got to work your way through to win it back. Yeah.
That's the only time you get that run back. That salty run back. But unfortunately, this time, He's going to have to do it offline for fun. Maybe throw a money match down. Who knows?
Oh, sure. But now we've got Kyler Alice stepping up. You were talking about that. I do like seeing that he's from his own clan.
Of course.
Kyler Alice from Kyler's clan.
Well, I mean, how else are you going to know if it's him or an imposter?
That is that the check?
Well, that's what I do.
That's the main check. You don't go follow him on Twitter, at Kyler Alice and just be like,
that's the Brawlhalla check mark.
Oh, okay. All right. I understand. I respect it.
Oh, is this what we're going to be getting right now? Don't tell me we're going to get Kyler Alice versus Wright this early.
Is this actually the bracket path?
I think this is actually the bracket path. I can't find it on Smash GG right now because it might be listed as something different. But Kyler Alice,
okay.
Or maybe he's going against Cheeseface.
Yeah, they're bouncing in a couple different, I want to bring up the bracket here. I know Bagel Productions will have that for us. He's going to be facing against Cheeseface. So Kyler Alice versus Cheeseface.
We're being teased right now, basically.
Dude, I'm just so ready. Like, that is my dream matchup from this region, just historically speaking.
That's true. I mean, this is what we've seen last year. Wright did make it very close. If I remember, I think it went to Game 5 and did not reset in the Grand Finals.
Right.
And Kyler did take it down eventually, of course.
Yeah. We are going to have to see if Cheeseface actually lets that happen. Because this is 2020, man.
That's true.
Like, everybody's coming out the woodwork. Like, we've got crazy new names. Everybody's been on the grind.
It's a whole new decade.
That's right.
Whole new decade, whole new players, whole new Cheeseface.
My gosh. So Kyler Alice locking in the Sentinel.
Now, what kind of cheese is he?
Ooh.
Cheddar, brie, Gouda.
The Gouda.
Maybe a Havarti if he likes to party. We'll see. Kyler's starting things off on the Sentinel, though. Starting with the hammer plays, getting a little bit of damage off, just pushing him around with the side light, getting a couple scoops of raisins in the mix as well.
It's heavy, large weapons against each other here. Hammer versus axe. There's going to be a ton of damage chunking from every single hit.
There's the neutral sig into the side air, pushing Cheeseface off the map, and now it's going to get that edge guard into effect. And the dodge, the dash through, almost finds the follow-up off of the stomp.
I just can't believe how gutsy that dash through the signature was.
Especially against that move, the down sig from the axe. It has so many active frames, it makes it so dangerous to try to just approach directly through. But it looks like he's going to opt for the Katars right now. The down throw, timing it out. That's a very nice movement that we see from Kyler to get the double hit to push Cheeseface off of the map. We got a little bit of an emote delay there in the bottom. I got a little bit of recognition of skill.
Listen, he gave him the double slap, one from each hand. Just dusted it off right there. But now Cheeseface swinging around with this axe. Let's see how much damage Kyler Alice can get before being taken down. He's got the right weapon for it. Katar's incredibly quick, string-heavy weapon.
Yes, and whenever it comes to facing off against an axe, you do want a quicker activated attack as well. But that side air, it doesn't matter how quick it comes out. If it connects with you at that kind of health, you are gone off the map. And now Kyler in his second stock. And it's actually not too, spread out. It's actually pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, Cheeseface did a good job, finding that big axe swipe that he needed to keep this from running away. But the problem is, Kyler Alice on Sentinel. Sentinel's a ton of defense. A ton of defense. Ooh. This man's a superhero. Look at that. He just mind-controlled him off the stage. Cheeseface not able to make it back to the side.
You don't need to be an orb user to be psychic, it seems. You just have to be
Kyler Alice. You just have to be Kyler Alice. Almost taking him up off the top there. Oh, no, don't do it to him again.
Don't do it to him. It hit him with the slap, maybe. Oh, he's going to let him get back just a little bit. Maybe that's the mind game, too. Coming on, looking for a downlight. Gets the downlight. Looks for the second one to get the dodge punished, but that is not going to be the effect for him right here. But the Cheeseface finding that side air, pushing Kyler off, getting that damage built up real big. And, there's the big hit, throwing him off the stage. No weapon left, down air, not going to find it off stage. The SIG coming out as well. There's the side air, and that's going to be the stock. Second one off of Kyler Alice right now.
Beautiful accuracy on that strike, and opting to swap back over to the axe, sticking with it.
Oh,
caught the recovery.
That could have been real bad if he was able to force him off stage for just a second there.
I just feel it in my gut every time that sound comes out and those stars appear, letting you know, you just knocked them out of their recovery attack. You you get knocked
stress
off
levels
stage,
just increase because you
don't
know you just
have
lost
it.
your recovery.
It's a whole option that does not get reset until you touch ground.
And yeah, you might have, you know, an exhausted recovery, but there it is. Kyler Alice scooping him up, throwing him out the ceiling, and taking game number 1, putting that in his back pocket right there.
Yeah, I mean, Hammer down air, it is a very quick option. It is one of the closer ranged options that Hammer has, but you can use it to cover a lot of things. If you're throwing out attacks as a little bit of a bait and you expect them to charge in afterwards, timing it just right and kind of hopping right above them, you can trick them out.
All right, game number 2. No legend changes, so we are going to see the Sentinel and the Azoth again here on Demon Island. It's just a flat stage. That's it.
No platform. The platforms are gone. The walls still incredibly small.
The stage is a platform, sort of. I mean, you can't fall through it, but that's probably a good thing. Kyler Alice looking for a little bit more damage, has the damage lead to start, but it's still pretty even. That axe only landing just a couple hits is going to even things up really quick, but Kyler with the slaps, throwing Cheese Face off, and there it is. Beautiful, perfectly timed neutral air to launch Cheese Face straight down. Finding those really nice offstage neutral airs on guitars is so satisfying.
I mean, that's the beauty of it. You can use it in so many different ways because it sends them radially outward from you.
Yes.
Exactly wherever you hit them with, oh yeah, that's the direction that they're getting sent. So you can use it to bounce them down to the ground. Oh my gosh! Kyler Alice! I don't even care that he didn't make it back. That was so incredibly worth. And I mean, you just get inside his head. That stock was absolutely deleted.
That was real nasty. Woo! Kyler Alice is turning on right now.
Jeez. And again, just staying on him. All right, the guitars are back on. What have you got for us now, Kyler?
Oh, we're going to see something else. He's going to take him right off stage. Looking for that. You saw the side light come out. That was the starter last time when he took Cheese Face off into the enormous string. Oh, but the drop because of the edge of the stage.
The corner. That's right.
And that works in Kyler Alice's favor in such a large margin because that could have just taken away all of Kyler Alice's recovery options off stage, giving Cheese Face a chance to find the down air, find a side air, something to force Kyler Alice off. But now it's Kyler Alice with the advantage right now, looking for the scoop, finds it, not going to take the KO.
This stage does have an incredibly tall ceiling, but man, enough damage and the hammer neutral air will still KO you incredibly early.
What a phenomenal showing in game number 2 by Kyler Alice. Just a dominance that we saw. You know, we saw flashes of in the first game. It was his warm up in terms of, you know, being in the stream setting, because it's like, you know, you're on stream, you got the nerves going, everyone's watching, you got people from every region just tuned in, seeing your every move, taking notes.
That's right. That's right. I mean, it is an incredible strain on the nerves. And, you know, I saw a lot of pros talking about it on Twitter leading up to this weekend that even still, you get that feeling. You get the jitters. And it's something to work through. So here we are going into the next game, Kyler Alice versus Cheese Face, continuing on this set. And again, we're just running it back, Demon Island. Same legend picks. Oh my gosh, and Kyler Alice almost taking him off the edge with the guitars just like 10 seconds in. Please, give him a moment to breathe.
I mean, for a second, I honestly thought we were going to see Kyler Alice just take a 2-for-1 off stage one more time, just to start things off. Instead of doing it in the middle of the match, just, you know, lead with it this time and just absolutely obliterate your opponent's confidence. And there it is, the slap off stage still has a little bit to go, but the neutral air right there, right in the perfect place to stop that recovery attempt.
I mean, he sent him that perfect down and away angle. Kyler really knows where to place these guitar neutral airs for maximum effect.
Cheese Face has Kyler on the side, and he almost gets caught, but the dodge is going to cause Kyler Alice to miss that next down air that would have taken Cheese Face off stage.
Jeez, Cheese Face just getting caught in a massive guitar string. That is a ton of damage. He has a lot to answer for right now. Picking up the axe. No, oh my gosh, Cheese Face almost getting taken out. He barely even got to use this weapon.
Very nice read from Kyler Alice using the down sig gravity cancel there to push Cheese off. It wasn't leading to a KO, but the next 2 attacks did, and that slap off stage is taking the second stock off of Cheese, and we're looking at a huge lead from Kyler Alice.
I mean,
in the yellow.
He's 3 stocks just yellow.
In the yellow.
He has so much runway to work with here. But Cheese looking to cut that runway short again.
The double ground pound.
Man, all right. So this is exactly the kind of turnaround he needs. But, you know, Kyler Alice, we mentioned it before. He built himself such a comfortable lead. Cheeseface cannot let up for a moment.
If he can find another one of those double ground pounds, especially with Bo, the force that comes out of it could give him a little bit of an equalization right now, because that definitely worked out last time. Whatever Kyler Alice, I doubt, would let him even get that opportunity at this point. The side sig coming out, catching him with those active frames. Kyler coming in from the diagonal angle making it even harder for Cheeseface to get in. The side sig again, it's working. He just needs to continue with it, I think.
Oh, goes for the side air after that. Wasn't quite enough. Didn't have the spacing on it.
That's got to be it. There it is. Kyler Alice 2-0. And, I mean, Cheeseface, you got to give him props. He was actually coming back there a little bit at the end. Had Kyler Alice in the red in that second stock.
Man, Kyler Alice just looks phenomenal. Absolutely. So I don't know. Is he a lot of people's pick for this weekend?
It's
maybe. I mean, he's one of the big names heading into it, and he is just looking stellar.
If we could take a poll of Australian players right now, I would love to see who they pick. I would assume off of my limited knowledge, of course, that they would go with Kyler Alice. Although we would see perhaps a very close push by Wright and maybe a third party. Who knows?
Yeah, I that's what I want to see. I want to see these up-and-comers from the Australian region that have been kind of clawing for those top two, the grand finals spots. I want to see them come into their own here.
And, I think we're going to see a lot more of that in just a moment. We've seen Kyler Alice. We haven't seen Wright yet. And we saw Aquarian Nemesis, and we saw Zekton. Those three players that won their matches, all, recognized names.
Yep.
At least for us casters.
Sure. I mean, you've casted a ton of the international championships over the course of last year.
And there are, and there are a lot of Australian players that I haven't seen, like unless he changed his name, and I can't remember if this is the case, but like Cerny Banders. And I remember he made it, I think, to second place 2 years ago. And he made it a very close game, and I think that was when Wright actually took down the tournament.
Yeah.
I remember Cerny Band. I even remember he was playing Ulgrim.
But you know what? I haven't seen an Ulgrim as Baka's been just flying through a ton of legends, teasing like, I might have everything in my back pocket. You don't even know. But Wright locking in Thor. Ooh, and going defense stance even?
Thor is a pick that we've been seeing a lot in, the NA scene and the EU scene. That Orb and the Hammer. Hammer, especially a strong weapon right now, but Orb was kind of a little bit slept on last year. Something that we didn't see too much of because it was still fairly new, but now
took a little while to develop.
Figuring it out. It got a few changes. People are really coming into it. I know I was watching a few players using Orb on the Pro Brawlhalla stream.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday and the day before. I think Boomy was actually playing Dusk. I think it was Dusk. And I know we saw
Sandstorm play a little bit of Dusk this weekend.
Dusk,
yep.
I believe he brought the Thor out as well afterwards.
There it is. Thor's Hammer Mjolnir, the first weapon to drop, but immediately over to the Orb. Ooh. I wonder what kind of strings and combos Wright has. I mean, there is a ton of freedom across the Orb's kit.
I mean, we see the combos and the strings just rolling out the gate right now. Wright just taking the pressure onto Baka as Baka tries to take advantage of that hammer, finding hits.
Ooh.
The scoops, not doing too much damage, but finding the displacement that he needs to kind of reset that map control. Wright with the Orb, though, he's going to be throwing it away for the hammer. He's looking for that kill now. He's got blood in the water. He smells it.
He's like, all right, you want to play hammer?
Woo!
I've got a hammer, too. Become the Thunder.
I mean, that's Thor for you.
Jeez, man, I know,
thunderous
like,
applause.
Especially on a weapon that is generally as slow as Hammer is, that signature is absolutely terrifying because it doesn't have a ton of priority while he's traveling. It basically, like, his body is the actual attack. So if you've got a longer range weapon, you can kind of just smack him. But, man, it is incredibly strong and quick to move.
Yes. And that's something that Baka's got to really watch out for. But he does find the opportunity down there off stage as Wright gets really hungry for that KO and gets caught out and loses the stock and makes it a much closer game than he started out.
I mean, that was almost surgical precision
exactly.
from Baka. He saw the opportunity and did not let it slip by.
A true mark of a very solid player is knowing when you can find that opportunity at the last possible second. And he was right there, ready and raring with that down air as soon as Wright came off stage.
Wright sticking on this hammer. He's going to be looking for those big swings. He's already got Baka into the red. Looking for what could be my next knockout move. That signature again, enough to send him off, but not to seal the deal.
Of course, it is a very dangerous attack when it can just kind of scoot across the stage, especially when you charge it. You float there, and stuff like sword down air or sword down line. I don't know if it picks it up because you float a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, sword down light, you've got to be incredibly careful where you place it, just because of any attacks that hop off the ground or hover a little bit. I mean, they will be able to get over and punish that.
Might be why he's approaching with it, too. But either way, Wright getting pushed back a little bit by Baka. The weapon throw not going to connect, so he's actually going to lose that. Going to go back to the sword, but Wright makes the approach with the orb. Can't quite find the pressure to push Baka off stage, but Baka finding the recovery, not going to take him off the top. The orb, and there it is, finding the second one, picking him up right halfway through the animation of that recovery, and there it goes right now. Finding that hammer, all he needs is a couple good hits to get him into the orange and put the pressure onto Baka, but Baka has that map control. He's going to get scooped out of it, and Wright's going to take it. No, it's going to go back into that center control from Baka off stage now, looking for a little bit more damage, trying to just put the pressure on, but Wright finding a nice stomp into the recovery.
That could have led into some very interesting things. I do like that option, using them on these lower platforms. But I got to give it up to Baka. Like, he has done an amazing job, you know, just anti-airing with that sword neutral air. Can he find his way back onto stage here, though? He's done a good job mixing up his dodges. He hasn't really gotten caught in any major dodge reads from Wright. But he still has a little bit to cut through. Thor's armor, so incredibly potent. Hammer versus hammer, deep in the red, and it's Wright that finds the stomp into side air to take the game.
Finding that opportunity was key because both players could have been put in that situation. With both players in red, a stomp sider from either one of them could have led to the victory. Even if Wright, he had a little bit less damage built up, even if he didn't happen to get KO'd off of a stomp side air, he would have been forced off stage, giving Baka just a huge advantage over Wright in that situation. Any sort of edge guard would have just taken him out at that point.
Yeah, now this is interesting. We're running it back. Crystal Temple once again. Baka over on the Koji here. So we've got the sword, the bow, but now we've got a couple Oni horns to go with it.
The swap to Koji is a very interesting one. Baka was actually extremely successful with those hammer plays before, so dropping the hammer in
favor of the bow.
Yeah, it's a very interesting choice.
Yeah, maybe the bow's got the range that it needs to beat out a lot of these attacks. I mean, it has incredible strings that it can go for, and I mean, the downlight, especially when you dash it, goes nearly full stage.
And it does have the disjointed diagonals to deal with orb as well. So that might be another consideration in that. Gets caught on the backswing.
Oh my gosh, and the recovery almost enough off the top.
The second one definitely would have done it, but unfortunately isn't able to find the connection. Goes for the down air instead of the recovery, and now Wright is able to turn it around. The recovery from Baka, looking for the neutral sig, not going to catch him, as Wright does get the edge guard situation now. Recovery not going to connect, as Baka does find the rightfully timed dodge. And the weapon throw approach is not going to be successful. Wright put into a precarious situation.
I mean, he's unarmed. Baka guarding that weapon. Look at those floorboards stomping up, threatening to take Wright out. Wow, I cannot believe that didn't knock out.
It was so close. But Wright still trying to find that KO. Baka having come all the way back. If he can find this KO, he is in the realm of finding just so much advantage right now. But that is going to be unfortunate for him as he gets caught out in the middle of those charge-up frames. I think he knew exactly what was happening as soon as he threw that sig out as well.
Yeah, I mean, you saw him charge it a little bit. It was one of those situations where you have to decide, well, uh-oh.
That could have been really bad.
Absolutely disastrous. But Baka, I mentioned it before, he's done a great job just kind of varying up his escapes. He hasn't really gotten caught into any major dodge strings.
Unfortunately, though, for Baka, he is approaching that KO point in the red.
Caught the recovery.
He does have the recovery.
But Orb flying with that Thor neutral sig. Oh my gosh.
And that's something you can never forget as well. Thor does have an enormous amount of range on that neutral sig, and that is like Lance and Gauntlets use side airs, and then maybe some Lance characters use side sigs as well. Thor does have the neutral sig there, then can throw out from the gravity cancel to get him back to stage. But Baka, 2 stocks later, finally finds that KO on the right.
But it's a tall order from here.
Yes.
I mean, you still have 2 fresh stocks to cut through on Thor with extra defense. Man, you've got to answer, like 10 attacks to every 1 right now to bring this back.
Well, that's all she wrote there, right? Taking it down. Game number 2. Will he come back in game number 3? Baka has one more chance.
The swap back to the Bodvar. I got to tell you, yes, I agree. His Bodvar did more work than his Koji there, but it's something more fundamental in the game plan that needs to change.
Yes.
And this time, we're going over to Apocalypse instead.
Well, sticking with the newer maps here. Perhaps I don't know how the map favorability goes in Australia. I know a lot of regions still prefer Mammoth Fortress. I know the Crystal Castle.
Yep.
Is one that a lot of players
a beautiful
like,
stage.
But I don't know how Australia feels about the maps. I don't know if they're,
Well, it seems like they like it enough to pick it twice in a row, run it back, and now we're over on Apocalypse. All right, so we get slightly longer walls here, so maybe an easier time recovering. But
also,
there's just the 1 platform instead of the 2.
Also wider side kill boxes.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. So take a little bit longer to knock out, but man, I feel like that's got to favor right with all that defense.
Mm-hmm. It'll be a tall order to kill off the top as well because it does have a very high ceiling. Baka with the advantage right now goes a little bit too far. Gets caught by Right, but the recovery is going to turn things around for just a second as Right does make it back, throws a down air out, trying to read out the approach from Baka. And the side sigs just coming out from both players. There it is to stop the side air, and that is going to be that first stock off of Baka. Right just holding on barely to that stock as Baka just kept coming like an unstoppable force that unfortunately maybe didn't realize it wasn't so unstoppable.
Man, I got to tell you, Right, he knows where to place the attacks to get stopping that train. And I wanted to mention before, I do appreciate him for the Winter Championship using that Winter Knockout.
Yes.
Just seeing all the sleigh bells and the snowflakes pop out every time. It's very on theme.
Exactly. And that's the kind of thing, I would also accept a Valentine's Day one, because that was a little bit sooner than maybe some of the other winter stuff, but I guess we are still in winter technically. Yep. Although Australia, I guess they have summer right now.
Oh, man. So is this going to be the Australian Summer Championship? My gosh. Everything flipped on its head.
I mean, everything's kind of in reverse, even the way the water swirls.
Oh, my gosh. Well, he's got to figure out a way to get Right down off of this stage. That's got to be it, right? Even skipping off of the ground. But that felt like even that barely was able to take out Thor. Such a monstrous legend.
Well, I mean, come on. It is the whole Brawlhalla thing is kind of in his favor. I mean, his dad runs the whole thing, right?
Oh, my gosh. My dad owns a dealership. It's Brawlhalla. That's going to be it.
The Brawlhalla nepotism coming in play. Anyway, Right with the Thor, finding the 2 scoops to find him off the top, and that's going to be Baka losing the second stock.
What flavors do you think they were? They were both Baka flavored. That's it. It's victory. It tastes sweet.
And Right is just lapping it right up.
Jeez, 2 stocks to 1. Right again with a massive damage lead here. And just continuing to build it. Look at him just covering so much area. That orb down air. Any of those diagonals, they always feel a little bit trickier to place. The orb down air, at least, you get a little bit more of a ground
very nice.
Whoa! Baka just laddering him up, comboing off of that platform. Absolutely beautiful.
He practiced the read, and he found that situation where it really just comes into play. Right, looking for the side air. That would have caught Baka off. The down air. Catching him below.
No.
And there it is, the ground pound. That disjointed ground pound giving him so much range to find Baka on his way back up.
Oh, my gosh. So Right taking it. You know, Baka, he had those flashes of brilliance, especially that last highlight clip. Oh my gosh. I believed for a moment.
I mean, I saw
I
it
let
there.
myself believe.
I saw Baka through his eyes. He saw the neutral air. He saw the recovery. He saw the options to get back. He saw the counterattack as well. But then the ground pound. He didn't see that.
It was too much to deal with, man.
He's not Kyler Alice. He's not psychic.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll find out. You know, we're still working our way through the bracket.
Sure.
I am curious who we have up next. Oh, cheese face.
A little flash
in
of
the
cheese
lobby.
face. I'm still trying to determine which cheese his face is. I don't know yet. There's a
You'll
lot of
have to
different
ask him.
cheeses.
That'll be, you know, in the future when we do any of these the profiles that Bagel's been putting up.
Yes.
10 out of 10 points for the pun, by the way. Absolutely love it. You know, that'll be one of the main questions to ask him.
Of course. I mean, hopefully, I mean, I don't think it'll happen, but if there is ever a time where there's an Australian land and let's say Sparky gets flown out there and so does Bagel, maybe we see a Spitfire.
Oh, my gosh.
And maybe we can find, well, maybe we'll see.
I mean, this is a hot one going on right now because Kyler Alice and Wright throwing down. All right, so Kyler Alice, we saw the Sentinel before, did an absolutely amazing work. His guitar's looking phenomenal. Wright, different Orb Legend this time around.
He's going to go with Fate, and I believe in the notes that we got from Kyler Alice last night, Wright, this was his bread and butter. This was his main pick against the big, dangerous players. It was mainly focusing on Orb characters.
Okay,
But I believe Fate was the most played recently.
Interesting.
Which makes sense because a lot of players tend to favor Scythe in a lot of situations where you need a lot of different options. But it looks like Kyler did get the KO.
Wow.
And that is going to be that first stock. 30 seconds in, very active in this game already.
Yeah, I mean, they were trading back and forth. Like, on stage, it seemed pretty even. But Kyler Alice, with those guitars off stage, he has gotten so much mileage off of that slap this tournament.
Oh, very nice interruption there on the side sig. That's going to give him a lot of room to work with. Wright looking for the neutral sig in the air to find Kyler off the top. He had the damage built up onto Kyler to even find that KO if it connected, but Kyler may have expected it there. I mean, I'm sure they play far more than they ever want to. Even scrims, whatever you have. This is Kyler, probably, I believe, one of Kyler's most anticipated games as well.
I mean, it had to be. I mean, leading into this is Wright has been one of his main thorn in his side, I want to say. As far as the region goes, Wright is the one that has given him the most trouble in tournaments and taken tournaments from him.
Yes, that was the one 2 years ago. And then last year he got his revenge in that, I believe it was the grand final. Oh, did he take it again?
He just went for it. He just went for it.
Oh, my gosh. The calculation. Look, we said it before. He's psychic. He knew that was the outcome.
He was like, I brought him too far. I can just go for this ground pound, not even put myself... Like, if it hits, I'm an absolutely genius. If it doesn't, I put myself out of the way for him to hit me and get a chase dodge back to stage. Unreal.
Absolutely insane that he was able to just take him right off stage, right after he spawned, and just get that KO. Again. That's the second or third time that he's taken people off with guitars and just traded his life for theirs and come out on top.
You know, I've always seen Kyler Alice as kind of like more of a fundamentals-based player. He's put up some absolutely crazy Twitter highlight clips because, like, he labs stuff out. He goes out into training mode and, like, kind of figures them out. But, like, his guitars are looking dirty this weekend.
Absolutely. And this is something that we're going to have to continue to watch from Kyler going forward in every other tournament. Almost gets the ground pound off stage onto Wright. That would have been devastating. But unfortunately for him, he's just going to have to deal with more unarmed attacks that deal even more damage. So, the trade-off isn't too bad.
Right now, those trades definitely going in favor of Kyler Alice. He's got quite the damage lead built. And, I mean, Sentinel, he is speed and defense. Those are his main stats. So you give yourself a little bit of room to work with, and you can just spread that into a mile.
So now he's going to have to deal with the hammer. Oh, no! He only gets more damage on his swings.
Little bit of a hard read from Wright there, going for the high recovery. Oh, really? Just scooping him up like that?
That's a very interesting option there. I thought he would have gone for the recovery at the very least.
I mean, he was looking to just catch him off, put him on his heels. I don't know if he was looking to try and drag him under stage and bounce him off the ceiling there, but all he needed was the one more down air to do it. Ooh, and caught the recovery too. All right, so we are dead even, 2 stocks apiece here.
Kyler Alice, nice disruption there onto Wright with the unarmed play, caused him to lose his weapon. Now Wright did get the weapon drop again, and he is going to find even more damage. Goes for that gravity cancel down light from the orb to get a little bit more damage out, but is not able to find the connection there. But he does do it again. This time the recovery comes out, and the neutral sig with a perfect dodge from Kyler for the reversal now. The neutral sig coming out, trying to find the hit off on the top, and there's the stop. Is it going to find it because of that side sig, having him float in the air? Right now, evening things up, making it a little bit more dangerous against Kyler.
Man, Kyler Alice again with the scoop, just enough to bring it up off the top.
He is in a very precarious position, right on a fresh stock, and
just called his bluff. Kyler didn't think he was going to go all the way for it. Right, man, he just went for it.
Turns out he had a full house the whole time, and you don't want to mess with someone with that kind of hand. Right now, just continuing the onslaught, continuing the damage flow onto Kyler Alice, making things even more of a nightmare. Kyler Alice looking for the damage approach, finds the neutral light, or the neutral air, gets a recovery, goes for the scoop, doesn't find that bounce quite high enough. So Wright does make his way back, and he's looking for even more damage.
Man, and Kyler Alice, I gotta tell you, he's gotten several unanswered attacks, but even if they're trading back and forth, the hammer does so much damage that this is definitely in Kyler Alice's favor right now, even enough to knock the weapon out of Wright's hands. He does manage to arm up with the scythe. He got the ground pound. Kyler Alice finding his way back onto stage. We're still in this.
And he even reversed the positioning, too. Kyler Alice has the advantage here in this edge guard. Looks for the scoop. The X-pivot scoop. It's not going to find it. He is going to throw his weapon away, unfortunately, trying to find that disruption. The neutral air not quite going to be enough, but he does have Katars now. He's going to have the potential of neutralite slaps and even more. Gets the gravity cancel neutral.
Oh my gosh.
That is not going to be enough. It's so close. It can go either way at any point.
Man, Wright was really going for that dodge read with the gravity cancel neutral signature. Wasn't able to find it. Kyler Alice weapon starving, but pays for it in a little bit of damage. Hammers out right now, back onto the scythe. Looking for, yes! The big neutral air. Kyler Alice now going up 2-0. This is winners finals. So we've got best of 5 action because that's across all of top 8. Your reward for winning this match is you go into grand finals, the only one not to get knocked down into the lower bracket. So all you've got to do is win one more set after this to claim the entire tournament. And if you get sent down below, man, you've got to win 2. It is a marathon.
And a long one it is for him. Kyler Alice has the lead right now. He can take an even heftier lead by making it into the grand finals first, having everyone else come up behind him and have to meet him there for that top spot.
Man, but they are scrapping back and forth for this one. I don't know. I personally just want to see this go to Game 5 because I absolutely love watching these two throw down.
Well, Wright has been doing better and better throughout these games. Still losing out to Kyler in the end, but we might see a victory here. He is playing a little bit more careful. You see the damage building up a little bit more consistently as well.
He's managed to get a couple strings. Beautiful punish onto that Qatar recovery.
A bit of an ambitious side stick from Wright, though, is going to cause him to take a little bit of punishment. And Kyler with the Qatars, we know how dangerous that is. Looking for the reads as well. That neutral sig coming out. Wright not able to find a punish as well is going to cost him just a little bit as Kyler continues to hold on to that map control. But that side sig, or the side light into side air is going to push Kyler off a little bit more. And now the damage is even.
Oh! Ooh! Just the lightning Qatars snapping out. Little bit of footsies there with minimal space to work with too because they were right at the corner. Not enough to answer back for the knockout, but Wright definitely having stage control.
Some neutral airs coming out, just trying to build up a little bit more consistent damage to force Wright into that bad position. But there he goes, finds that side air, taking Kyler's first stock off, evening the stocks before things get too out of hand. Kyler with the unarmed plays, coming in, getting a little bit of a side air punches in to get Wright thrown off guard. The Qatar is just continuing the onslaught of just pure aggression here from Kyler.
Man, he is just cutting right up. Massive damage. He's got him into the red. If he can find any of those signatures, I mean, Sentinel hits like a truck. See him going for the ground lightning there. It splashes out to both sides. It covers a lot of horizontal ground.
Ooh!
Oh, wow.
Nice read from Kyler. Reading out that down sig, with Wright trying to catch him out and push him off stage, but the recovery now from Kyler, taking off that second stock, is going to give Kyler the lead that he's looking for, and that puts him in the position to take that 3-0 and move into the grand finals, potentially. We'll see if that happens or if Wright comes back.
Arming up back over to the orb, searching for those side airs. Wright just looking to send Kyler off stage. There it is, not enough for the knockout, but dangerous position. Kyler having to use that recovery. Wow, sneaks his way right over that corner.
Still not enough damage for that side air to kill across the stage, so he has to deal with unarmed or picking up that weapon. He knows if he goes after it too quickly, then Kyler will just chase him down with any form of attack. I mean, if you're too open with your movements, then your opponent, if they're good enough, they'll just read it out. But nice ground pound from Wright to take that second stock off.
Bleeding it.
Only, 30 to 60 damage right now in the yellow?
Yeah, not far off. Absolutely doable. Especially when you play footsies like that.
And he's going to have to play it even more carefully because this is his winner's side stock.
Right, trying to make this work, but Kyler just diving in with those guitars. Slowly, bit by bit, just building the damage lead, but Wright trying to chunk away at it and bring it back down. Jeez, Kyler so quick with those dash-ins with the guitars. Whoa, the lightning finally finding purchase. That is a ton of damage.
Right, with the scythe now, he has the...
He got the recovery? Okay. Everybody, it's fine. Kyler, he recovered. He managed to touch ground. Everything's reset.
The side air coming off of the right option, but just not in the right positioning. The neutral light going to pop Kyler up just a little bit. The recovery, oh no, goes for the more consistent kill option from the neutral sig gravity canceled off of the stop.
Yo!
There it is, the fade away neutral air. Got to catch him right at the very tip, sending him off into the sky, and that is going to be the 3-0 for Kyler Alice, taking all 3 games. I don't think we've seen him lose so far, and I don't think he lost before this.
Yeah,
I had to guess.
He is just burning his way through the bracket. He's sitting up top, waiting in grand finals, winner's side. But I got to tell you, each of those games was an absolute battle.
Yes. I mean, it was back and forth, fighting for inches, trench to trench.
Down final stock, red,
Yes.
like almost every time. Absolutely crazy. But now we've got Wright going down to the lower bracket. He's going into those shark-infested waters to try and win that run back.
And you can't bring your floaty because that's just going to make you a target. You have to go down there with your spear gun. Well, for him, I guess he goes down with the orb, maybe the scythe, maybe the hammer.
The scythe. I could see the scythe doing some of that work.
I mean, what's most? Well, let's see. Who's the only shark in Brawlhalla right now? Thatch has got a shark skin. So
that's right. You don't got to worry about.
He's got low
I don't
defense.
think anybody here has been bringing out Thatch. You know, the worst you got to worry about is like Davy Jones' locker if Azoth with the octopus skin comes out, because that's who Cheeseface was playing, and he's still down there in the lower bracket.
Danger.
Dangerous, man.
And if he's an Emmentaler cheese, then he's exceptionally dangerous for no reason except that's the first one I thought of. That was really
sip of water here.
Look, I could name a lot of cheeses.
Oh my gosh, you are the food guy for sure.
I am the food guy. That is true. And who wants food recommendations? No, let's not do that right now. But we do have Aquarian Nemesis waiting in the lobby. That is
all right.
Someone else. And we're talking about shark-infested waters. He's in them right there as well. He is the shark. But in this case, he's not Thatch. He is someone else completely.
That's right. I wasn't going to help you out there.
What?
Come on, man. No, that's all right. And he's going to be going up against Shadow. You know, this is another Thor pick that's coming out.
And that's from Shadow.
Right, exactly. You know, there is no Shadow. Or maybe the Lightning just cast shadows. Who knows? It'll be fine. But Aquarian Nemesis, he's got the Sir Roland. He has the defense to almost match Thor there. They have just opted for slightly different stances. So that's going to be what's offsetting them. But fairly comparable in everything else.
As they ban out the maps, it looks like we're going to leave Mammoth Apocalypse and Crystal Temple again. Going to Mammoth Fortress again. So here we go. I think this mirrors actually Aquarian Nemesis' last set that we watched him. I believe he started on Mammoth Fortress last time with the exact 3 maps to choose from as well. So here we go. Game number 1, Shadow versus Aquarian Nemesis. And Shadow with the weapon advantage to start things off on the Thor pick. Going to weapon starve just a little bit and a nice little bit of damage here to get things started as well. But of course, Thor.
Jeez, 3 in a row?
Triple. Get the camera, Mom. Come on, let's go.
That's crazy.
Neutral air right off the top. Tries to go for it again, but Aquarian Nemesis getting a little bit smarter this time as he approaches from the bottom with that sword, the neutral air of his own.
Ooh.
And a little bit more damage. Not going to find enough bounce there to get the success out of that neutral stick.
I got to tell you, as many... down off the side.
Smart of him to delay the recovery as well in case Shadow was feeling a little bit hungry for a ground pound off stage. Oh, like there it is. He thought it was coming this time. He is going to find the success, though, out of the stomp side air.
Man, this has been such a back and forth just across the first stock, you know, finding those quick 3. Oh, man, what a beautiful dodge read. That neutral signature, just charge up and ride.
So we might see Aquarian Nemesis coming into his own in this matchup with the Lance. It looks like he is in his element with this rocket-powered monstrosity as Shadow tries to turn things around. He's getting a little bit of damage, but that high defense is making sure that Roland doesn't take too much. Bringing that Rocket Lance to the table, looking for the neutral light. There it is.
Beautiful. I mean, that signature, it lasts so long. It can cover so many different dodge options, but it also just covers any of those initial jumps that a lot of people like to go for. If they start going for an aerial approach or even just a jump to stay away from one of the lower attacks like Lance, Neutral Light, or Side Light.
Shadow with the hammer, looking for those side airs, looking for the jump reads, but Aquarian Nemesis is only going to give him one of those. Trying to make his way back onto the stage, finds that down light dare, gets that advantage. Positioning is going to get caught by the side Sig as well, pushing him back a little bit, but he still has a little bit of room to work with in terms of damage numbers here. He's just finally getting into the red, but he also has Shadow that
and he caught the recovery? Yeah, I agree with going for the ground pound. It was a little bit off. Shadow was able to find his way wide around it, but you have to go for it in those cases.
Yes.
You know that his option has been spent and you have that much time to try and set something up. Absolutely.
Good read option there. It's not going to connect this time. Shadow's getting a little bit smarter there. The weapon throw going to connect, push Aquarian off stage. Now the down air going to come in. The recovery turnaround is going to find that KO as Shadow tries to get around over him, but it is not going to be successful. 1 stock left for Shadow.
Makes him pay for picking up that weapon, but man, just gets slapped right off stage immediately after.
Ooh.
Beautiful option on the charge recovery, but Shadow cleaning it up after that. A little bit of damage lead going the way of Aquarian Nemesis. Enough defense on the field for that to be meaningful.
It's still a not insignificant amount of damage. It's a big hit, charged up as well. Nothing to scoff at, of course. Aquarian Nemesis now with another Lance, getting a little bit more damage off from that neutral light. Shadow looking for the hammer hits, the falling side airs, looking for more of that. The side lights grounded, trying to get a little bit more damage built up, having a little bit more trouble, but there's the side sig finally connecting from all the different attacks.
Man, that is one of the most dangerous things to look out for here. Really charging it all the way and called out by Shadow.
There's
Again!
another one. And he's going to take it down, taking the first game off of Aquarian Nemesis. We saw him win earlier, and now we might have someone overtake.
Man, that was
the aquatic.
You know what? He might just sink him right now. I understand what you're going for. And man, Shadow really just put holes in him. Man, I just can't believe that he went for that side signature so many times off the side, found purchase every single time. Aquarian Nemesis, like, you have to start challenging that, I think.
Yes.
Because again, like, the Lance has so much more priority because the actual attacks are so much further out from where you can actually be hit. And that Thor signature, I mean, you can just smack him right in the face. It's dangerous to do so. But when you've got to find your way back to stage, what other options do you have?
Well, in that case, I mean, perhaps you go lower. Perhaps you go for a lower tap onto the stage. You could, theoretically, use a down air into the corner to reset.
Yeah.
You could use the side air to just touch the stage, but that does make you extremely vulnerable to ground pounds.
Shadow just had the reads and the setups. So we've got Small Mammoth Fortress, Apocalypse, Demon Island. It's gonna be Mammoth.
And a complete change-up from Aquarian Nemesis, moving to the Diana pick.
So Shadow saying, wait for twos, buddy.
And I think this is actually the first blasters we're seeing out of Australia as well.
Ooh.
So this will be very interesting to watch to see if he's got the blasters on lock.
All right, I mean, Diana, a very popular legend. She is absolutely phenomenal. We've seen her do a ton of work in the competitive scene over the years.
Oh, yes.
She has the diagonals to answer some of Orb's diagonals.
Shadow getting a lot of damage off the orb right now. Aquarian Nemesis needs to find a good response. Ooh. There it is. Catching him out in the air. Goes for the recovery, but is not going to be able to find it. The recovery, the neutral sig coming out as well. Looks for the recovery again out of the neutral light. Not going to find it here.
Man, Aquarian Nemesis has done a phenomenal job just covering every single weapon drop. He's gotten so much damage off of Shadow just picking up weapons and then getting tagged by 2 or 3 attacks.
Shadow getting caught out, and Aquarian Nemesis actually taking the damage lead after all of that work from Shadow in the beginning. There's a recovery, not going to be enough. Only just getting Aquarian Nemesis into the red. That's not going to be that kill point. And the
beautiful dodge.
Beautiful dodge. Absolutely impeccable. But that second follow-up, that's not going to be as much as he does get caught up by Shadow to stop the side air and the devastation.
Now back on the orb. Oh, but getting fired up. Wow. Even from sea level right there. Enough to send him out and up.
Aquarian playing with the bow. He's going to opt with it this time over the blasters. Shadow making his approach, trying to get that hammer damage. The triple. Now, is it going to happen again? Not quite this time. Goes for the stomp, gets it off stage. Throws out that neutral light.
Not
and
like this. Not like this.
There it is. Pop him off. Get him out of here. This is Shadow's time. You can't hit a Shadow because it's, I mean, that's not the actual thing. It's just light being covered up. You can't hit that.
Yeah, but he was on him like a Shadow. They're just absolutely perfect edge guard. Stayed with him the entire way, just blocking out all of his options. A little bit of damage firing off. The bow neutral air. The downlight has really been doing work for him. Aquarian Nemesis just threatening from ranges that I think Shadow isn't exactly prepared for.
It looked like he was starting to learn about it. He was using his weapon throw a little bit more so that if he was able to find it, is that going to finish him? No, he does have a few options to get back, but he burned a lot of those jumps very quickly. That put him in a very poor position trying to get back to the wall, and Aquarian Nemesis was perfectly on point in dealing with that edge guard.
Man, usually you see, the boat side light into the downlight. That's usually the follow-up. But Aquarian Nemesis was like, oh, I've got something better. Dashing into that side signature.
And these weapon throws are actually going an enormous distance for Shadow as he's able to disrupt a lot of those downlights from Aquarian. So even if he is able to hit it, the follow-up just isn't there because he's too disjointed from that original hit.
Oh, no. Sends him off. Trying to recover against Shadow here. Gravity cancel downlight. Wow, threatening from so far away.
Shadow playing very careful. Goes for the down sig of all the options and trying to read out that high, that jump positioning. But there it is, the stomp.
Still alive.
Side air, no dodge right now. Does do the down air into the corner of the wall. Gets his recovery options back. But Shadow, both players unarmed and blasters looking
incredibly deep in the red. It's just going to be who finds the stronger attack first.
Goes immediately for that whip reversal. Oh, and he does manage to find the weapons again, but at a great cost. Shadow taking game number 2 over Aquarian Nemesis. One more chance left against Shadow to stay in it.
Here we go. I mean, that's such a scary mix-up that Thor has, because the down signature on Hammer is that Mjolnir toss.
Yes.
You rise up into that jump area. It won't hit if you're just kind of chilling out on the ground, but it threatens the sky. If you're chilling out on the ground, maybe the Thunder Rush will happen, and he'll just charge right at you. It's terrifying.
You have to always be careful of that hammer ring. It is devastating when you get hit by it. And I remember so many people getting caught by, especially in those anti-edge guards where you're trying to get back onto stage and then you gravity cancel it back. We saw that a few times earlier today. But now, game number 3, Shadow. Looks like he has been just on point with this Thor pick. Aquarian Nemesis trying to use, this time, the Scarlet pick, going back to the Lance, but this time maybe taking a page out of Shadow's book, using the hammer potentially in this matchup. We'll see if he goes for that at all or if he just tries to focus more on the lance play, because he was successful earlier with it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's got the reads. He definitely has the setups. He doesn't really have, the Thunder Rush sending Aquarian Nemesis off the side. Yes!
Ooh.
Challenges it that time with the Flame Thruster on that Rocket Lance.
And that does give him a little bit of distance from that attack in case he was worried about getting too close to the hitbox of that Thunder Rush.
Shadow, stomp into
careful.
just check him. Ooh. He's just looking for it.
Ooh, there we go. Stomp into Cider. Not quite going to finish him, but he's not going to challenge the edge at all. That's a very interesting option there. Shadow just waiting for the more guaranteed connections. And the down sig not quite going to be enough this time. But the Stomp Cider, the coach pitch is going to do it this time. Shadow taking that lead early on. He does have to be careful. He is in the red.
Oh, wow.
Whoa, very
Snuck
nice
it
weapon
in.
throw.
Man, I really thought he was just going to be happy with the weapon starve and move on to the next. But he had that orb waiting just to see maybe I can get a little bit extra out of that.
And it went miles, too, because he was able to start a little bit more damage off an Aquarian. And he's almost in the orange at this point. That recovery was very close. Aquarian just threw that dodge out there at the last second. And the haymaker from downtown. There we go. Just popping it out there. And I mean, I wasn't ready for it. Shadow wasn't definitely not ready for it because that stock is gone.
Man, that was from so far away, too. I did not expect that option. Yo, all right, juggling with those Lance neutral airs. It doesn't have a lot of force behind it, so you can try and just keep popping them up, roast them toasty.
I mean, marshmallows usually cook them in the dark. Dark, like one big shadow, you know?
I understand, and I respect it. Oh, almost finds purchase with that neutral signature, but Shadow getting around behind it, sending Aquarian Nemesis off stage.
Ooh!
Good dodge sequence, and gets over the hammer recovery.
That was so close. I tensed up so much watching that because it could have gone in either direction. Shadow, though, finding that side air right at the very tail end. That weapon throw not coming in time, quite in time for Aquarian to survive that hit. And he's going to lose that second stock and get pushed off stage again. Shadow just trolling the narrative.
Caught
in
the
this
dodge.
Story. Oh, no! Ooh, that could. Oh, no! And he gets caught out and he can't get back. Kitty, no!
No, he
does have
saved
the
his
recovery.
options. Absolutely genius. That is the patience. That is what separates a lot of the pro players from the rest, is just the patience of saving your options off stage. And with that, he was able to turn it around, claim the stock, and we're back in it, one stock apiece.
Such a close interaction there between both of them on the edge. Shadow, Aquarian almost getting just gimped really early on, but no, Shadow getting taken out there. Just you can't see any better play than this right now. Aquarian in the red, though, he's got a lot of work to come back from trying to read that high angle. Shadow doing it again. Aquarian with the weapon throw into the side air, still trying to get the damage built up because he knows he can't just go for the kill onto Shadow right now. Shadow looks like he is just feeling his ego a little bit as he just shadow dances right there. And there it is, gets the neutral air right off the top, taking game number 3 as well. And that is going to be the 3 and out for Aquarian Nemesis as Shadow takes it down. That Thor pick going miles out into the distance for him.
Yeah, I mean, he was hitting the mix-up at the end there of the, am I going to jump up and toss Mjolnir out? Or am I just going to Thunder Rush forward?
I mean, that's the danger of covering both of those options. You don't know which way to go. You don't know which way to come in.
And in the end, it's just the trade with the hammer neutral air. If you keep juggling them, keep them on that back foot, I mean, you'll just spread that advantage.
Exactly. And we saw that come into play many times for Shadow, finding all that success, getting the follow-up stomp side airs many times as well throughout that whole set. But it looks like we will be seeing Cheeseface return on that Azoth. He's got the axe in hand, and he is going to be facing off against Shadow, moving up against him. And so now we have the Thor versus the Azoth, the spooky skeleton.
A god versus a skeleton. Not just any skeleton. He is a lich. He keeps coming back. You can't stop him.
And, I mean, I guess this is the afterlife anyway, so you can't stop them in the end anyway.
Yeah, that's right.
But, I mean, a lich, he commands the dead. You see those green ghouly hands come up from the signatures, especially the axe down
grasp of the dead. I love it.
Exactly.
I'm just giving. They don't actually have names. I just love giving names.
I mean, exactly. I mean, that's part of the fun, you know, giving them the names. I mean, I'm trying to think of some more fun ones off the bat. I'm just going to bring them out later because I don't want to spoil the fun. There goes Cheese Face doing a fantastic job at starting things off unarmed, getting the axe here, getting a little bit more damage onto Shadow. Shadow playing a little bit more carefully, finding that slide kick into the ground pound.
I mean, that is like just about maximum damage you can get. I just liked seeing the dodge sliding perfectly with him, almost like he was following him. Wasn't able to turn it into anything more than that, but you know what? If you can get anything off of that in the future, I am all for it. Right now, damage build going pretty even, again, because Thor just has so much defense. Look at that, both of them in the orange, even with the lead that Cheeseface had built.
Nice sig catch there right at the very tip, taking Shadow off the stage, but he is going to be making it back, turning things around, but Cheeseface does have the bow option, and there it is.
And he caught the recovery.
So now if he can force Shadow off stage, he's not going to get that option. Unfortunately, goes for the downlight, and that's going to cost him a little bit. Shadow getting those stomps off the side of that coach pitch coming in once again. And there is the breakdance sliding off a stage. Actually a favorite of mine, catching people off right on that wall to find
Well, you can catch them coming and going because, you know, legs swing out first, then back again. So it lasts a little bit longer.
He is just keeping Cheeseface right off stage this entire time. The weapon throw not going to connect, and that recovery is going to actually just tip him just a little bit and get a little bit more of that damage built up.
Oh, tosses the orb away. There it is again, the slide kick into the ground pound. Tons of damage on Cheeseface. The damage is even, but the stocks are not. Shadow trying to find his way up over the corner. Almost snuck in there. Went for the haymaker, but Cheeseface answering back with a haymaker of his own. Saying, you want to hit me with that? Fire right back at you, buddy. Fire right back at you, buddy. Again. But now Shadow is left. The result, a full, clean stock over Cheeseface.
Return fire never had a truer meaning in that situation. Just one after the other, a volley of KOs. Shadow now with the hammer looking for a little bit of extended damage, using those side lights, having that little bit of extended touches, especially with the forward momentum from the swing as well, giving him a little bit more range off there, especially off of the dashes as well. So if you don't utilize that, make sure you do. Cheeseface, though, with the dash neutral light, a very nice option to catch people off and force them into the sky. Shadow looking for this KO attempt again with the Thunder Rush.
Man, I love that corner trap that he's been doing with it. It's the stomp almost at max range at the corner. They think they can come in and punish you. You backdash into maybe the Thunder Rush signature or maybe a jump side air to cover above.
Cheeseface getting caught again by the coach pitch, and Shadow looking for the slide kick. Not going to find it here. Goes for the scoop and finds the side side air, and that is going to do it for game number one. Shadow taking it down 2 stocks to none.
Man, just raised Mjolnir in victory there at the end.
Yes.
He had just such a commanding presence for that entire final stock. Stage control, you name it.
I mean, he was all over the place. He forced Cheeseface into some of the most inconvenient positions that a player can be put into. He was off stage, I think, like at least 60% of the time.
Oh, yeah. Easily.
And that is somewhere you never want to be, especially against someone who is competent in their edge guarding abilities. And at this level of a tournament, they're all going to be at that level. Cheeseface with a nice unarmed opening. The side air coming out, getting a little bit of damage. Knocked out of the park here. Shadow with some nice unarmed damage of his own. A nice dodge, though, for the turnaround. Cheeseface doing a good job.
A good job on these weapon starves. Shadow has not had a weapon until just now, and that's why he's deep into the orange. But that stage control, oh my gosh, the hammer ground pound could have ended it all right there.
And hammer off stage is always a dangerous thing to contend with, and Cheeseface actually held his ground right there and forced Shadow off, and there it goes. There's the ground pound of his own, covering all that space. That just spin of death coming out from the Lich himself.
Oh my gosh. Finding as many heavy strikes as he can. Shadow just going to town. But the turnaround? No, finding his way back up. And he's happy to corner guard. He wasn't even going for a maximum weapon starve. That's something Shadow has been doing consistently throughout every single match, is he's so good at chasing you down with those hammer stomps into the solid punish. A little too close to get the side light on that one.
Missed the follow-up just barely, but Shadow now forced off stage. The side sig. Gonna push Shadow away just enough. The neutral air as well, getting a little bit more damage, just forcing Shadow into so many bad positions. Now the side air pushing Shadow off stage again, but you do not want to, I feel like you don't want to go off stage too much for
and
the
the
chase
dodge
down.
coverage?
Oh! Oh, the patience from Shadow
no.
as well.
The
and the
double
recovery.
Absolutely brutal. That is not a lot of damage, but that is so much carry down to the bottom, especially if it ends up catching their jumps just like he did.
And an incredibly risky play, because if you miss one of those recoveries, you are even worse off. You're not going to get that extra boost.
Oh! No, not enough. The Thor defense coming through.
He is using the defensive stance, so he's going to survive stuff like that. He is going to take those extra hits and walk away with it.
But, I mean, Cheeseface, he was ready for it.
Yeah.
He did not let up. He didn't say, yeah, that's one that I've got. Let me back off. He stayed for the edge guard, found the axe down air.
Oh, and now the orb coming out from Shadow, getting a little bit more damage, taking advantage of that neutral light. Just the stacked coverage from that, taking him miles as well.
Scrapping back and forth. Cheeseface, the
nice
worst
option
for the damage trades at the moment, but he's got the weapon starve. He has the weapon advantage right now. Again, just chopping through Shadow. Cheeseface now in the red, off stage.
Nice dodge.
Shadow with that corner trap is always terrifying.
Oh, and he's going to get caught out there. Throwing that sig out just put him into a very precarious position. The side air coming out again, and that is going to take that stock down one last time. And Cheeseface taking the fall.
Man,
game number 2.
Shadow, I got to tell you, like, his edge guards looking phenomenal, absolutely pristine. He doesn't really go off stage against opponents. He does those corner traps. So he'll do a lot of those hammer stomps into, is it the high or the low? You've got to find your way back on stage eventually, and let's hope you guess right.
It's the 50-50 that you don't want to go against.
Absolutely not. But back on Mammoth Fortress, so at least once more.
Well, once more with feeling, hopefully, is what Cheeseface is saying, because he's going to need a lot of feeling to get through this game. Shadow has been commanding every one of these games, especially when he has that edge guard advantage. Cheeseface, I think, is going to have to take that into consideration, and I know he's been wanting a lot of those highlight reel chase downs off stage. He might have to change up his play style just a little bit in order to, take this into the bag of victories.
It's rough because Cheeseface, he's always started off with getting first strike for the match. He always gets that bit of early unarmed damage, but it just quickly runs away with him.
Oh my gosh!
Especially these dodge reads that Shadow is getting. Absolutely commanding.
I mean, it's stomp side air into backup, side air, stomp side air, and then into a side sig while he's got Cheeseface off stage the entire time.
And you don't have a moment to breathe, so you're just caught in the blender, unable to think. You've got to find your way out.
Very nice response from Cheeseface, pushing Shadow off stage, but the damage is even, but the stocks are not. Cheeseface has to find the kill option here. Finds a perfectly positioned side air. Axe coming in. Side air again, pushing him off. One more recovery option. He is going to make his way back, but the neutral sig, not quite enough.
I mean, sending on those diagonals. Oh, yes. Beautiful, sniped out with the bow, the poison gas cloud up top. Now Shadow over on the orb. Going for those bicycle kicks, the side air now shoving Cheeseface off stage. Oh, and the bicycle kick with the throw to seal the deal, adding insult to injury. I don't know if that was even required.
I don't think so either. I mean, he had him right there on the ropes. He just decided to flip him over the edge and out of the ring altogether. Shadow, though, with the hammer, looking for that coach pitch. Not able to find it right there. Cheeseface with the bow strings coming out, getting Shadow pushed back just a little bit. Finding the side sig and the weapon throw into the neutral sig. Very nice string coming out from Cheeseface to get a little bit more damage out, forcing Shadow into the red. Side air coming out, almost finding Cheeseface going a little too deep, almost getting caught by Shadow's ground pound, but does have the response for the down air, taking Shadow into that spike zone, taking that KO as well.
Oh my gosh, the haymaker, almost enough to do it. Cheeseface sitting in the red. He needs to play flawlessly here to bring this one back.
Goes for that side light, but does get pulled out of it. Shadow going for that hammer, and this is where things get exceptionally dangerous. Getting caught by one stomp could take Cheese Face down completely. He does lose his weapon. He is living right now, but a ground pound, a scoop, anything could...
Wow. Oh my gosh, perfect dodge away from that signature. But the stomp into side air once again. Shadow taking it over Cheese Face.
Once again, for the last time, of course, because that was the, I believe, final game in this series between the two. Shadow moving on at this point as Cheese Face, I think, takes the L and is out. I believe this is the loser's side.
Yes, this is loser's side. So out of the tournament, but now we're going to have Baka going against, who was the winner of Goddess or Doggo?
I did hear some good things about Goddess as well. Doggo,
yeah,
I think too. I mean, we're getting to the point where some of the names that we had are coming, we're seeing them a lot more now.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's top 8 action.
I mean,
this is boiling down.
Of course.
We've got Kyler Alice sitting up top in Grand Finals winner's side.
Who I don't think he's lost a game at this point.
Yeah, he just burned his way all the way through.
He is just taking this goodwill all the way to the donation bank, and he is going to receive all the tax credits he wants, I suppose. I guess that's something that
he's going to have
right?
to figure out his taxes because, I mean, being guaranteed top 2, that is a massive chunk of prize money coming his way.
Of course. I mean, everyone is in this for the fame, the glory, the monetary gain, potentially.
There's a lot of upsides, to being good at Brawlhalla right now. Oh my gosh. All right, so Kyler Alice, he's been absolutely tearing it through. Right now we have sitting in the lower bracket, there's Wright waiting in losers finals. Mm-hmm. Shadow confirmed his spot into losers semifinals.
Yep.
And now we've got Baka versus Goddess or Doggo. I think they're fighting it out right now. We're waiting for that to catch up. Who do you think has it to make it through to even get their hand against Wright in losers finals?
Well, we've been seeing a lot of great stuff from Shadow. Now, I can't speak to the experiences of Baka against Goddess or Doggo because we haven't seen either one of them play yet on stream. Right. Now, they've been having their games go through. They've been having their ups and downs, I'm sure. But coming up against Baka, I mean, I honestly don't know. Everything would be an extrapolation at this point.
Yeah, what we saw of Baka earlier over the course of the stream was his set against Wright, and that went 3-0 in the favor of Wright. So I don't know if we've been able to see a lot of Baka get his game plan going, but it is a rough lower bracket.
Mm-hmm. As it usually is, because the pressure's always on. The elimination is always on the table. Yeah. And that stress of being eliminated can cause you to kind of forget some of your game plans sometimes if you don't go into training mode and set the bot to, dodge a certain way or go into scrims and practice a certain way so that no matter how or no matter what mindset you're in, you're always instantly going to those instinctual plays. If you're not quite in that position, it's because it's like how certain coaches, how certain
You're getting excited, man. I'm getting excited, too.
I'm doing all the hand gestures and everything.
Now, here's the interesting bit of information that I just pulled up. The one who knocked Shadow into the losers bracket was Baka, 2-0.
Okay.
So that was a commanding set. So, I mean, if he can make his way through, he's got to fight either Goddess or Doggo in order to get that shot.
But if he does, then he might be looking good. Now, we did see in the NA scene, Pugsy taking down Stingray and then doing it again in the grand finals. So maybe having that double, success against someone, you have that you have that confirmed success. You feel confident against them. You know how to read. So we might see that here. But we have seen it in the past where people have come back, had that salty run back in the tournament, in the finals, grand or losers, and losing. So it's all about how whoever lost that original match, how they adapt to that person's play style.
Got to avoid
Shadow
history repeating itself.
Oh, it looks like Goddess is going to be dropping, and we do have Doggo in the lobby on Fate. So it is going to be Baka on the Bodvar again, like we saw before.
Yep.
And then Doggo on Fate, so another Orb Scythe user.
All right. I mean, Orb versus Scythe. Look at that. Fate is high speed, and Baka opting for the speed stance to try and match that a little bit so that way he can at least match, if not try and outplay the footsies. I still give the range to Fate there, just because that Scythe downlight covers so much distance. It has the dead zone in between, but when they just reach over with that Scythe, you can hit people from so far away. And the Orb, it's just a disjointed weapon. I mean, it is floating. It is not attached to your hand in a physical way.
I mean, you just send it out literally psychically. And
yeah, so it looks like they are set to go. We've got Mammoth Fortress, Demon Island. Crystal Temple is the pick.
And here we go. Game number 1 of Baka versus Doggo. And Doggo, a very interesting player because we haven't seen him on stream yet. We have seen Baka. We don't know if he was able to get his whole game plan like we were saying, but we will see here. Starting things off, it is going to be Doggo with the Scythe to start this contest.
And opting for the weapon starve. But man, he is paying for it. Baka just hounding him with the unarmed damage.
Nice grounded movement from Baka, getting a lot of unarmed damage and pushback onto Doggo, countering the aerial approaches from Doggo as well. The Orb not quite getting as many.
I mean, it has those string starters. You need to find those dodge reads, get something started. The side light, you know, it does just hit grounded. So that way it starts out a little bit lower. So if an opponent is playing a little bit aerially to get over it, that can be a way to get around.
And of course that confidence kind of dropping just a little when your opponent has a weapon in hand as well, because you're not sure how they're going to approach and use it.
Right now, Baka with a bit of a damage lead, but Doggo starting to chip away at it. And with the high strength of Fate, how quickly your signatures can just end a stock. Oh! But the uppercut, not yet enough.
The unexpected uppercut, and Doggo not opting to go for the Scythe pickup. It did linger there for just a little bit. There was the opportunity, but now opting to use the Orb. Maybe we'll give Doggo a little bit of an opportunity to take a KO, forcing Baka off the side. 2 side airs is going to lead into that KO.
Man, good turnaround by Doggo. Deep in the red, but the Orb, able to get massive strings and combos, can really build that damage. Baka trying to prevent it. Doggo doing his best to just dodge through. Wow, the double weapon throw unexpectedly. Just pitching him off stage.
A lot of knockback, too, because throwing it from downtown is going to increase that force that comes out. Doggo now making the approach with the Orb, just barely missing the opportunity for that neutral air. And Baka now turning things around, getting a little bit more damage. That hammer being such a heavy-hitting weapon. And the defensive stance from Doggo not going to mean all too much when those hits just come out like an unstoppable truck. Woo!
Oh my gosh, the chase down just never ends.
Nice dodge from Doggo to find a counterattack, but not able to find that neutral light. And that is going to cost him just a little bit, as now Baka does have an advantage. That side air is going to take that second stock away from Doggo. And now Doggo panting for a little bit of relief as he reaches his last stock here.
Scythe recovery, knocking Baka off stage. Ooh, but Baka just sliding right through with a recovery of his own. Doggo trying to win out the footsies here, has slightly higher speed. Ooh, beautiful dodge punish, keeping him off the stage, but Doggo turning it around. That Scythe that has active input, you get to choose where you send somebody when you grab him with one of those attacks, and now we've got it dead even on the stocks. Doggo really not far behind. Yellow, I mean, that could just be one Orb combo.
Nice option from Baka to go with the gravity cancel side light, putting the attack just above the side light from Doggo, trying to pick up that string starter.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little difficult to place those Orb neutral airs just because it is such a small, thin vertical attack. But Doggo was finding several hits with it, really just trying to bring this back. Doggo deep in the red needs some beautiful Scythe string, something that can, I don't know, build a lot of damage. Right now, he's not finding any of the big confirms that he needs.
Oh, recovery off the top, and that is going to do it. Wow, I actually did not quite expect that outcome, but the recovery is going to take Doggo right off the top.
And that was the exhausted recovery, too. You see, it doesn't really gain any height. It just kind of like helicopters in place almost.
Yeah.
But
just kind of just pops in position.
Exactly what he needed off of that down air ground bounce. And now a massive switch coming out here. No weapons in common. Doggo going the way of Zul. So we've got Axe, we've got Cannon, a complete shift over, you know, the speed getting cut down significantly. but still very high strength. Zol, the strongest in the game, a base stat of 9.
But opting to go with the movement speed stance, which does drop it down to 8.
Yep.
Not a bad decision, all things considered, because 9 is a bit much. You can afford to move it over into the movement speed.
Oh,
so he is going to be going with the cannon. I think we didn't see any cannon in NA, did we? I think this might be the first cannon of the day.
Oh my gosh. Certainly going for those dodge reads, trying to get the side air off of whatever the initial starter happens to be. Ooh, going for a little bit of a high escape read.
Ooh, very nice
Wow.
options from Dago, forcing a huge amount of damage onto Baka, and there's finding the Sig as well. Not going to charge it, no need for that, and there's the neutral light coming out, trying to force Baka off stage, going for the side light instead of the neutral light, which would have had that downward force to force Baka into a terrible position, but Baka now turning things around, recovery coming out, knocking the cannon right out of Dago's hand, and this is going to almost turn things around, but the side air from that axe pickup is going to pay dividends for Dago's
it hurts hard enough and hits hard enough just as an axe side air alone. But you put it behind the strength of Zol, and that move is absolutely devastating.
Down air off stage, goes to the ground pound, almost catches Baka. Baka just barely making it back, playing footsies with the blast zone at the very bottom of the stage, that blast floor, you could say. Baka trying to play the recovery game, trying to force Dago into bad position off stage, but not able to find quite the same success that maybe Shadow had. But there we go with the neutral air off the top. Dago losing that first stock finally in a much more successful round this time around. Baka
went for a little bit of the arm. Oh, the belly blast over on the
orange.
right-hand side. Yeah, knocking out at orange. That's why you don't want to hang out near those corners, because if Zol runs you down, that could be it. Now chopping away with the axe, the damage building up. Both of them just entering orange, but Doggo with a full stock lead here.
Baka trying to make the approach with the sword, but not able to find any meaningful hits there as Dago just continues to build up the damage. Baka in the red, and one side air could at least throw Baka off stage, forcing him in a bad position right now. The side sig comes out, but unfortunately for Dago, he did hold it down and run all the way off stage. Oh, and if he held it down right there, that would have been a guaranteed kill, but Baka able to turn things around. The coach pitch right off stage.
Oh!
And the down air, finding that just stock-saving opportunity for him, and now he is still living, but in the red, a very dangerous position, especially against a Zol, where one hit can mean death from, like we saw, orange.
Oh my gosh, and Doggo just hunting him down, tossing the weapon over there, looking for these axe side airs, any strong swing to just get Baka out of here and claim the game.
Oh, and he moves right into the neutral light, and that is going to cost him the stock. And game number 2 as Doggo starts to turn things around with the Zol pick, and we are going to see a swap to Koji from Baka this time.
Oh, interesting. Keeping the sword, I agree with that. Baka's
Yes.
sword has looked absolutely phenomenal. You know, as soon as Doggo gets into the orange, he gets those 3-piece confirms. The down light into the ground bounce down air recovery. Absolutely monumental damage. It really works for securing stocks from that mid-range.
3, 2, 1, brawl!
Now over onto Crystal Temple. Very little walls to speak of. We've got the 2 soft platforms, but Baka gets to threaten that height almost for free with those bow neutral lights.
Exactly, and a lot of the aerial approaches that we might see Doggo try to utilize, like he did last time with the down airs, with the side airs as well, they will be considerably harder because Baka can stay grounded and try to go for some of those neutral light reads.
Man, but the trouble with staying on the ground, especially on a stage as open as this one.
Oh my gosh, Doggo is just going off with those side sigs, just throwing them out there.
That's right.
Very nice approach, too, trying to go for that reverse down air, not able to find it, but I honestly still agree with it, even though it didn't connect. I think that was the right move because if Baka just wasn't expecting that quite of a fast of approach, that would have been devastating. But the
Not
turnaround
yet
time
enough.
from Baka is very, very telling. He has kind of figured out what Doggo's plan of attack is, and even though both players are in the red, they're just going all out for these attack advantages.
The neutral light wasn't enough to knock out. Beautiful movement from Baka getting around that dive kick. Doggo sneaking in, grabbing that axe. It is deep red for both of them, and it's going to be Doggo finding purchase, that side air from the axe. And look at him tossing it all the way up there just to delay the next weapon spawn, making the weapon starve that much more potent to try and get something started. But Baka, oh my gosh, are you kidding me?
Almost gets the offstage just carry to the blast zone. I mean, we've seen that so many times from many Cannon players, and that just proves that Doggo knows his stuff. And there it is! Just barely getting caught by that recovery. I don't know if he would have been able to get back Baka if he didn't hit that recovery, but that recovery just a two for allowing him to get back to stage as well, taking off that first stock of Doggo.
That was clutch.
Extremely so. Down air, not able to come out. Doesn't even need it, though.
Too far. Doggo now with a clean full stock lead.
This is definitely the character pick for Doggo.
Yeah, I mean, look how much of the ground.
Started with this, but you know, everyone's got their reasons.
Yeah, the ground coverage on Cannon is absolutely terrifying, especially when you couple it with the signatures that Zul has. Just getting cut apart. No! Gets the chase dodge off of the recovery hit. Doggo getting back up onto stage. Baka almost stealing back the lead there.
Very nice dodge reads from Baka, but he's going to get caught out and just punished just barely. Doggo with a nice dodge as well, avoiding that neutral sig, and then he is also going to avoid the recovery this time. I don't think he looked at it. He looked at the situation and was thinking to himself, perhaps I don't want to chase too much. He's been getting these hits. He's been getting back to stage. Maybe I just want to back off a little bit again, and that actually worked out for him this time because Baka just wasn't able to make it back.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So the question is, do we run it back? Do we go back to Crystal Temple even though you just lost a match there?
I mean, they left Miami Dome open. I just kind of want to see them go there. I like the music. It's really nice. But I don't think we are going to go there. Nope, it's back to Crystal Temple. This might be the new Mammoth Fortress at this point, seeing it almost every game, I think.
I mean, hey, the players seem to like it, and if you're thinking...
It's a fantastic stage.
Oh, yeah, and if you're thinking, okay, everything that went wrong with that game had nothing to do with the actual stage, it's just some gameplay adjustments. I know what the answers are. I know what I need to try in this match to try and bring it back. So I guess that's fair. Oh, but getting cut up by Doggo right now.
Baka making the approach. Ooh. Nice sword connections here onto Doggo. Doggo still looking for a little bit of damage. Baka backing off stage, trying to give himself a little bit of safe room.
And now here's the thing. I mean, Doggo with Cannon can cover so much of that ground. That's where a lot of those Cannon combos and strings become absolutely terrifying and can just turn into deleted stocks.
Yep. And it can be just an insanely dangerous situation. I was actually expecting Doggo to hold that signature, but goes for the neutral instead, and that is going to give him a free kill.
I love that stuffed recovery effect because I wouldn't have been able to tell that he grabbed his recovery with that neutral light there. But now it's just like, okay, I see, I got it, that's it, your stock is gone.
Very nice dodge from Doggo. That would have been guaranteed kill onto Doggo if he didn't throw that dodge out right there. Baka, though, finding the side air, and that is going to confirm that KO. Not a lot of damage.
Immediate return.
In between those two. So the even nature is still here. Doggo and Baka are still neck and neck.
Oh my gosh.
Woo!
But Doggo just chopping away. He gets so many ground bounce down airs. The back end of the recovery, it's a little bit weaker, sends him farther away from the stage. So not really enough to knock out right there. But man, the damage has been done. Look at that. Baka is so deep in the red.
Weapon throw, gonna knock Baka off stage just a little bit. Goes for the recovery off stage. Trying to throw Doggo into the same edge guard situation, but it is not going to be put into that situation. Weapon throw going to be picked up. Doggo with his own weapon throw down air. This time it's going to connect in. Now Baka trying to make his way back to the stage. Doesn't quite make it, and that is going to do it for that stock. 2-1. Doggo with the lead right now, and not quite in the orange. A little bit of damage, but not enough to make a huge difference unless Baka can really bring the heat.
I mean, such a healthy lead, and Doggo's the one with the explosive weapons here. Baka just slicing away with the sword, trying to make use of those quicker attacks. Just a little bit of extra speed on his weapon.
Very nice option to disrupt that side air coming in straight at him. That side air, because it uses your body as a hurt box and a hitbox, it could be very risky if your opponent's ready for it. And right there, he was able to take advantage. But right now, Doggo's still turning things around. Nice weapon throw to just prevent that weapon from being able to be retrieved by Doggo at the very least. The weapon throw is going to push Doggo off stage again with another one. Not going to connect. But the down air, air number 2. Can he get back?
Yes!
No! Ground pound. Baka taking it down. And another stock gone, evening the stocks. But Baka still still having a little bit of ways to go in the red. Can he do it?
Man, this is a tall order. Doggo, every time that he's been on the axe, he's gotten so many of those ground bounce combos. So Baka needs to maneuver around these down airs. You also got to watch for the side air, because that's the one that can score knockouts.
Especially here on this map.
Oh!
The blast zones are close, and there it is. Doggo taking one more for the books.
Man,
with another side air.
That Zol, absolutely terrifying.
Yep.
Especially how many strikes he finds in a row with those the down airs. He almost got, just almost every time. Down air, down light. That's what he goes for. It's just the 3 chops. That's so much damage.
And especially on someone like Zol, it's going to build up
my gosh,
way faster than anyone else, except for maybe Teros.
Maybe.
That's his closest competition in the damage department.
Yeah, I mean, that is absolutely true. So Doggo moving on, and it looks like going to be taking on Shadow.
So unfortunately, Baka, he's not going to get that salty run back.
He's
going to have to do a money match later too, but hey, that's their business. We got Doggo and Shadow right here in the semifinals, and this is going to be the determinant on who makes it to the finals and who goes up against Wright and Kyler Alice in that winner's finals position, whoever wins that one.
And right here, we've got the unstoppable force meeting the immovable object, highest strength going against high defense. Can he cut through it? It's going to take a lot. I mean, he's not going to get the massive damage spreads in the early leads that he was getting in the previous matchup. And now he's got a little bit of extra range on signatures to watch out for.
Of course. And they got to be careful. I mean, this is a battle of pure strength and pure will right now. I mean, it's, Zol the Berserker versus Thor Odinson, and it just comes down to the game of the biggest hits right now. Shadow with the orb trying to play a little bit of a range game here, a string game, trying to pull the strings out from under. Doggo perhaps looking for the opportunity. You see them jumping right next to each other. They're just trying to play reactive, trying to read out what the other one is going to do, and they're so worried about what the other one is going to do, they just forget to throw out the attacks as well. But hey, sometimes that's how it's got to be.
I mean, you've
very
got
nice read.
Man. And the gravity cancel fading down towards the ground. The belly blast out the side. Just 40 seconds in. Shadow is gone. Massive lead for Doggo.
Very nice positioning as well. Looking for every single one of those connections from that cannon. Finding everything he ever wanted, finding that KO off onto the side, and now trying to do it again, getting that down air, trying to look for the reverse side air to get a little bit of a string onto Shadow. The dodge read, but it's not going to be successful as Shadow does get into a position we have seen him in many times before, that edge guard position where he gets very careful, but this time he was very reserved with his movements off stage.
Goes for the double, but Doggo doesn't bite. Oh my gosh, perfect dodge around that. They're just fighting on this wall. Doggo ground pounding Shadow. Yeah, he touched. He's fine for now, but he needs to arm up with this weapon. Caught in the bear trap, sent off the stage. Now Doggo has him. There's the dive ticket. It caught the recovery, and Shadow is down. Doggo working on a 3-stock. Absolutely insane.
What an absolute mad series of events that goes on there. Just a bunch of traded blows. Anyone being able to be taken out at any point in time while fighting under the map, then going coast to coast to find that KO. Insanity.
Man, that was such a brutal exchange. Shadow now starting to answer back the ground pound, taking the first stock off of Doggo. But man, he's got another to cut through, and there's still one behind that.
Recovery going for the second one, but Red out this time, and Shadow trying to go for the ground pound as well as he looks for that opportunity, but Doggo backs up. He realizes that things are getting a little crazy, so he opts for that dash in. Haymaker finds the connection, but Shadow's not quite there yet. He is right on his last legs right now. Last stock, Doggo looking for the KO. Weapon throw not going to connect. Getting pulled right out of the ground pound as well, and Shadow going for that side sig, trying to get a little bit of this equalization underway, but Doggo finding the side air, pushing Shadow off again. Weapon throw. Oh, and there it is. Down air, off stage. Doggo taking it down 2-0. And some of the most insane plays I think I've seen this entire run through Australia.
I mean, both of them just constantly firing back at each other, juggling each other up and down while hanging on the walls. Absolutely crazy off-stage plays. And I think a lot of it stemmed from Shadow constantly going for that double recovery attempt.
Yes.
He hits with the first hammer recovery, and then he wants to drop down and catch him with another as they use their panic jump. And that can end it. But Doggo was just ready for it every single time. Whenever he went for that recovery, there was a weapon toss waiting for him into either a dive kick or a ground pound, and that's a stock.
Yep. You get caught out under there, and that's the risk reward that he goes for, because if he gets that read, and for the most part in the beginning, people aren't expecting it. You go for that double recovery read off stage to get the early kill, because that's just how it's going to work for you if you can find that recovery. But when people start getting smart, when they start finding that counterplay, it gets incredibly dangerous, because you are positioning yourself intentionally right under your opponent off stage.
Yeah, and so that's why we see a bit of a switch here to a very different map. We are on Small Great Hall. It's a tri-platform formation. You see him up there on the outsides. Oh my gosh, and still the Belly Blaster finds its roots.
When you hold it down like that, if you just dedicate, if you just believe the heart of the cannon, you know, you will find the connections. You will find those hits, and you might find a KO as well if you really, truly believe in the power of Zol.
Ooh, Shadow finding the stomp, but not able to get the purchase afterwards, and Doggo making him pay for it. The axe side air sealing the deal. Look at him juggling those weapons to try and delay the next weapon spawn, and that's how he got a little bit of damage, just a solitary cannon neutral air, but hey man, every little bit adds up.
Nice use of the vertical hits, the height on that side light from Doggo to build up a little damage to stop certain attacks from going through and read those higher jump approaches. Shadow trying to make the hammer work, trying to get a little bit of the extended range here from the Thunder Rush. There it is. Finding that KO as well is going to give him a little bit of room to work with as he holds onto that hammer and holding onto the center of the map as well. If he can hold it right here, especially with the hammer, having that extended range on things like the neutral air, he can really start building up damage, because this map does favor map control quite a bit.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you hold that center area, especially with a hammer as large as Hammer, I mean, look at how much area he covers with those hammer neutral airs, just jumping up, threatening that top platform. I got so nervous there, Shadow. Again, was he going to go for that hammer recovery underneath and just bet it all and hope Doggo wasn't waiting for him?
I mean, come on. With how much they've been playing off stage, you got to expect them to go off like that.
Oh, yeah. Doggo going for the ground pound. Shadow threatening his own just over the corner. Axe neutral light sending Shadow off and disarmed him. Ooh. Oh, wow. Dash jump over. Not enough to make it back.
Now, if he got caught on the wall, maybe. Maybe he still has 2 jumps and a recovery to get back, maybe even a dodge. But he got caught off in the air, so that's already 1 jump down. Maybe even the dodge as well if he was trying to pre-record that, you know, dodge prediction. But Doggo now holding onto the edge, expecting some kind of retaliation. Shadow throwing out. Oh, and he doesn't even react. He's not even.
Just do it.
Going for the
Shadow
ground pound.
going for the same, but man, Doggo finding another ground pound. Can you give us one more?
We'll see. But it doesn't look like it just yet. He's going to wait. There he throws it off stage. And there it is.
Oh, no! He bet too hard. Shadow giving him the Shadow boxing taunt a little bit after there. I don't know if that's premature celebration, though, because look at the lead that Doggo has going for him.
He got the cards on the flop. He got the cards on the turn, but he didn't get it on the river, and he lost that whole bet.
Man, maybe Shadow's onto something, though. These hammer swings now taking the lead back for Shadow and guarding these weapons. Doggo just finally armed up with the cannon, but the damage has been done.
The approach from Doggo, very successful. The weapon throw into neutral light. Now he's got the axe in hand. He's looking for those down airs. But the Thunder
Rush.
That's going to do it, and that is going to be Shadow taking the victory now into the next game. And now Shadow and Doggo, you know, neck and neck in this set. Ooh. The Zol taking things down pretty handily, but Shadow really comfortable on that Thor. He hasn't picked a character. Okay, I wasn't expecting him to change character.
Yeah.
Maybe you know, shaking it off. Just getting
You got
back
to take a little bit of time, you know, loosen the nerves.
Exactly. I mean, you sit there for too long, you tense up, you start to shake. You don't want to have that happen, because if you accidentally, you know, twitch, hit the wrong button, that could cost you. You got to shake out those nerves. You just get up, walk around, take, you know, a sip of water or something.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Got to get yourself a little bit more comfortable. Take some time to think. Reflect on the past match. And that's why we see Small Great Hall getting banned out. They do not want to go back there.
Now, they are leaving Brawlhaven.
Oh, gosh.
I mean, we've seen Demon Island and Crystal Temple. Okay. So maybe he knew that he didn't want Brawlhaven there, so he was just throwing it out there as a, you know, like, I know you're not.
I wouldn't want to fight either of those legends on Small Brawlhaven. Between the Thunder Rush or the Belly Blast, like, stocks are going to be ending like just in orange, maybe yellow. My gosh.
Or just hammer or slash axe side airs in general.
Brutal.
Now that would be a game to watch, though. I'll tell you what.
Now we just opt for the tall ceilings, but almost invisible walls of Demon Island. So getting back to stage is going to be a tall order. Usually going for high recoveries.
Oh, very nice read. Doesn't quite find the follow-up on the recovery. Nice dodge to avoid the down sig. Shadow getting pushed off the weapon throw. Still has the opportunities. Just barely misses the timing on that ground pound, but the side air is going to continue to give him the room to work with. Nice move selection there on that ground pound to catch Shadow off guard. And is on a massive damage run here. Shadow just barely finding the tipper on that neutral sig. Weapon throw isn't going to connect, and he now is weaponless, but that may not matter.
Oh, Doggo, the one who's weaponless now. Again, a perfect dodge through the Mjolnir toss right into the uppercut. That was textbook.
Now Doggo hovering, looking for the opportunities to get onto Shadow before he can get that weapon pickup. The orb going to give Shadow a little bit of room to work with, but he's going to get continuously
we're going for a ride! Took him all the way across the stage.
Wait a second, that was a perfect stock!
The opportunistic ground pound to seal the deal after an amazing cannon string, and that gives Doggo now working on a 2-stock.
I mean, that looked like, right there, Doggo losing that stock almost looked like he was just giving to it. He was standing right in front. He didn't even attempt to dodge. It looked like Shadow just taking that stock. It was more like a mercy than anything else because of what just happened, what Doggo just did against Shadow in that last stock. Goodness gracious.
Absolutely brutal, but Shadow starting to answer back. Signs of life. We see, look at the dodge reads into the Thunder Rush, and just like that, we're back in it.
Maybe he should have given them that stock. That's too dangerous of a precedent to set. Now it's even. Doggo, no weapon, and that weapon is going to be guarded by Shadow. Ooh. He does get that pickup, but either way, he took a lot of damage trying to get there. And still in the air. If Shadow caught him out in the air like that was over.
Shadow has downloaded Doggo. He just knows exactly where he is dodging to. He's gotten so much unanswered damage, but Doggo now on the axe. No! Scooped up into the air.
Doggo's got to be very careful. He's actually had the tables turned completely. He's got more damage built up than Shadow had in the last 2 stocks of Doggo's. And now weapon throw coming out. Shadow getting pushed off stage. Recovery, it's not going to do enough. Doggo looking for the side air, and that is going to do it. Doggo taking it down in a very close nail-biter of a round against Shadow. Just barely.
Jeez. All right, that last stock, the entire duration of it, between taking it back from seemingly almost a 3-stock, that was one of the best clips of Brawlhalla that I've seen. It's so incredible.
I mean, and all of that following a perfect stock, too. When you can't get even a single hit of damage against someone, you think that that person would be shaken to the core. But no. Shadow bringing it back 2 stocks to almost take that game back, putting Doggo into the red farther in that point than he had been during that whole duration as well. What a fantastic comeback. Even though he didn't end up taking that game, what a play. What a player, what a mindset, and what a way to do it. Oh my gosh.
Masterclass in quick rotation footsies. That's really what you need when you're dealing with these high damage, large, heavy weapons. So now we've got Mammoth Fortress, Great Hall, and Apocalypse left open. Some very different stages. Ooh,
interesting.
Great Hall.
Did not think that they were going to let that one go again, but here we are. Back to the Great Hall. The triplat with the sides exposed. We will see if this ends the same way as last time or if we get a different outcome. But either way, it looks like it is going to be Shadow starting out with the orb.
Doggo answering back with the cannon. You know, there's not a lot of open, flat ground for Doggo to get something started, but he will make do with a little bit of limited runway he has.
Shadow trying to get a little bit more damage, looking for those down airs to bounce off the stage and get a little bit more damage off. Doggo just barely avoiding this Thunder Rush.
They're just running at each other. Of course, each of those sprints could just end someone's life.
I mean, they're playing with heavy weaponry right now. Anything could end either one of those stocks in an instant. Doggo getting caught out right on the stage. Shadow looking for the side airs. The recovery coming up, trying to read that close to the wall option is not going to be there. Shadow, though, getting recovery, getting punched from below, and just barely surviving, getting the clap back with that neutral light. Weapon throw not even necessary. The side air taking him out from across the stage.
All right, so now the ball is in Doggo's court. He's got the stock lead. Starting to build a little bit of damage lead. Oh, lets the weapon go, trying to recover around, but Shadow was ready for him. Look at that, the double hammer neutral air, evening it up.
Popping him right off the top, that big pop top crop pop right, right out the ceiling. Doggo now with the axe, though. It's going to be a volley of hits back and forth between these two. Shadow with the side air, followed by Dog with his own down air. Now the recovery coming out. Dog trying to make his way back to the stage. Gonna get punched back, and the triple hit from Shadow, but the follow-up Thunder Rush is not going to connect, unfortunately for him. The constant volley of attacks back and forth is so on cue that you almost expect it to happen at the rhythm of a beat. But there it is, Shadow getting punched off into the top, and the haymaker follow-up is going to take that stock away one last time with this one last stock in the bank for Shadow.
And another haymaker firing right back.
The great equalizer.
I mean, you're talking about them almost as if on cue. Just firing back at each other. Now Shadow getting that damage with the hammer, forcing Doggo off towards the corner. Man, both of these weapons with those jumping neutral airs able to command so much of the platform space from center stage.
Nice damage coming out from both of these players right now, just consistently trading blows back and forth continuously. Shadow playing very carefully off stage, trying to avoid some of the approaches from Doggo, using a lot of those jumps, though, and approaching that jump limit.
Man, and Shadow even getting tagged so much that the weapon got knocked out of his hand. Gets that slide kick into ground pound we've seen him get so much of. I mean, that is maximum damage, but he needs a little bit more than that to bring this one back. It is one stock apiece. There's the orb string almost tying it up, and Doggo chopping him out.
Cutting down that cherry tree and sending it to the mill to be made into a nice table. But, you know, not Doggo himself, because that'd be wrong.
That would be very wrong. That would be very wrong.
Anyway, Doggo taking that game down. He's going to be moving into the lower finals, facing off against Wright. Then this is going to be the determinant on who will face the previous champion of Kyler Alice.
Ooh. Man, so this is now top 3 action. This is losers finals going on. Doggo has been burning his way through, making his way through that lower bracket, trying to get as many runbacks as possible, but now Wright. Will this be the wall that stops Doggo's progress? Will Wright get the run back against Kyler Alice? Will we see the top 2 maintain what they have been for the past however long in Australia? Or is this Doggo's time?
It could be. Although we are seeing a very interesting turn of events here. Doggo is going back to the Fate pick, going back to the Orb and the Scythe, 2 very different weapons from what he was using in the past 2 sets, you know, playing that Zul pick. So is this going to work out for him? Or if Wright does take an advantage here, if he does take this first game, are we going to see him go back? There are 2 different play styles, you know. You have a lot of range. You have a lot of playing around your opponent. He was taking a lot of advantages out there with the pure ferocity of the Zul pick, but Wright is playing very careful right now. He doesn't want to see what Doggo has in the bank, especially after what he just did.
I mean, this is going to be very telling. How different is Wright's play style on Thor from Shadow's? Because Doggo is coming hot off of that matchup.
Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. Wright could have had it right there, but he just missed the right angle. I'm trying to throw the word right in as many times as I can.
Yeah, that's right. I'm just going to go out and say it. But now Doggo over on the site. The damage build now is even. Wow. Great patience from Doggo. Didn't flinch as Wright just ground pounded past the edge. Doggo looking for, what is it going to be? Some strong hit. No, the weapon starve. Oh, but Wright, just the haymaker sending him off. Not quite enough to get the KO. It was just shy.
Right, looking for the neutral state, going to get recovery, but it's not quite going to be enough. Force back and damage. Not able to find the side air as well to find the KO onto Doggo just quite yet. But Doggo holding that edge, being a little bit careful. The side air going to push right back just a little bit as well. Right, using the recovery.
Yes!
And that's going to cost them quite a bit. He did get the wall touch, so he has another option. Did that count? Yes,
Yeah.
it did. And he gets another one. He's still alive. Somehow, Doggo
Dive kick,
still
dive kick,
making
dive
his
kick.
way.
Another one
Oh
from the
my
back
gosh.
end.
And finally,
Oh my
finally, right, getting
gosh.
taken down. Doggo must be breathing a heavy sigh of relief after an innumerous amount of down airs. Oh my gosh.
I mean, as long as he keeps getting that touch with the defensive Thor, just an unarmed dive kick, it's going to take a lot of those.
Very nice options coming out from Doggo to interrupt, but Wright does end up finding that side air to take the stock out, and Doggo getting a little bit of bonus damage.
Yeah, and
Getting
a little bit
of
on
lead.
the respawn as well.
And now it's going to be Orb v Orb. I don't think we've seen this either for quite a little bit.
Ooh, Doggo going for the signature read, but Wright with a punish and a little extra on top.
Big punish, too, because that's going to force a pretty dangerous positioning, right? Try to go for that ground pound to confirm a KO, but that didn't quite lead to the place that he was hoping for. Now Doggo back on stage is looking for a little bit more damage. The down air is coming out, a little bit of damage building. That's what he kind of needs here, because Thor is a very tanky character. He can take a lot of punishment.
Oh, there's the punish.
Oh my gosh. Getting a little bit too expectant with those thunder rushes, and there is the big punish from Doggo to take that stock.
So now Doggo really turning it around. I mean, that was such a hinge, the fulcrum of the match. Now Doggo up 2 stocks to 1.
Doggo doing a great job at map control, keeping right away from that weapon. He is going to get a little bit of that unarmed damage, but the weapon starve is still in effect.
Ooh.
And Doggo, just missing that neutral light to prevent Wright from getting there once again. But another punishment.
And the turnaround? That was sick.
Very interesting decision there as well from Wright going for the hard read.
They're just trying to ground pound each other off the side.
And, with Orb, it's got a lot of force. It's going to happen if they do connect. It's going to lead to a possible KO opportunity.
Oh my gosh, Doggo starting to run away with this one. He's got Wright deep in the red, still hanging on.
Oh, nice option. Good positioning for that ground pound as well. Right in the right spot.
I mean, just knocking him down into the snow. This is Winter Championship. Doggo having to make Snow Angels for a little bit, but he's back in it. Massive damage lead. Just needs some strong attack to knock Wright out here and take the game.
But if Wright is careful, he can play around this and potentially bring the game back to a head. The side air not quite going to find that KO just yet. Doggo looking for another opportunity, looking for the neutral airs, trying to find him out in the sky. Oh, the down air, the down light just barely missing, and now look at this. The damage has been brought back, still not KO'd yet. Trying to get as much height as possible to give him as much time to get to that wall if he needed it, and it is going to work out for him. Doggo looking for the recovery, not going to get punished for it, unfortunately. Wright making his way back, losing his weapon, and now chased down by Doggo. Looking for something right here. Are we going to see a neutral? No. He goes for another side light to side air, just barely drops the side air height.
Man, Wright has been going for that side orb signature on Thor so many times, and Doggo, the side air closing out the game. Man, Doggo usually got the punish with the side air, getting around those side signatures. Wright was gravity canceling them a ton, and he just found the punish every time. The one time that he couldn't, he still dodged away from it. Wright trying to make that lightning ball and chain work, but Doggo's just ready for it.
He is on point with his responses when Wright likes to throw out these signature moves, especially the gravity cancel high reads that he's been doing with that ball and chain, like you said. So he's going to have to change his game plan up just a little bit. Maybe not go so high. Maybe not look for those crazy jump recoveries, because I don't think Doggo's really been going for those in the first place.
Yeah, that's true. He usually finds some way to, slip around the corner.
Exactly.
A little bit.
And he's an extremely aggressive player, too. So Doggo just usually goes for whatever option leads to him throwing out an attack first, which I guess in a lot of cases, especially with Orb, he's going to be going with, a recovery to get back on the stage, because you can kind of curve that corner and get a hit out onto someone. Very nice unarmed movement against Wright, though, and the response here from the hammer, and that almost gets that neutral air to throw right off stage. Very good options coming out from Doggo. Very nice. Oh, almost breaks the weapon throw as well. He's just manhandling right now.
So much damage going the way right into the red. Doggo has him off stage threatening with those bicycle kicks.
Whoa! Very nice dodge.
Almost got the punish on that. Was enough to knock the hammer out of Wright's hand, but not enough to take the stock from him as well.
And there it is here on Small Brawlhaven, finding that KO very quickly with that side light, side air combo. Very consistent, very high damage, and just what a great option for him to opt into, especially for some of these punishes.
Ooh.
Oh, I saw what he was trying to do there, trying to cancel into a grounded move for even more damage, but Wright was ready for it.
Man, juggling with these neutral airs. Doggo absolutely precise with that move. Uses it more than most any other orb player I've seen. Right with the side air, knocking Doggo away. One stock separates these two right now. Whoa, okay, the star ride to get between both weapon throws. Haymaker in the air, not enough.
I'm actually beside myself at the point that Wright hasn't been able to find the KO here, landing so many hits. And
oh no, off the wall! The dive kick, he did get the touch. He's able to gravity cancel, get back up towards the wall. Finally, the recovery bouncing off of the wall, all the way up from below sea level.
Even off the bounce, and even hitting the bounce off the wall as well, losing the velocity still find the KO. Insanity.
He had to get so much damage onto Doggo to take him out. Doggo's movement was just not leaving him open anywhere. And now Wright playing from behind the 8-ball. He's on the back foot. And Doggo is already searching. You see the signatures coming out. He just wants some strong attack. The orb combo, side light into side air, closing out the next stock, right down to his final.
Well, you definitely don't have to worry on this map about going for something big. You don't need a flashy signature move. You don't need a big read. You just need something consistent. And that side light to side air is just that. Finding that from the recovery reads onto Wright is all Doggo really requires. And Wright is having so much trouble against this just aggressive movement play from Doggo.
Oh, big ground pound Wright, really just trying to find something. I mean, you've got to go for crazy plays. He went so far out there with that hammer side air, and you have to. I mean, to turn it around from how far back he was, you've got to go for the crazy plays. You need to gamble something.
And honestly, I think that's why Doggo has been so successful. Is he's definitely a gambler. You've seen it in the last set. You've seen it in this set. He goes in, he goes all in, and he hopes it works. And usually his opponent isn't quite expecting it, so it does. And he is just so on point with the decision making too, with these aggressive movements as well. Wright is just having so much trouble against Doggo right now, and it shows to Doggo's credit for sure.
Man, I have seen so many ground pounds, signatures, recoveries coming out from Doggo. He's just looking to score the knockout. Oh my gosh, the bicycle kick from that far away. That is now 2 games the way of Doggo over Wright. Wright's got to think about this now.
He's got to change it up. He's going.
Oh!
You think he was watching earlier?
I wonder, because we saw Orion, who you barely see in top-level play.
The Yellow Man.
The Yellow Man. The Yellow Man. Absolutely devastating in North America this weekend. Was Wright watching? Has this been a pocket pick of his? Does he think maybe the Lance can cut out a lot of the movement that Doggo has been doing and winning out in footsies here?
It's all possible. And it does have a lot of spacing here on this kit as well. The Lance, having a lot of those increased hitboxes in the front. Yep. And then you have Spear on the other side, able to, back off when you need to. Use that neutral light for a little bit of spacing. Maybe catch someone out of the air with a down light, or a falling side light, or just trying to catch someone out in the air with a side air in order to I
mean, even if somebody's just playing far footsies, both of Orion's side signatures just go forward a ton. So that can just beat out a lot of ranges that people try to keep you at.
Exactly. Although, while that might be a decent recovery option as well on some other maps, this wall is very small. so it might even lead to a detriment here, just because if you're burning your dodge on, say, a side sig recovery, if you're not in the range of that wall and you get read out, that could cost you a life instead.
Ooh, right, covering Doggo's landing. Getting sent off the top, not quite enough. Right, losing his spear for the exchange.
But he is going to trade out for a lance now. Oh, nice read with the neutral sig. Doggo with the aggressive dodge in is going to get punished for it, and Right now taking the lead for the first time in a couple sets.
I absolutely love that. I mean, he started so far behind. Whoa! Oh my gosh! Taking Doggo so far off the side. That was almost to knockout.
I'm actually really surprised that Right didn't try to follow up with a recovery to get back on the stage and to force Dog into even worse positioning. Ooh. Nice dodge through to get that neutral air, or the neutral light, into the down signature, and now Doggo.
You don't see a lot of players go for that. Doggo tying up the stocks, but man, so far behind on damage. When you dash, you are still able to spot dodge, and your spot dodge will slide quite a distance. So that's how Right was able to dodge behind Doggo's attacks there. He dashed into his spot dodge that just slid like a third of the stage.
Oh yeah, and using that sliding momentum can be extremely dangerous, especially when your opponent is not expecting it. Now Doggo coming in, getting pushed off. That's going to be a KO, and now Right with a fairly distant lead. Doggo not prepared for this character to come in and just dominate so well in the hands of Right.
Extra crazy because the first 30 seconds of the match was just Doggo getting Right to red almost unanswered. And then after that, now Right has just been on an absolute rampage.
Hit with a 3-tap right now. One more sig. Oh, he throws it out there, but it's not
for it.
I mean, he was in the mindset. He knew it was coming, but Doggo did as well, and he was able to avoid it. Right, trying to make his way back to the stage, getting hit by the down
dodge
air.
left.
Nothing left.
Too many options expended. Doggo keeping Right off stage for so long.
He does have a fresh stock now, and Doggo is halfway through his, so Right, he does have a little bit of room to work with, but it is not as close as it seems, especially with the dominance that Doggo has had this entire set. So that kind of weird.
Right, definitely doing the work required, though. I mean, look at the damage. He's got Doggo into the red. The side air from the right corner. Man, Right is still alive.
Able to find the win, too, with the Orion pick. Very interesting that he decided to go here, and pretty telling that this was successful, and now we are going to see something. Oh, yep. I saw it for a second, but it looks like he went. Whoa, which one is he going to do? He keeps switching back and forth. He's playing mind games with me now.
I know, because, all right, you mentioned before, he started off with the Fate in some of those sets, and then when it started slipping away from him, that's when the Zol came out and brought him to this point. So are we going to see the Zol lock in? Right flashing a couple of other legends as well.
Well, I think Right does have to make the first pick and the first lock-in because he did win the last round. So he was trying to figure out whether or not he wanted Orion or, I guess, in this case, Cassidy, which we also haven't seen him use. This Blaster is something we haven't seen him use at all. We did see from the Thor pick, though, he did have the hammer, so that is crossing over a little bit. But the Blasters are a completely different ball game. And you could see Doggo, like the decision hinged on whether or not he did go, I guess, with this Cassidy pick, or he went with the
Orion.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I wonder, having maybe gotten a little bit of information on that, was Right not confident in the Orion versus Zol matchup? Did he think that Orion was more of like a one-off pick? He maybe caught Doggo off guard and might not have been able to do so again.
Yeah. Either way, we're going to find out here if this pick, the Cassidy, is going to work out for him this time. Switching up legends that he maybe has a pretty good hold on how to use them. We're going to see if, because the whole thing that comes together when you play Cassidy, it's going to be the Blasters. Can you use the Blasters? And if he is, proficient at these weapons, we're going to see, I think, maybe I'm just extrapolating here. Don't hold me to this, but maybe another victory.
I mean, that's mainly what he's going to be looking for every time that he lands those downlight on the Blasters. He's going to want to chase dodge into that neutral signature. It's something that Cassidy gets to do because, she's a high dex legend, incredibly fast signatures, just straight overhead coverage. So you're going to be looking for those combos for the damage and maybe the knockout.
Doggo with some great map control right now, continuously landing some consistent damage onto right, forcing that weapon away, getting the bow toss, and that is going to be straight out of the map using that alt input for the bow tie.
That's right. You get the
Sending the
choice.
present
Do you
off
send
to-
them up or do you send them forward? He recognized, hey, I'm so far on the corner. I mean, the side KO line is just right there. Let me just send him to it.
And right following suit.
Exactly. I mean, that is such a quick and strong signature, the double swing from Cassidy's hammer. But now sticking over on the blasters, you know, they are a difficult weapon to make work just because a lot of the attacks, they have that dead zone. So if somebody stays stacked with you, you're not really able to hit them much. And you get locked into the attacks for quite some time. If you're doing like a neutral light to try and force out some spacing, they can sneak around and punish you.
However, if you can make them work, you get a lot of hits very fast. You can get that damage built up enormously quick if your opponent isn't ready for it. You find one hit after the other, and we see this with Wright. When he does land that hit, that down light, he follows it up with a dash into the neutral sig, finding that dodge break timing, and it just pays dividends for him. He has to continue to find those hits though on a Doggo in order to keep that momentum going in his favor. Otherwise, Doggo is just going to continue to make this map control work in his favor. But Wright finding that hammer,
the falling side air. That was pretty slick because not only did he dodge the signature, but he grabbed the weapon that was up on the platform and hit that falling side air with the hammer, and now he's just pushing it into so much extra damage, even going for the tornado. If that thing lands its full duration on someone, it is a ton of damage.
Oh yeah, that's the risk versus the reward. I mean, you're in it for so long.
Highest damage signature in the game.
Of course.
And now jockeying for position, bouncing right off stage. Doggo just keeping the pressure up unarmed.
And Wright with the advantage right now. He has a second stock. That is going to take that second stock away, but he has a whole fresh one to work with right now. Doggo with the map positioning right now, going to hold on to that orb. He knows exactly how to read these movements out from Wright, but the blasters having just that little bit of extra range and that falling coverage from the down air is going to give him just a little bit more of an advantage right now. But
the
nice
dodge
read from Doggo.
But Wright firing back, and again with a signature too. All right, Doggo's only got a couple more chances to make this work. Just dodges those ground blasts into a couple orb hits of his own.
Big reads from Doggo, but there it is, the neutral sig coming out right going into game number 5, 2-2, coming back in the set, making sure that Doggo knows that he is not to be trifled with.
All right, so are we sticking with the Cassidy, or do you think there's going to be another change happening?
That's a very good question. It looks like Doggo might be going with Fate either way, but we can't know for certain. Right, holding on to that legend pick, wondering if he should change things up. Not sure maybe if he was comfortable completely on the Cassidy. He looked really good. He looked exceptional. But whether or not he is, in that mindset completely, because Gut Blasters, that's a whole different ballgame.
Looks like he is sticking with the Cassidy. And it was defense stance to boot. I mean, I don't blame you. You want to be able to go the distance, especially if you're deep into Game 5.
Going with that defense. And it does take out of dexterity, which
she's
you
got
can argue,
plenty to spare.
Exactly. You got a huge bucket. You got a pool full of dexterity. You can, fill up an extra cup of defense.
The extra cup of defense, you know what? Take a big swig of it because we are here Game 5. This is a loser's finals. Winner of this goes on to fight Kyler Alice in grand finals. Resetting the map picks. What is the ban out going to be?
I think they're going to leave Miami Dome in the final 3.
Oh, yes, sir.
Now,
Apocalypse and Demon Island. Ooh, going
I don't think they want to pick it. I think they're afraid.
They're afraid? You're not sure?
I think they're scared of the Dome.
The Dome, I mean, it is very different map. It's got 2 high platforms, so high recoveries have a couple of extra areas to recover to, and that pillar below the stage, it definitely gives you less safety of avoiding edge guards.
Fantastic reads from Doggo from the scythe. Great movement as well to avoid most of these hammer approaches from right, but now the chase down from Doggo getting punished just a little bit. The damage back and forth between these two, resembling a previous set between Doggo and Shadow as they just traded blows back and forth, but Doggo now getting punished, pushed off stage. Right looking for the attack back, and Doggo finding that down light, or the down air off stage, pushing right, and just enough to get the advantage here. Both players finding a little bit of an advantage, but right now getting pushed away, losing his weapon. Doggo looking for the finisher and is not quite going to find it yet.
Man, so scary. Both of them throwing out heavy attacks at the same time, twice in a row. Just rolling the dice, trying to see who's going to find the first blast, and it's going to be Doggo getting the knockout onto right.
That sliding down sig is so devastating when he finds that connection. I mean, you have the option of up or side, and if you're at the end of the stage like he continues to want to be.
There it is. That's the dodge read. Oh, but right with the immediate turnaround, got the recovery, beat it out. Enough force to knock him just out of the map entirely.
And continuing the damage as well, trying to break that lead that Doggo built up with the little bit of extra orb damage.
Yo, the actual literal footsies, just the hammer neutral light outspacing everything.
So right, just playing the game of inches right now, trying not to use his dodge to avoid some of these moves, but rather the movement speed and the dashes to just barely outspace some of these attacks, and he's able to find them. The recovery just barely missing. Right now, looking for the hammer connection, the side air, the scoop, the recovery, anything, trying to stay aerial in a space where orb from the ground doesn't quite have the best coverage.
Skipping Doggo off the stage like a stone, but this one finding open air, and that's going to put right up 2 stocks to 1 against Doggo. But you know what? I got to give it up for Doggo. He did a phenomenal job closing that damage gap entirely, sending right from yellow into red.
Looking for a little bit more damage here. He does have right in the red, but not quite at the point where a hit. Oh, when he dodged away, that could have spelled trouble for right if he did not make one good move, and if Doggo decided to go off stage aggressively like he had been in the last set. But I think he's playing a little bit more reserved because he knows this is game 5. This is all on the line, and right is not an opponent to be trifled with. He has come back 2 games, and there's the read, the neutral sig right off the top, the star shine right into the sky.
I mean, right dodged up, and that star, like, chased him. It chased his dodge all the way off the screen. A little bit of a damage lead, but slowly closing. Stomp into side air, now brings Doggo into the red.
Oh,
another one.
This could be the finale here. Doggo just barely tapping that wall space, right, going for that down sig, the ground shots, and not able to find the connection. The double tap not connecting either. Doggo's just using the down sig for seemingly space, just to give him room to breathe, perhaps. The weapon throw coming out, playing very carefully. He knows this is his last legs right now. If he can get right just a little bit farther, he can potentially find that KO.
You're going to see Doggo sitting up in the air a little bit more, trying to avoid those hammer.
Oh, there it is! Gosh. Doggo bringing it back right at the finale. Game number 5. Doggo licking his wounds and moving on to the grand finals against Right, taking down one of the hottest players in a very hot region right now.
That was such an intense set. Oh my gosh. I thought for sure the crazy legend picks, you know, swapping around the roster from Right was going to do the trick of bringing back this set. He almost had the reverse on him, but Doggo.
Right there, right within reach.
Oh my gosh. But now Doggo confirmed top 2 at least. Now he's looking to take on the king of the region, Kyler Alice, the reigning top power rank for Australia. Can he do it?
The man with international experience at many different tournaments like BCX Shine.
Yep.
He is a dangerous foe to contend with, and he's playing that Sentinel pick. We saw a lot of dangerous plays coming out of those guitars. A lot of extremely on-point chase downs off stage to trade his stock for the stock of his opponent. And now he's going against Doggo, though. Doggo's been going off stage a lot to chase people down, to just fight, just ragtag off on the wall, just trading blows, not even caring where he is and what the options are that come out from his opponent. He is on point with that so far because, I mean, he's made it to this point. That much should be obvious.
Oh, yeah.
But Kyler Alice does the same. So this is going to be a very dangerous
So
matchup.
here we go. Game 1, Grand Finals, the 1v1 Winter Championships, Australian region, Doggo versus Kyler Alice. Kyler Alice sitting in the winner's side. We mentioned it before, but that means Kyler Alice just needs to win this best 3 out of 5 set. Doggo needs to win 2 best 3 out of 5 sets in order to take the tournament.
Doggo playing carefully. He doesn't want to get close to Kyler Alice's guitars. Already every single one of these guitar attacks have connected. Ooh, those neutral airs, so dangerous.
You see Kyler smartly going away from the wall every time that Doggo goes down to pursue because he knows he can bounce that orb down air, the bicycle kick, off of those walls, and he doesn't want to have any part of that.
Ooh,
oh,
very
the
nice slap read.
That's what we're talking about. Even the side light bringing Doggo off stage, and then the slap to follow up. We've seen him slap him to the outside, to the inside, off the walls. And again,
read.
diving around. Look at this damage build. Yes!
This is peak guitar gameplay right now. Kyler going for the gravity, canceled, down sig, not going to connect it, but it doesn't even matter because every single time he misses that, he just goes back into more damage. And there it is, the electro spike coming out, the jab, kapow, boom, there it goes. Stock number 2, not sock.
Man, averaging just like 45 seconds per stock here and just continuing on with it. Still surviving back up onto the stage. Oh, the side air just clipping him right at the end. That takes the first stock off of Kyler Alice, but look at the lead that has been built. Kyler Alice just sitting pretty. He's got so much to work with.
And Doggo getting a lot of damage off in a very respectable fashion, trying to get a lot of damage onto Kyler to equalize things with the recovery.
Just do that like
off
8
stage.
more times.
He's going to need to because that's his only option at this point. Doggo getting forced off stage, looking for that neutral air, try to force Kyler off that ledge, off the edge guard position, and he is not able to find either one. The fade away neutral air as well, not able to find it. The double neutral air, the scoop, trying to find that connection as well, not able to find it either. But Kyler continuously getting damage. And there it is, recovery off the top. Kyler taking game number 1 in Grand Finals right now. Man, and look at that damage. Oh my gosh, almost over double the damage. 529 damage from Kyler, 251 from Doggo. What a huge difference here.
That was such a quick match. I mean, just about 2 minutes for the whole thing, said and done, 3 stocks out the door.
And they're going to get right into it as well. Doggo just trying to figure out what stages will work for him best. And Kyler already ready to go to Demon Island.
Oh, but look at that Doggo immediately switching over to Zol. He didn't even wait. He's not like, I'm going to run this Fate for a couple games. He's just like, that didn't work out. Let's try something new.
Look, he needs more damage, and this is more damage. It worked for him in spades last time, and now this cannon, a completely different beast to deal with. Sometimes people... See, this is the difference with cannon, is it forces you to dodge and move in different ways, because if you try to dodge like any other weapon, it's going to catch you out. You're going to get hit. You're going to get taken off stage, and you're going to be in the red. That's what Doggo is hoping for, and look, it's already working out for him.
Oh, but Kyler with the lightning spike, sending him down. All it took was the turnaround slap and then the surgically placed signature.
Doggo looking for a little bit more axe play, looking for those meat grinder down airs. Still haven't found it just yet. Kyler with the guitars playing that chopping game, but is going to get pushed off stage.
Oh, and he got the recovery that time.
That triple throw, the triple threat, it's going to find that KO.
It's almost like a little bit of that yo-yo, you know? You toss it out, it bounces off and grab it back.
I thought that was, the whole gimmick with Thor's hammer, not Zol's cannon.
And now Doggo trying to find some sort of opening to get a string started, but Kyler just cutting him up. It's death by 1,000 cuts right now.
Oh!
Ooh, dodging. Potentially the turnaround. The neutral signature trading.
Down air. Very beautiful! Nice. Oh my God! Doggo with a huge opportunity spike.
Just stealing the lead away from Kyler Alice. And Kyler returning in kind. Didn't even take a single hit. Now we've got it. Just reset damage all the way except 1 stock apiece.
Honestly, what more do you expect out of this set? Both players.
Oh my
gosh! What?
That's a one-sided half pipe. He didn't
Exactly.
even use the down airs to bring it back down. He's just like, I'm just going to keep downlighting again and again. Oh my gosh.
That's one way to force people to dodge like they think you're going to do the half pipe, but then you do just, one part of it over and over again.
Ooh, Doggo caught Kyler's dodge. Uh-oh, the belly blast. That's a ton of damage and stage position. Now Doggo threatening the unarmed Kyler off the stage. Whoa, gets right over that weapon throw. He caught the recovery.
That's huge. And the weapon throw, there's nowhere for him to go. That
gosh.
was extremely big play for Kyler. Hugely lucky, too, because I don't think there was any way that he could know that that recovery was coming out.
Man, that was such a knockdown, drag-out match. I really thought Doggo turned it around there halfway through, but you can never count Kyler out. If you leave him just a small opening, I mean, he will Kool-Aid Man his way straight through it.
And, I mean, obviously, we saw him break through the wall many times. I mean, it was like a line of walls for him to break through. Just to, just come in right,
Brutal.
just so hard.
And now we're going to a tri-platform map. Couple extra areas to recover to. Small Enigma.
This one's, I don't know if we've seen this one too much recently, but I'm glad we're seeing it. We're getting a lot of different variety here.
Oh, yeah. First weapon going the way of Doggo, it is the cannon, but Kyler just taking him head on with the unarmed.
Interesting option, too, to come out of the side light, the unarmed side light, to go into the jump read. A very dangerous one, too, when you're going up against the cannon. That side air hits quite hard, so interesting for him to go for that. But recovery, nice move from Kyler. Doggo getting a lot of damage built up as well off stage. Just barely getting caught from that side light from Kyler, but the dodge through neutral light is going to give him a little bit more damage onto Kyler. Now the double side air, down air. Now there it goes, finding the K.
Oh no! He bet the farm.
Oh no!
He went too far. He was finding all the right hits. You know he had to be feeling himself on those, but Kyler just saved too many of his options. But Doggo answering right back. I'm glad he didn't let it get to him. You know, he didn't unravel when he was like, oh no, I really messed up that edge guard. Just right back in it. What's the solution?
Well, the belly blast, obviously, because that's what he took it with. Belly blast, what more can you ask for? Huge horizontal force, and that is exactly what you want here when someone is deep in the red. Kyler looking for even more damage, though, finding those signature moves, the stomp, coach pitch from that hammer. Doggo trying to make his approach with the cannon as well. Kyler playing a very patient game, looking for that read, and it is just working, paying dividends for him right now.
I mean, it's Qatar time. Kyler's Qatars have looked absolutely phenomenal this weekend.
Oh my gosh.
This Sentinel pick just devastating.
Kyler chopping it up, continuing that julienne on those onions that Doggo is crying out right now. However, he did find the touch. Oh my gosh, he missed the timing just barely, and that's going to cost Doggo, but he does get the Mario bounce underneath, and that is going to be a huge, huge play for Doggo, taking that stock off under the map in the best possible fashion that he could probably get in that occasion, because that damage is so even now.
Man, so now we are down to the final stock, but Kyler Alice is on tournament point. If he wins this match, he is the Winter Championship. He's looking to close it out here. He had Doggo off the side, but Doggo answering back. Big cannon strike! Doggo! He's still in it!
His bark is not worse than his bite. That bite, those are fangs. Those are deep lacerations coming in. And you know Doggo, he is a huge, meaty, beefy, muscular Doggo. You know.
The muscular dog. Man, that was an absolutely amazing clutch closeout to that game. Just keeping his tournament life alive. But now he has to do that consistently in a row because Kyler is up 2-1 in the set. If Kyler wins any of these next two games, that's it. He claims the trophy. Kyler is the winter champion. Doggo needs to reset the bracket to get any more chances.
I mean, after what we just saw right there, I mean, you said don't count Kyler out. Don't do the same for Doggo. My man right here is bringing the heat. He's bringing the belly blast as well. I hope to see more of that. But the axe plays are just, especially the cannon, is just working for him so well.
Oh my gosh, going again for that same opener from last game.
I saw what he was trying to do there, trying to get that bounce off the wall.
That would have been dirty.
That would have been huge.
Uh-oh. I always get so nervous when they're so close to each other on the wall there because Kyler has knocked people down with just a single slap or a single Qatar neutral air, just catching out a recovery.
The approaches from both
Oh!
complete with unarmed. They do not care. The side air coming out. Maybe a ground pound. We see the little hover ground pound there, not quite in place. Kyler, the platform bounce actually allowing Doggo to survive, going for that down air. Kyler going for the recovery option, both extremely close to connecting and would have been guaranteed. Doggo's still alive.
Is it too far?
He got caught out in the air. That's going to be it.
So now Kyler back on these Qatars. That's where he likes to build up the damage. Oh, but Doggo, immediate, no hesitation, picks up the cannon into the neutral light. And now he's looking, caught the recovery. No, Kyler resetting back onto stage.
Oh, no.
Yeah, punish that signature as hard as you can.
And there it is. I mean, you can only take so much damage where an axe side air isn't going to kill you. And there it is right there, just the tip of that iceberg where you just cross over the peak, and that damage is going to lead to that KO. Kyler now coming in, trying to get a little bit of hammer damage in response, trying to retake this lead from Doggo, but the damage coming out from this cannon, the weight there, the patience, looking for that read option for the future. Very smart on Doggo's part.
Ooh, dashing in, getting more of that hammer damage, just building that lead, going for the big signature.
Nice jump play.
Oh, interrupting the startup of that belly blast charge with a slide kick.
Very interesting read. He thought it was going to go high. Kyler ended up just stealing the moment right out from under him with the neutral sig, and that is going to put Doggo in a very difficult position.
Now Doggo has one stock left. This could be his last of the tournament. Kyler looking to start just cutting him up, the damage building. Doggo has Kyler off stage. Does he get himself another chance? Yes! Now we have one stock apiece.
And this is for all the marbles right now. Doggo trying to just live a little bit longer. Kyler looking for that victory.
Back on the Qatars, just chasing Doggo down across the stage, catching the neutral light on all of these landings.
Oh, very nice option. The double side light to push Kyler off stage.
I really like Kyler just saving that dodge. Oh, no! Oh, my God! And the dive kick!
There it is!
A double dive
There it
kick!
is! Oh,
no,
no!
the chase dodge! Kyler is back alive. He is safe. The slap.
How?
The toss. The ground pound.
No!
Kyler Alice is the singles Australian Winter Championship. What a way to start off the year. Kyler Alice with this Sentinel pick. Phenomenal.
I can't believe that did not take down Kyler.
Woo!
Doggo had him dead to rights, and then he got caught just right at the tip of that recovery, and that let Kyler get back and just take that win right out from under him.
It's that clutch chase dodge, oh man, my options might not be enough to get me back to the wall, back to the stage, but if I can just tag him once, let me chase dodge back to safety.
That's all he needs, and that's all she wrote.
Insane.
With Kyler Alice taking it down in the end. What a valiant attempt and a huge, huge run through we saw from Doggo, especially on that Zolf.
Yeah.
What a dangerous pick.
That's got to be definitely a breakout performance for Doggo. I mean, taking down Wright in an absolute clutch set to go on and take on Kyler Alice, but Kyler Alice cannot be stopped.
I don't know about that. You saw Doggo right there. If he was able to get that KO at the end, I mean,
all right.
Either direction, I'm gonna put it out there. I'm just gonna put the question. It's for you guys. You guys can think about this a little bit.
Let him know.
Took the hurt to Kyler Alice. He made the god bleed.
That's true. That's true. And this is just the start of the year.
Exactly.
And it's crazy because the Winter Championship isn't even over yet. Singles action for the Winners Championship isn't even over yet. There is Southeast Asia coming up to close out this broadcast region for the day. We still have Europe and South American regions tomorrow, but man, now the big question is, you mentioned they could make the god Kyler Alice bleed. Can they make the actual god of the region, Tiger in Southeast Asia, bleed? He has been undefeated for years, absolutely massive hold across his entire region. We'll be back in just a couple minutes to find out, can he do it again here for 2020 Brawlhalla Esports?
Rounding out our last region for today's play, we have Southeast Asia. Talk of the town, of course, like always. You heard it a million times. You're going to keep hearing it until it doesn't happen anymore. The man Tiger. Can he be dethroned? No one has had a stranglehold over this region since Genghis Khan.
No one has been able to dethrone Tiger quite yet. He's definitely taken a couple of losses, a couple of blows, but still, he has been the dominant force in the Southeast Asian region. But we've had a little bit of a chat with him. He said there's some people that are still strong contenders for that top spot, and one of them is going to be his opponent for the start of this top 4, GTG, a.k.a. Ghost to Ghost.
Yeah, that's one of the few that he said he was worried about. He said Jerry, who's not there, Dolan, who's still in it, and GTG, who's going to be his first opponent. But no one has taken a game off of him today.
Wow.
I technically didn't check all the way to pools.
Okay.
But from pools on, nobody has taken even a single game off of Tiger today. We've seen him play Koji. We've seen him play Bren. He's probably going to start off with Koji. That's who he's locked in so far. And our first match is going to be Tiger versus GTG. We don't see a legend locked in from GTG yet, and he doesn't report his character on Smash.gg, so I don't know what he's playing today.
I believe he has a Bryn in his pool of characters. I want to say it's kind of like a spear-focused pool, or like maybe a Hattori or a Nash, but it looks like he is going to be locking in the Hattori. Now, we listed 3 of the top 4 so far, GTG, Tiger, and Dolan. Who's that 4th one?
The 4th one is Reaper.
Okay.
Now, a little bit of a history lesson for like the Autumn Championships at the end of last year. That was sort of SEA's last major tournament. Now, 4 of like the top players of SEA missed check-in or registration. Reaper was one of those players. So if you're going just based solely off of that old bracket, you are going to be missing some information, and that past history is not necessarily going to be the most relevant towards what we have today. Of course, Tiger was still there. I think GTG was still there, but Reaper was one of the people. I think Dolan.
I think Dolan also missed out, yeah.
So those 2 were not present for that tournament. The off-season, it was an extremely long off-season for the non-major regions of North America and EU. So there could be a lot of time for improvement, for changes, for reinforcement for a lot of players going into this major tournament today.
Well, we are seeing a little bit of a reinforcement in the character picks. Again, Tiger sticking with that Koji and GTG over onto this Hattori, and already Tiger showing that dominance that he's got. This bow play coming out, just taking all of the stage and keeping this pressure on GTG.
Yeah, already has GTG in the red. 30 seconds into this game. Weapon toss going just a little bit low, but still there to put out the pressure onto GTG. There is a weapon spawn on the field. Tiger not too hasty for it. GTG posted up right around it. Tiger's going to grab that sword. It's sword v sword here. D-Light recovery, that's going to finish off the first stock. 45 seconds, about 45 to 50 seconds to pick up that first stock, and Tiger's taking 25, 35 damage maybe.
Yeah, I love the, there was a synchronized dash jump that came out from both of them, and Tiger immediately saw what was happening, was like, all right, I can gravity cancel down light because you're literally right next to me. Really quick reactions coming out from the Southeast Asian champion of Tiger.
Man, even the top side of that side light's going to proc onto GTG. Pick that up. He's already orange. Really has to be careful here against Tiger.
Tiger coming in with this Koji pick, not a pick that we've seen a whole lot of today in this Winter Championship. It's a fantastic pick for those players who like sword and high dexterity.
And especially for that like handful of really good bow players.
Oh,
like
yeah.
Remy, one of the best bow players in the entire world. D-Light ground pound. Oh, not quite enough of a bounce. Is Tiger going to pick up the second stock?
That might be big. GTG opted for the higher damage combo, going with that downlight ground pound. I think he could have gotten away with just going straight to the recovery or a gravity cancel neutral heavy, especially because they were on that soft platform a little bit higher. Might have just missed an opportunity for an easy knockout.
There coming out from Tiger. Already has GTG yellow on his last stock. Sidelight gets the D-Light into the recovery. Tried to finish that up with a gravity cancel neutral signature. GTG was too far away. Finally picks up that stock with the recovery. Swaps over to the spear. Maybe about 1/3 of the way through his final stock. He is orange.
Rolling sidelight spot dodge to avoid the wake up.
Oh man, that was fast.
Tiger, that right there just showed Tiger knowing exactly what GTG was going to do. he hit the sidelight, and there's almost no reason to spot dodge there except for the fact that he knew that GTG was going to neutral light. Almost every other player in the world would just do a neutral light after that sidelight. And then to be able to follow that up and lead to a knockout, that's just so smart from Tiger.
Yep, about 201 damage averaged per stock, which Koji doesn't have the highest force out of there,
No,
and especially
I think
if
it's
you're killing with like D-Light recoveries and not signature moves, it's going to take more and more damage to get those stocks away. So still solid kill efficiency coming out from Tiger. And of course, he took a ton of damage. I think he was fresh on that final stock. So all 214 damage that came out from GTG went into that first stock from Tiger. And here we see the Koji mirror match. Both of them on the black color scheme, but Tiger is going to have more black overall. So that could be tough to see.
Oh, yeah. I mean, on Demon Island,
strategic, for sure.
It's definitely a little bit of an advantage. It's also interesting to point out that they're both in that dexterity stance. They're going to be going up to 9 dexterity on these Kojis. They want to be swinging quick and minimize the recovery times.
Bogey Bow. Both players going basically even. Ooh, GTG, beautiful neutral signature. Following up, expecting Tiger to dodge directly over him after that neutral light hit.
Yeah, it was a great read from GTG, able to lead into that neutral signature. Just a lot of damage being put out by GTG, and Tiger not really able to respond.
Back to Bovie Bow. D-Light into the side air. Sending GTG over to that tiny side wall, the neutral light. No weapon toss coming out. Just kind of sitting posted up on that corner. Neutral light right as GTG peeks over. Weapon advantage going towards GTG. Unarmed side heavy going to take out that stock.
And Tiger looked like he was going to be sticking with the bow, but instead threw it away, switched over to the sword, trying to deny the weapons from GTG. GTG went for the pickup and immediately tossed it straight towards Tiger. Saw how far Tiger was away and wanted to just go for the thing that would reach the furthest, I guess. Down, signature the tatami mat
barely.
to get the stock.
All the way from the left side of the stage, sending up and right diagonally. Just barely had enough power on it to kill.
Yeah, diagonal force directions tend to be hard to knock out with unless you're like in the direction that it's launching. Like if you're on the left side already and you're launching left, then you might have a chance.
This character swap over to Koji, though, definitely looking fantastic for GTG so far. Going almost completely even. Tiger with just a little bit of a lead, but it's like a frog's hair of a lead, so he can definitely turn the tide in his favor.
That's definitely minor. GTG trying to go for the reads again. Gets the start and then chase dodges forward, but couldn't quite connect with that neutral light.
His bow here definitely looking stronger than his spirited on the Hattori pick.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the higher dex definitely helps. That weapon toss does not, though, as the ground pound will finish off the second stock of GTG.
Weapon spawn coming in. Tiger's going to grab that sword. Here comes another spawn in. GTG able to immediately grab that. Doesn't have to fight unarmed for too long. Now Tiger's the one unarmed as GTG dodges through the weapon toss. There is a spawn on the field. Is he going to toss it away? He's going to grab with almost the final frames of that, the neutral signature. And he's going to take the stock away. He's going to go into this tiny disadvantage with the weapon advantage.
Basically evening up the health now with those 3 hits from GTG, keeping the weapon denial. Tiger, he was right next to the weapon spawn, but GTG taking that positioning.
The lead has been nullified and turned to GTG's favor. He has the bow that he's been playing so well with. Is he able to keep his composure here against Tiger? Both of them going for back-to-back the same thing, but GTG is able to pick up the downlight after the side light.
Yeah, it is not true after the side light, so GTG was able to dodge through it, but Tiger, unfortunately, not able to dodge through GTG's.
Neutral light playing right around that weapon spawn, picks up the sword. Tiger staying very, very grounded. Downlight's coming out, neutral light's coming out.
Ooh. Punishable, but no! Tiger not able to get the connection with the side air.
That brutally high ceiling, keeping GTG from getting the knockout.
GTG trying to put a mark onto Tiger, trying to take one game off of him.
That's red. Weapon toss going just a little bit low.
Oh!
The gravity cancel down signature. I guess he didn't think he could make it without that, but Tiger's there to immediately punish it. Weapon toss is coming up. Turn around side air knocks him out. Tiger's going up 2-0, but what a close game that was 47 damage is the only thing separating those two there.
That was very close. There was definitely a possibility of GTG taking that game off of Tiger, but Tiger gets to maintain his undefeated position so far, has yet to lose a game throughout all of the Southeast Asian portion of the Winter Championship.
How he get a BCX 2016 flag?
Yeah, maybe he knows a guy.
Yeah, I wonder if Tiger smuggles some over there back
some
to his
PCX
boys.
codes. I mean, like, that's kind of the only way to get them if you're in those regions, unless you, like, decide to make the trip out yourself. But very few Southeast Asian, Australian, and even to a degree South American players really make it out to the World Championship.
Maybe they also were able to like snag a giveaway or something like that. I know that stuff always comes up definitely after BCX.
Yeah.
Which is usually like the one main event that the most people throughout the year who don't travel to anything else, they travel to BCX. So they're able to snag those, and then you'll see all those giveaways on Twitter. GTG staying with the Koji pick, but swapping.
Don't blame them.
Yeah, I definitely don't either. We are going off of Demon Island, still both sticking with the black color scheme, but now we're going to Mammoth. Still another flat map. Has that soft platform there. It's going to move around. I'm sorry, I'm thinking Mammoth. This is Brawlhalla, baby.
What's nice about this one for GTG is that he's not going to be struggling to kill off the top the way that he was on Demon Island. Because that was one of the things that, like, he potentially could have had that one if he was able to get those knockouts off the top. And you're already seeing him go high in the sky trying to get that knockout on a Tiger.
Yeah, who knows what would have happened if we would have been on another stage and that D-Light recovery would have knocked out. Man, that could have been everything.
Might have been enough to show that gods can bleed. It could have been that spear throw from 300.
Yep.
But instead, Tiger with the bow in hand already had the stage control, but threw it away as GTG gets back up.
What's the big gold dude's name?
I don't remember.
Xerxes, that's what it is.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably. There was someone in that movie named Xerxes.
Downlight recovery.
Turn red right after the downlight.
Oh, both of them going for the gravity cancel, but GTG able to connect with the tatami mat first.
That definitely would not have knocked out if they were on Demon Island.
Especially that positioning again. That was almost the same one where it was like bottom left going for the top right.
Solid lead here against Tiger. He's going to pick up the nair. It's going to knock out right off the top, charging up that throw.
This is one of the few times I've seen Tiger actually actively try to delay the weapon spawn. Generally speaking, he's just kind of throwing away and being like, all right, now there's nothing on the field for you. But for once, he's actually like charging it up, trying to keep his weapons active to delay that spawn.
And he has solid reasons for either weapon to keep both of them away from GTG, whether it's sword or bow.
But both of them very competent with their weapons. Tiger going to swap on over to the bow. It's a nice two-piece. Couldn't quite connect with that neutral signature.
He's coming out. He's going to wait for just a moment. Backdash throughout the downlight. Wow. There's the neutral signature. Lead now definitely in Tiger's favor. He seems to be controlling the flow of the game. Tries to go for a gravity cancel side signature. Going to clash a little bit there. Who's able to recover faster? Ooh. Charges it up.
I like that charge. It delayed it just enough to beat out the iframes of GTG. Really smart coming out from Tiger.
Decent coming out. Last one we saw. Ooh, another one coming out.
Yo, got him to center stage. Ooh. Nice unarmed coming out from GTG. Couldn't quite get Tiger off stage, though, with it. All right, now Tiger's in the red. Potential knockout opportunity for GTG.
If it keeps going the way it has so far in Brawlhalla, we could see the swift 3-0 coming out from Tiger.
Down like ground pound. Tiger down to his final stock, but GTG very hurt. And like you're saying, could be that swift 3-0 in just a little bit.
Tiger without a weapon. Dash jump. Recovery. Oh!
Went for the other direction. Actually turned it away from GTG.
He's so close to grabbing this game and set. Oh,
wake up
immediate.
Tatami mat.
Weapon toss. The dodge is down. Oh, okay. Goes for the D-Light into the recovery rather than the D-Light turnaround ground pound.
Either one would have worked.
He's going to take it either way. And he's saying GTG stands for got to go down to the losers bracket because I'm going to grand finals.
That's a GG's to GTG. Yep. And that means GTG will be waiting in the losers finals for the winner of our next match, Dolan versus Reaper.
Now, Dolan so far today, when he's reported his characters, has been playing Scarlet.
Okay.
Reaper hasn't reported his characters.
No. I want to say Reaper's another Koji player. I'm not entirely sure on that one. We might be able to see their lock-ins in just a little bit. But Dolan on the Scarlet, that's interesting. We haven't seen too much Scarlet today. Like, the few Lance players we've seen were, like, Orion, and then there was the Macho Man Olgrim. Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen more than a few.
Yeah.
Well, a couple.
2 is...
Yeah.
Well, there was
a few
another
is 3.
Orion.
Was there?
In Australia.
Yeah, that was the other one.
Yeah. So that makes 3.
Who's the third? That's not that one or Stingray.
Koslix.
He played Orion?
No, I was just talking about Lance players.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, we've seen a couple Orions, and then, of course, we saw Koslix earlier on the Macho Man. GTG and Reaper are in the room.
No one locked in just yet. I think they're actually just waiting for GTG to get out so that it can be Dolan versus Reaper.
So far, let's see if we can look at the bracket real quick.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have that
let's
on screen.
Let's get an update on what's happening in Southeast Asia as a whole. Because unlike North America and Australia, we haven't really gotten to see a whole lot of top 8. We know Jerry K was another one of the kind of like favorites in the region. Didn't quite get to see him in the top 8 of things. But what are some players that we also kind of missed out on?
Well, speaking of Jerry K, since you mentioned him, GTG sent him down in their top 8 qualifier. That was a 2-0 for GTG. Then when he went down into the losers bracket, he lost to Reaper, also a 2-0. So Jerry K having a little bit of a rough run here in the Winter Championships. But for Reaper and GTG, swift 2-0s, got to be feeling good after those. Some of the other ones, a Senpai guy, power ranking-wise, slated to do very well. But it seems like, I think since the offseason, he's sort of fallen off a little bit, doesn't quite have the domination that he did. Let's see, he made it all the way into top 8, but went down 0-3 to Dolan in the losers quarterfinals. So he was right around making top 4.
For some reason, it's suddenly like the image clicked into my head that Dolan played Orion in previous tournaments.
Okay.
Like suddenly that image just clicked into my head. I'm sorry to derail what you were talking about. But yeah, a rough tournament for Senpai guy considering he was one of the higher seeded players.
Yeah, I mean he's still top 6.
Yeah.
So
I mean, getting top 8, it's like, okay, that's decent.
Yeah. And then I think Senpai guy was one of the only people, I think Tiger said, to like really ever take a set off of him in tournament. But we did just get some unfortunate news. Dolan's power is out.
Yes, and that means, unfortunately, he has to be DQ'd out. Likely the timer, there's like a 10-minute timer for when the match starts, and likely there's no expectation that his power is going to come out in that 10 minutes, so we're just going to move on
to
the next one. That's unfortunate. He still gets that top 4th placement.
Yeah,
it's not
still a fantastic placement, but of course
kicked out or anything like that.
If you're Dolan, you're not just like, oh, goody, 4th place. You're like, I want to see how far.
I could have done more if I had the opportunity.
I want to see how far I can make this thing go. So then we do have our top 3. It's Tiger, GTG, and Reaper, and we got GTG versus Reaper right in front of you here. GTG on the Ragnar pick going up against Reaper's Hattori.
Interesting how much GTG is swapping characters right now. We saw him start off with a Hattori, switch over to the Koji. Now he's over to the Ragnar. And then on the other side, it's going to be Reaper coming in with this Hattori pick to start off for game number 1.
We see Apocalypse, Small Mammoth, and Small Brawlhaven left on the board by Reaper. It's going to be Small Brawlhaven, which was GTG's pick earlier against Tiger. Didn't quite work out in his favor. He's hoping for a different result here against Reaper.
There's a lot of really strong upward knockout potential tools for this Ragnar on the axe. Can go for that recovery if the opponent decides to jump up after the nair, and can also go for that gravity cancel neutral signature, both of them launching upwards if they're able to connect.
And then, of course, he has the standard edge tools of the down signature on guitars, a little Spitfire down on the corner, and even the neutral signature that you just saw. People love to use that as their opponent is going high, trying to avoid a low option. You see Wilson hitting that all the time. You can also kind of do that as well with the guitar neutral signature, and that's going to spike them actually back down, which is exactly where you want them to be.
Definitely a strong edge tool. Lots of strong edge tools in that guitar kit, but a ground pound coming out from Reaper, and GTG really hurting right here in game number 1.
Yeah, even Reaper unarmed, GTG is struggling to find any initiation. He's getting little bit, but now that Reaper has the sword in his hand, hit the down air, that was a big bounce. So likely a nair can knock GTG out, but it's going to be a high weapon toss that Reaper's going to disarm himself. Both players unarmed. It's going to be a Reaper with the unarmed recovery, going to swap out the spear for a sword. Just kidding, grabbing back with that spear.
Downlight into the gravity cancel, neutral heavy from GTG, and immediately the stock count is evened up. Going to be switching over to the Katars, a little bit faster DPS, a little higher DPS to start this one off.
Reaper doesn't seem to struggle against this Katar matchup. That was the first little bit of momentum that we've seen GTG get with these Katars. It was like 3 hits, and then Reaper turned it around and threw out 3 of his own that are going to hit more damage than GTG's.
We are seeing GTG start to get these little bursts of damage, these kind of 2-3 hits. Goes for the gravity cancel neutral signature, but that time Reaper decides to jump high, so the Flame's not going to catch his feet. Ground pound connects, and GTG takes the stock lead.
We'll see if next time GTG goes for the recovery after instead of the gravity cancel neutral signature, since Reaper went so high.
Or just kind of counterplays that and goes for the neutral signature again, expecting Reaper to expect that recovery.
Oh, that's true.
You know, you got to play those mind games, but Reaper, no mind games needed to get that stock and even it up to 1 stock each.
Reaper trying to go for something big. The dash jump ground pound. GTG dodges right through it.
One of that quick KO, that Gimp on the right side. It's going to be hard to Gimp a Ragnar with the axe on the side just because of all those tools. The Nair, the gravity cancel neutral signature, both really good for getting back to the wall.
And especially at this low health, like you got to hope you hit that ground pound and then hope that they like panic.
Yeah.
And then go, oh no, you hit a dare. Oh no, you hit a dare, and then they're done.
Yo, but he is getting this damage built up onto GTG. Tries to read a little bit low. You saw him throw diagonal downward towards GTG, but GTG was way above it. Neutral signature. This is trouble for Reaper. One more hit is all GTG needs, and it's the ground pound, getting just the edge of the hit bubble of Reaper.
Only having to put out 501 damage. That's we'll just throw 165 again. That's a pretty good number.
Yeah,
That'll get you to 495. It's close. I'm not a human calculator.
That is definitely some pretty quick kill efficiency. I mean, that last stock was definitely very quick with that final ground pound. But we are seeing Reaper switch it up, going to be going over to the Diana as GTG goes to the Fate.
A lot of character swaps here for the SEA boys. Going back to Brawlhaven, though. Keeping that consistent.
3, 2, 1.
We'll see what GTG is able to do with the Scythe, with the Orb. Whether he's able to find better string options with those weapons than he was with Katars.
Oh, okay. He touched.
Still had the dodge.
Which is all he needed. GTG not able to get that stock on the left side. Side light, down light. Goes for the read, expecting Reaper to dodge down.
Reaper finding some good damage here. Going even so far with GTG. There is a weapon spawn on the field. This is like the longest I've ever seen a weapon spawn stay on the field. So both of these players definitely want to stick with both of the weapons that they have right now.
Yeah, they have no strong reason to swap weapons. Both of them able to trade relatively efficiently. GTG going to be going over to the Scythe for the side signature and then back to the Orb.
Weapon spawn coming in. Reaper is going to snag it straight away. Has the bow in his hand. Nice little opening gambit from GTG.
I love the way that GTG is playing off that Orb downlight, trying to delay his response. Ooh. First time he goes for the gravity cancel side light. This time he goes for a delayed neutral air.
Just barely picks up that recovery. I think that was going
to
interrupt a side air. There's the ground pound from Reaper. Still kind of far behind at this point. He's going to have to be careful. Weapon spawn going to go straight to GTG. Opens up with the down air, sending Reaper towards the edge. Another down air.
Turnaround opportunity for Reaper, but GTG goes high above it. Down sig connects, launches high. Reaper not quite damaged enough. You saw him go for the turnaround.
With that recovery, I think he was he just trying to get as far away as he could from GTG?
I think he was hoping GTG went a little too high, and then he got for the instant turnaround. but unfortunately it did burn a lot of his movement options high in the sky, so GTG hitting that recovery means that Reaper really didn't have a lot of options to get back to the stage.
Nice D-Sig.
Right on the corner, perfect place. You see the way he's positioning for it. But it's going to be the down air, and Reaper evens up the stocks.
Man, using that down signature right on that corner puts your opponent in such an awful spot, especially with how low damage that GTG had on that stock.
You see him going for it again. Side signature thrown out. GTG not able to punish.
You see, he's not going to stay on that corner for long, though, because he's worried about that down signature. We've seen the neutral sig, we've seen the down sig, no side signatures from Reaper. There we go.
There's one. The orb toss just as a little bit knock on the back of the head of Reaper. No orb spawn for GTG. That's what he's looking for.
Both players last stock red here on small Brawlhaven. The Nair. Reaper trying to chase into the sky. A lot of moves coming out. That just barely interrupted. I think what was a recovery from GTG. That's going to be the game. Reaper tying up the set 1-1.
1-1, and despite how delayed that last stock was, their damage is not that high. 540 to 520.
Yep.
Pretty quick kills all around.
I think unless someone immediately bans it, we're likely to go back to small Brawlhaven. Both players have now performed positively on it, and we're seeing yet another character swap from Reaper onto Mordex.
This almost feels like a homie match, right, where it's like you're playing with your boys and you just start swapping characters because you're messing around a little bit. But the fact that GTG is swapping back to the Ragnir, maybe not so much. Maybe GTG is like, all right, the boxing gloves are off. We're going bare knuckles for this one, as it's going to be Reaper versus GTG for game number 3.
I didn't catch character levels on these to see how much Reaper's played this Mordex and how much GTG has played this Ragnir. Obviously, he does have a black color scheme, so he's at least level 25 with that character. But we don't know whether he's like level 26 or level 84.
Level 25 and a half.
Yeah.
Katars coming out from GTG, trying to get those down lights. Might have wanted the weapon swap, but ended up picking up the Katars again. You see how much he's doing this weapon toss. Finally throws him away, and he's going to be switching over to the axe.
Sidelight Sayer. Doesn't immediately go for any other option. Like the sidelight Nair. It's just going to be a raw side signature from the middle of the stage, and that's still knocked out. What a powerful signature.
Ooh, caught him dodging. Goes for a second recovery, wanted the immediate stock return.
Yeah, he tried to finish it up. It's going to take a little bit more than that. He might actually struggle. Nope, not at all.
Toss down. Nope. Gets that stock and immediately evened up.
Seems like Reaper likes dunking signatures. Like he just used that. Of course, he used the Diana bow down signature on the edge as well.
You know, those diagonal tosses, they're very valuable. You can go for that immediate weapon toss. And at the very least, you're going to be in a really strong position on the stage. Just for the down air into the ground pound. This time it'll connect.
GTG seemingly controlling this game. Again, tries to go for the sidelight Sayer. Not going to be a true option.
Well, the sidelight Sayer is true. It's just interesting because usually you go for the sidelight Nair for the higher damage potential.
Yeah, okay.
You get all these different read options off of it. With sidelight Sayer, generally you only really see that for stage control or the off chance you're going to go for like a chase dodge ground pound.
Okay.
This time he goes for the sidelight Nair. Maybe he's just trying to keep Reaper on his toes, mixing it up. Doesn't want to go for the obvious option of sidelight Nair. In the same vein, you'll see some players sometimes go for like a sidelight into an immediate gravity cancel sig.
Okay.
Just to like do something that nobody's expecting.
Yeah, GTG definitely controlling this game. Picks up the recovery. That's going to be almost an easy win for him.
Yeah, he was very clean with his axe play in that one. Currently scored 2-1 in favor of GTG, and Reaper going to switch up the picks again. He didn't stick with any character.
Nope.
at all.
On win or on loss.
Yeah, he's just it's almost like he's playing random, but I can see him locking in characters.
It's a level 27 Scarlet coming out from Reaper. So just a little bit past being able to unlock the black color scheme. And we haven't seen him play Lance or Hammer.
Nope.
If I'm not mistaken.
Not in the character pool of the last 3 games, at least.
Scarlet's a very good character, though.
Yeah, very high damage character. A lot of Scarlets like to go for that Hammer side signature over corners in particular.
Yeah, he's not on a stage that quite fully gets the potential of that, like
Yeah.
a Shipwreck or an Apocalypse or
short
anything
wall
with
maps.
like tiny sidewalls.
Yeah.
It still has smaller sidewalls, so he can cover like maybe a third of that.
Stop clashing out for Reaper. Hits the Nair from below, but the high ceiling of Great Hall, making it difficult for Reaper to finish off the stock of GTG. The neutral signature will work for GTG, though.
GTG sticking with the axe. Wasn't quite as solid on the Katars like we saw earlier. He's now definitely fully found where his axe is going to be, where to place those moves, where his follow-up should be, how to be safe with it. I think that definitely was supposed to be a ground pound. Yeah.
Yeah, that was an odd decision. Maybe he just went the wrong direction, because if he was facing to the right, then Reaper would have recovered into it.
Yeah.
So it could have been just a misinput in terms of direction. But sometimes you'll see players who are trying to do a ground pound end up accidentally doing a down signature on those ledges.
Man, GTG has been on those soft platforms a lot, and Reaper has thrown out a lot of neutral signatures, both on Lance and Hammer. None of them have hit.
Reaper about to have a massive lead here if he can finish the stock off of Reaper. Neutral Light is going to be it for Reaper.
That means he built up so
Yeah.
much damage, possibly wasting time on that stock. It took 1 minute and 45 seconds for him to take out that stock when he's playing Scarlet, an extremely high force character with a solid set of signatures, true combo knockout options.
Yeah, Reaper was definitely struggling. You saw him kind of swinging for the fences, throwing out a lot of these big swinging attacks that if one hit would have been the knockout, but instead he had those opportunities for like a downlight Sair and couldn't quite get it. Down sig thrown out. It is going to be the reason why Reaper gets up safely. Stomp sidelight goes for a nice jump into a gravity cancel. Stomp unfortunately wasn't able to connect.
Tars coming out for GTG. It's a nice little 3-hit.
Just outside the stomp. Goes
Ooh, that was
low.
close.
Reaper tries to punish from below. Neutral signature.
Reaper has to play kind of all but perfect,
Yeah.
and maybe he actually does have to play perfect.
He's pretty damaged. Could get hit by like 1 or 2 moves, but still. It is going to start getting real scary soon.
GTG's up 2-1 in this set. That's going to be the side air for the knockout. 3-1 for GTG. He's going to be going back up to face Tiger, trying to get the run back when he just got 3-0'd. What's his option going to be? Is he going to go in with this Ragnar, maybe stay away from the Katars, try and focus more on Axe, or is he going to play something else?
I almost want to see an Azoth.
Okay.
Because of how well his axe worked against Reaper just now. That's likely his most warm weapon. And then his bow worked incredibly well in his previous matchup
was fire.
against Tiger. So I want to see that Azoth, kind of the blend of those two worlds. Granted, he has to contend with, like, this is going to be a different signature kit than what he used in the previous matches. This is going to be different stat lines, so he won't have that high dexterity that the Koji had. But I think that the Azoth has potential.
This is the grand finals set for Southeast Asia Winter Championship, the first stop of the year of Brawlhalla's World Tour, Year 5 2020.
Who's it gonna be? Is it gonna be the Southeast Asian favorite of Tiger, or is it gonna be the underdog of GTG to take the championship?
Now we're seeing him swap over to the Finn the Human pick, of course the Jala crossover from Adventure Time, and I'm cool with this too, because it has the axe that was solid. His sword was looking really good when he played the Koji mirror match against Tiger as well.
And it'll have a little bit of a closer stat line to the Koji that he was playing previously. It definitely has its merits. It is worth pointing out he is going into that defense stance. Does not want to be going in with that 3 defense Jala against Tiger.
And for an Axe player, Jala's like, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
For a Sword player, like, okay, Jala makes sense. You're not seeing Axe players play Azoth. Because they're like, hey, I'm an Axe player. What character should I play? Same thing for Bo. They're not, oh, I really like Bo. Who am I going to play? You know what? Azoth sounds like a good idea. Azoth players are Azoth players. Yeah. They're not just Axe players. They're not Bo players. They're Azoth players.
You're a dedicated Azoth player, generally, if you're picking up Azoth.
Tiger starting this off.
The
Man.
juggle. GTG cannot land. Every time he gets down to the ground, Tiger launching him up with those downlights. The neutral air launches him into the sky, and he is going to be juggling for a moment, but likely stick with that bow, yes. Weapon spawn right on top of GTG. He was ready for that one.
Ooh. Man, Tiger's resets with Bo are so scary.
Tiger has so much control over this.
Just
nice spot
barely spot dodging that. Man, that had to be timed so perfectly.
The down air, the weapon toss. Tiger on the cusp of a 3-stock to start Grand Finals. Bro, that's rough.
Yep.
When you respawn and you're like trying to utilize your iframes, GTG's gone. No 3-stock, but
a JV3.
Yeah, JV3 for that one. Tiger gonna take game number 1, putting out 433 damage to the 194 of GTG.
194 went in to that first stock. When you're playing Jala, who has true combo kill options, who has true combo with signature kill options with the Delight Insig on the sword, and of course an amazing signature kit aside from that, and a stat line with a ton of force on it. It's still taking almost 200 damage to kill a lower defense character like Koji. That's probably why we're seeing him get off of the Jala onto the Koji. That was his best chance.
Yeah, but he is going to be coming in with the Koji now. This is the character that worked the best for him against Tiger, so no major surprise to see him swap back to this Koji. But it's still a question of, can he even take a game off of Tiger?
If Tiger's able to take this 3-0, that would be his Winter Championship journey without losing a single game, man.
That's insane. Very few people can claim that.
Yep.
Actually, can anyone claim that?
Yeah, people that can definitely claim that.
Okay.
We've definitely had people not lose a single game before.
I've definitely seen like single-digit loss records.
Very few people, if any, have like the amount of tournaments that Tiger has played without losing a set, though.
That's fair. Tiger back to the bow. This works so well for him in game number 1, and again gets the 3-piece onto GTG. This time hits the sidelight. Waits to see how GTG is going to react.
Man, Tiger's nairs are just so good. He places them so well. When you don't expect Tiger to be stacked on top of you, he's right there with a nair.
Oh, nice. To place those nairs hit, but a nice weapon toss from GTG. Going to juggle weapons, sticking with the bow.
You saw him just kind of run straight towards GTG. He had those invulnerability frames on spawn, and GTG just backed up. He's like, I don't want any of that, man.
I think that's kind of like the confidence of Tiger, right? He's like, I can just run at you, and I know that I can get that stock. GTG was incredibly damaged, so it didn't take a whole lot to finish that stock off.
I'm gonna wait for that flash and to go away, bro. I'm not messing with that.
It's like, don't come near me. I have a bow in my hands. Down air from Tiger, gonna bounce GTG, couldn't quite get the rebound. Instead, GTG gonna swap on over to the sword for the mirror match against Tiger.
Yeah, when you said the confidence of Tiger, that is what all of this looks like. Like GTG, of course, a very good player, but it seems like everything might just be met with a little bit of hesitation or a little bit of like thinking
or
from
almost
GTG.
Just like straight respect of like, all right, Tiger, you're coming at me. I gotta back up a little bit.
But it's not like overconfidence. Tiger's not being reckless.
It's like Tiger's just really good at taking the stage from GTG. He'll move forward, GTG backs up out of respect, and then Tiger's like, all right, now I have all of this space.
Ooh, unfortunately, that weapon toss is going to stop the first Nair from hitting, but 2 more came through to finish off the job of that stock.
GTG still not out of this one. Only needs like a downlight recovery to finish off this stock of Tiger.
So look how quick that was. Weapon toss. It wasn't even like a reactionary sider. It was like weapon toss. I know it's going to hit. I know exactly where you're going to be. Here comes the sider. Going to grab my bow. But then it's cool to see someone play like that, and GTG also respond really well to it.
Yeah, GTG was able to pick up the knockout. Wow! The neutral signature actually avoided by Tiger, despite the fact that he was literally dodging along the path of that arrow. Back and forth between the two of them. Tiger hitting those down airs. Ooh. GTG with the unarmed response. Can he take a game off of Tiger? Even so, he'd need to take 2 more, but Tiger takes game number 2. He is 1 game away from being crowned the Southeast Asian Winter Champion and going undefeated.
You saw him dodge back in, and that arrow blast has like a little bit, I don't know if it's necessarily stacked like right on top of the Koji, but it's a little bit in front, and that was the thing that hit.
You get caught by that bowstring, but we are getting ready for game
you ever
number
done that?
3.
Where like when you're shooting a bow and you hold your arm wrong,
and you, like,
the
smack your
bowstring like catches your forearm. That stuff's nasty, man.
Yeah, I bet. I have not done that though.
I haven't done it bad.
Question.
3,
But it hurts.
That reminds me, I saw this picture of like Hunger Games where it was Katniss and they had the bow back and it was like behind her nose and they had like a Photoshop of her nose being lopped off.
Oh.
That's what that reminds me of. But Tiger, with the bow in his hand, not going to be lopping off his nose here. Neither will GTG. Them again going back and forth, trading blow for blow, but Tiger getting a little bit of the better of GTG.
Now, it's weird how Tiger opens up these games really, really strong, but then kind of after that, GTG gets it back, and then they just kind of stay neck and neck.
Downlight side air. I was going to say maybe it's a little bit of Tiger not quite finishing off the stocks because you saw GTG was able to slowly start adding up that damage onto Tiger despite the fact that he was in the red.
There's Tiger controlling middle stage. That's so important on this map. It's so small that you want to be in the middle of the stage as far away from those blast zones as you possibly can. You will be knocked into those so early.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen knockouts happen at exactly. Oh my goodness, that is rough for GTG.
Oh!
GTG!
Oh!
No! The recovery from Tiger, and there's 1 stock left for GTG.
Like, Tiger's ability to respond after things happen is so fast, and it's so clean.
He makes it look like he's predicting like the wildest things,
Yeah.
like for that bow weapon toss to connect, or for GTG to ground pound and still be in position for the follow-up.
Or like he's in that movie Clock Stoppers where you like press your watch and it stops time, and he's like, oh, I just got hit with a weapon spawn, or a weapon toss. Stop it on my clock.
back.
What should I do here? Oh, I know what I should do. Time back in, take it, and it's just so clean. That's a 3-stock, dude. That's unreal.
Tiger 3-stocking to close out Winter Championship Day 1. That means Tiger is going to be your Southeast Asian champion, and we could potentially be seeing him flown out to the next offline event, which
That'll be sick.
So exciting to see.
That'll be sick.
Tiger, Kyler Allist, and Pugsy, pack your bags because y'all are going to be flying to something soon.
So congratulations to all of our winners today. Everyone who medaled. That's going to be for North America, Ethan in 3rd place, Stingray in 2nd place, and Pugsy in 1st place with the gold medal. For Australia in 3rd place, we have Wright. In 2nd place, we have Doggo. And in 1st place, we have Kyler Alice. And for Southeast Asia, you just saw it happen. Reaper in 3rd, GTG in 2nd, and Tiger taking yet another seasonal, yet another gold medal home. Thank you so much for tuning in today. Today's competition may be done, but tomorrow is still on the books. EU, South America, singles competition. EU starts at 12 p.m. Eastern, right here. South America starts at 4 p.m. Eastern right here. If you want, if you don't like English, if that's not your thing and you want to see another language broadcasted, go to brawlhalla.com/news and look for the article entitled, I'm going to have that right in front of me here in just a second. Look for Brawlhalla World Tour 2020 kickoff. Community members from throughout the community have taken it upon themselves to broadcast the tournament in their own language. I know Dobrain's doing it in Russian. I'm sorry, I don't remember some of the other guys.
France.
Kasu's doing something. I don't remember what it is, but definitely check that
there's
out
a lot.
if you're looking for a stream in another language or even from other points of view, like Dobrain, because he's an EU player, might be streaming his point of view of the tournament. So go check that out. I know Crocky did some today, had a ton of viewers. I think maybe Remy did some today, but definitely check that out. Brawlhalla.com/news, Brawlhalla World Tour 2020 kickoff. Thank you so much for tuning in today. Can't wait to see you tomorrow.